Um, I guess we are starting with Start Lab, and it's glad to be here. Marina, do you want to share something before and just
Uh, just a couple of introductions. So today we are starting a very interesting format, which I hope will be regular. So the Emergethon is something which emerges and gives us new opportunities. First of all, the opportunities for the development of cities and city leaders and city administrations and city communities. And now we are glad to present in a specific way, so sort of TEDx conference, present our tools, instruments, approaches, practices, and all day long our Living Cities Earth co-founders will present the solutions for the cities. And the format is half an hour. So 20 or 25 minutes will be the presentation, after which we will have the opportunity to ask questions and to discuss something. And we are finishing in a half an hour sharp in order to pass the word to another speaker. So that's the rules. We will work together all day long. So you can come and leave us and then return. So Yuri, up to you, and please tell us about your approaches. And can you share the screen? Is everything working
yes,
okay?
yes,
Perfect.
I will share screen, and yeah, I'm also the host for the first part, but I'm also a presenter. This time I'm a co-presenter with Ilaria Olympico, um, and we're going to share about Story Lab, which is a deck of cards that we are launching. We're and going to share about that. Actually, I'm going to pass to Ilaria to start, and I will be moving the slides.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Marina, for this space time. So we are two facilitators. We use social arts in different contexts, but mostly we use storytelling and theater for transformation, for personal and social transformation. We believe that personal and social are interconnected, and yeah, Story Lab is the fruit of our experience in all these years, more than 10 years. And Story Lab is a set of cards to unlock the imaginative potential that we all have. Maybe some of us lost during the so-called formal education that is most, um, for the rational intelligence, for logical intelligence, and maybe school make us losing our imagination, our other intelligences. So the goals for Story Lab are inspire creative out of the box thinking, learn to work together and also have fun, appreciate different voices in the room, think about why, how we tell stories, and grow our understanding and friendship. So, yeah, these are the goals, and I think there are many dimensions of these goals, and maybe we can go deeper a little bit after. And I pass to Uri.
Yes, Story Lab again is a deck of card in development. We already have 36 of the cards, and that we want to launch a crowdfunding soon to publish them. And it could be used in countless ways. We have used them in workshops, doing different activities and methods, and even complete workshops we build around those cards, and we will share those with people who buy the cards, but also that join the workshop. But there is also, we recognize there is an infinite ways to use the cards, and then there is infinite stories. So every time you use the start, you create a story, and we'll maybe do a little bit of story now to demo that. And the storytelling is a way to cultivate cooperative, socially imaginative learning. Our target audience in the context of LCE is innovative leaders. This could mean city administrators that are seeking to bring some new way of learning together as a city, as administrators, but also on also the other levels of innovative leaders could be also youth leadership, could be social leadership, and could be, and we have experience with working with multi-stakeholder projects with the immigration system here in Italy. So we're specifically interested to bring that to multi-stakeholder situations where there are people with different voices in the room that wants to find through the narration a common language. Creative educators. So we ourselves consider ourselves creative educators. So we're not teachers in the school, but we could be sometime. But it's like we want to bring creativity as a learning, as a tool for teachers and learners. And community weavers. So that's again something I think we consider ourselves that people that work on the grassroots level, and stories and this sort of activities are great for setting up connections within a community, a small community or a bigger community. So that's some of the target audience we thought about, and the impact or the vision we have in terms of LCE and Story Lab is to strive for it to serve greater civic engagement and community unity, utilizing and target service. So the adaptability on assessment, which is really difficult to capture in something like that. What we have done when we developed it is surveys and questions, so qualitative and quantitative data in terms of what people are receiving from the workshops and the storytelling themselves. And it could be that there is ways to actually harvest like insightful data through stories that citizens tell about their city in a certain way. So that could be another way to look at how it is actually an assessment tool as well. How can LC support the product? So Living Cities can amplify our visibility, provide access to connection resources which are interested in integrating social arts, tools for community care and social environmental justice, and deep social mapping tool for their city's ecosystem services. In other words, connect connect us to people and places that might benefit from it. And again, we're launching a crowdfunding, so I want to start a little demo, and so we get a sense of it, and we have a few people in the room, and maybe other people watching or watching later. The invitation is to do it wherever you are, whenever you are. And then if you can share it or feel like sharing it in the chat or in the YouTube channel, please be invited to share or keep it for yourself. So this is a few of our Story Lab images. And what I invite you to do is to just observe those images. And the first kind of guided question for this particular activity is, what do you see? What do you notice in this image, in the images? Maybe something calls your attention. And you can either write it down or just note for yourself what calls your attention. Every time you would look at the images, something else will see. So now I notice the greenness of the sprouts in the earth. So that calls my attention. So just noticing, and you can name that internally. Or again, if you feel comfortable with sharing in the chat, I see horizons being shared. And if you want to unmute, you can also share. So we can see different things. And that's the beauty of images. So the next question which has a little grammatical error, but it's actually a good one. If it were a story, how would be the protagonist, but it's who. But actually, it's also how. So who or how would be those protagonists? And so who is the protagonist in this story, if it was a story? And it could be human or animal or thing. Who would be the protagonist for you in this story? So we have the birds eating for the fish, waiting from Andy. And we can see different protagonists, different stories. And then we move to where or and how will the story begin? So where is the beginning of the story? Where does it start? It could be a specific image or a place that the beginning is. So what's the once upon a time of this story? Where is the nexus of the story of the birds waiting for the fish and the shipwrecked sailor and of horizons? Where is the beginning of the story? This is the sprouts also and begins in the earth. Great. So once you have a protagonist and a beginning, then the invitation would be to take a few minutes to write a very short story, inspired by at least 3 images with a clear beginning, middle, and end. And so you can use the fact that you choose 3 images so that this is the beginning, this is the middle, this is the end, and you can use more images. And the key with this writing the story, you don't need to be a author or a writer. You just let the images speak and the words write themselves. So that's the secret of writing stories. And then you can share it at least with one person, or you can share it with us in the chat or in the comments, and then see what happens. So I'll give you a little bit of time to write. And again, think about it as almost a haiku story, a very short story, whatever comes in, like a beginning, middle, and end. And we'll take a few minutes to do that. Just let it flow from the beginning of the protagonist and just build a little story with 3 images at least. And again, if you feel like sharing that directly to the chat or the comment, that's a great gift for us, for all of us. Or otherwise, you can keep it for yourself. We already have the first story emerging. And actually, Marilyn, if you want to tell that story, you can unmute, or otherwise I can read that. So maybe I'll just read some of the short stories that we have from Andy. An empty room waiting for someone who isn't coming home. Wow, love this. Tell me a lot about where I am at. Oh, you can unmute. Can we unmute her? Let's see. Okay, Marilyn. Can you unmute now?
Yes.
Do you want to share your story? And you can also point to the images like with our, so we know where to look to.
Very easy. I think the images will be obvious. The story is very short. Sprouts send roots into the earth. Earth grows space. Rooms emerge. And before long, a village emerges. So the top images from right to almost left.
Beautiful. Thank you. And yeah, we can tell many stories sometimes when we tell these stories, and maybe I'll ask Ilaria to intervene here to share a bit the context where we bring that, it's a bit more difficult in such an online format. Then someone starts the story and then someone continues it. So Merlin had a story or beginning of a story, and then maybe Andy can continue it, and so on. And maybe I pass it to Ilaria. If she...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us in this journey into the stories and images. Yeah, I'm just from this, very, very short and simple activity, there is a lot here, right? So there is also Andy, I think, that was writing, wow, this is something about me. And yes, because images are evocative and polysemic, and each one of us is attracted by some element or some color. And it's very fascinated how we can listen to each other and enter each other's world, an imaginary world. And of course, the imaginary world is connected really to our sources, our dreams, our memories, our wounds, our hopes. So yeah, when I said in the beginning there are different dimensions, I was exactly thinking about this because you see there is a creative dimension, of course, and it's about promoting creativity, but under this there is also about training ourselves in listening to each other, in negotiating in groups. For example, when we are asked to co-create a story together in circle, maybe that I see something that another can't see. What emerged, for example, from a group, a mixed group of refugees and Italians, was this sentence that I find very powerful. Help me to see through your eyes what I can't see now. And this is for the image, but in analogy is for example, for a city, or, how I see the future city. Maybe it's very different from another perspective, and how we can make a dialogue among these visions, among these dreams. So there are different dimensions. Now I have the image, of the iceberg model. So there is what you see. Okay, it's maybe a game. It's, yes, also a game that you can play with friends. And it's about creativity, but it's also this practice of listening, this practice of negotiation. And for me, really at the bottom, it's a practice of conflict transformation and peace education. And I think this is very needed in this time of polarization and lack of listening from the earth, or from the heart and from the earth, maybe. And about also the personal and the social, how they are interconnected, as I said before, because of course, when I have a story and I, let's say, invent a story, but from where this story comes from, something that is inside. So it's personal, but also it's social, because I put my fragment into the others' pieces of stories. So it's a social story, a collective story. Yeah. So I want to give also time for questions.
Yes, we basically finished our presentation. We arrived to our last slide, which was Q&A, and also just to share the image of the deck of, or the mock-up of the deck of cards. We're pre-launching the crowdfunding for that. But yeah, I'd be happy to get some questions from you in the chat or speaking, and I'll stop the sharing so we can see each
Yeah,
other.
just another thing, maybe Uri, that we didn't mention about the style of the cards. It's very peculiar because we mixed, you know, the photography style, because we ask people that are in our network to send us photos, answering some questions by photos. And we asked to an illustrator, Yerim Valeria, to put some illustrations on the photographs. Why? Because in our experience, these create this frontier between reality and imagination. And so it's a space that is safe because we are not exposed too much, and there is this call to imagination, but also something that is connected to the reality.
Yeah, I don't know, Andy, or Marilyn, if you want to ask a question or comment.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I've just spent the last few days using Dale, the artificial general intelligence Dale, to produce images, right? And I was just thinking there, if you could put a set of criteria in, you could generate a specific illustration that would, you know, fire off some things. Yeah, and I think that the possibilities for this are endless. It's wonderful, you know.
Yes, yes. You know, this particular illustration, we got an artist from Fiverr to do them based on photos that either I took or we asked people to send us. But I also see that as a potential. Like we can probably teach the AI to create such images. We need to teach it our style. I do feel that and I've been exploring a lot AI, that there is something in the generative AI on the subtle level that doesn't quite do the same thing. You know? Like it's technically perfect almost, or too perfect, and then there is a missing link. But I think that what's interesting in the generative AI is like to open up the space for the limits of it's too difficult, or I cannot do it. I'm not an artist. That's what we're trying to really kind of break in the belief, right? Like the belief that I'm not creative. And that's the sort of thing that we hear a lot, especially from men and in those workshop, elderly men, like, I cannot invent a story, but then they invent a story perfectly. But they're so been educated and convinced that they can't tell a story, they're not creative, that they just kind of put it out there. So it's just to get this breaking through. So I think the generative AI can actually be a creative tool as well, and we can somehow actually build on some way. So but although there is some subtle energy that comes from the artist's intention somehow, that is irreplaceable in my experience.
How hard would it be to train facilitators to facilitate the sessions?
Yeah, I think that's part of our idea, that we want to train more people to use that. And again, we have certain, let's say, exercises that we took from different mixed up things from theater of the oppressed, aesthetic of the oppressed, and other kind of presencing theater work, inspired work, and social arts. And we can we at some point with those cards, we even thought to give the activities with the cards, and then we said we just give the cards and the activities will come kind of as a website or some other thing, also because they keep growing and it's not like a really set thing. And I would say that really the key of facilitating them is really about the listening, and listening to the space and the people, not so much the exercise in itself. Well, the exercise is easy to print on a card, but it's more the listening. But I don't know, Ilaria.
yeah, you know that I had a very strong resistance to to arrive to this point because I'm yeah, I know that there is a difference, you know, from an exercise and a facilitated exercise, because we have, as facilitators, of course, we have premises and we have horizons. And so for me, the meaningful thing is when after an exercise or introducing an exercise, you have this awareness-based approach. So, for example, you allow people to imagine everything. There is no right or wrong answer. There is no right or wrong story. Maybe the thing that you can do after with a group of people is why we told this kind of story. What is about this story? What brings about us this story, for example? The important things maybe are the questions, not the exercise itself, not the output of the exercise, but more, okay, what was about this process? What the story tells about us, about our stories. Because we have stories and we are immersed in stories, you know.
Yeah, we have Mandar. Let me unmute you. Yes.
Sorry, I might know you.
Here we go.
Uri,
Good.
I've seen this when we spoke. I had a question about collaboration. So in my workshops, I take people on a journey inward, and at some point of time, these seemingly polar opposites start seeing the connection with each other. So my question to you is, would you be open to doing this with a meditative component in between, and checking whether the same people now tell different stories because of that inner transformation, that they are no longer that person that was there before, because trauma also defines the story we see, right? So that's where I would love to know if that can be a collaborative experience.
Yeah, I think the short answer is yes, absolutely. And the longer one is, I don't have particular experience with the breath work and the meditation you do directly, but I've been a practitioner of social presence in theater, and Arowana is a meditation practitioner, and I'm also a theater of the press practitioner, and I believe there is at least two approaches for stories that are very different there between East and West. It's kind of Oriental and Western, and kind of it's almost like the SPT is really how to train ourselves to look at things without the story, or from the kind of the and the Western is very drama oriented. It's very kind of the story becomes kind of and everything has wisdom, but it's more like how do we find the balance between that I find fascinating. But I would love to explore that for sure. I don't know, Ilarian. We don't
Yes,
have...
let's see if we have time for the last question or comment or whatever. Also feedback.
I can offer you something, Ilaria and Uri. Thank you very much. This was really inspiring. I'm at the Eco Village Findhorn, and we're working through lots of community and governance and visioning kinds of questions now. And so there's many stories going about. And I thought, oh, this would be an interesting way to maybe give a starter prompt and get the whole community to create a story together and listen to itself, with maybe some little guidelines about where we hope the story might take us. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and imagine also to mix the cards of Storylab and photographs of the city, for example, taken by different kind of citizens, maybe a child, maybe a teenager, maybe a migrant, different perspectives, and put all together. Yeah, it would be interesting to see.
Yeah, that's really great idea to mix the visual. Thank you for that idea.
Yeah, and Joe, we respect the time and we'll move to the presentation from Mander, but I just say that we were in Findhorn, we were doing sort of a journey and we did the We Are Earth journey, and we were in some workshop space. There was not a lot of people because we didn't really know how to publish it, but we actually did some story labbing, early story labbing in Findhorn in one of the community spaces some years
And
ago.
I think one of the imagery is from there, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Interesting.
There is the story, the image of the empty room. That's actually a studio space.
I'll have to go have a look at that.
Yeah, it's a studio space that we were doing the workshop in. Yeah, thank you everyone. And I'm going to take on my host hat and I'll be back to presenting later and passing the presenter hat to Mandar. And
I need to go. Bye.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Should I start, or do you want to take a break, everybody who has been here for the whole 30 minutes, 45 minutes? Should we continue?
I think, yeah.
Start. Okay, all right. So I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to start with a slideshow. Okay, great. Well, I can't see Alexander Laszlo, but he's the one who is my bridge to this LCE tribe. My name is Mandar Apte. I currently am managing a global initiative that actively promotes peace and nonviolence in communities where there is a need. And I don't think there is any single community that doesn't need it. So every single day I wake up and remind myself that, we need to do more. It's a little bit about me because that's the format of the presentation that we were told to fill. I will walk through the top of the things that I have done or have been blessed to have been able to do. I've produced a documentary film. It sits currently on Amazon UK and Amazon US. It was premiered at Paramount Studios by the Chief of Police Los Angeles. And last month it was screened at the US Capitol by 4 congressmen, 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. So the film promotes peace and nonviolence by hosting a journey in India of victims and survivors and perpetrators of violence. Based on that experience, I started the Cities for Peace work, trying to look at how can we bridge the divide. And seemingly it's a divide. Actually, there is no divide. It's just in your intelligence space that there is a divide. There's a logical divide, but at the heart space there is no divide. So the journey that we embark on in the Cities for Peace programs is a journey where we move people from the head to their heart through various activities that are focused on breath meditation practices, spoken word poetry, murals, dance, etc., etc. Prior to these 2 social initiatives, I spent almost 2 decades working at a small oil company called Shell. Most of the time I spent was in the Game Changer program as the manager of the innovation program. So that made a huge difference in my life. And then, of course, I myself became an entrepreneur myself. For the last 21 years, I'm a meditation practitioner and a teacher. So I teach for this large global organization called the Art of Living Foundation. It's a foundation started by India's guru, nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Some people here may also know of his involvement in uh, uh, working with the far gorillas to help them bring them to from bullets to ballots. So I'm associated as a teacher of this foundation. I have never missed a single day of my own yoga meditation practice for 21 years. And that's what keeps me grounded and um, energized, I would say, in the world of turbulence that we are in. This presentation is about the Cities for Peace initiative. The fundamental belief is that peace is not just the absence of conflict. It is maybe an ability that we need to learn, a capacity that we need to build to handle that conflict in a peaceful manner. That conflict need not be just Russia, Ukraine. It could even be in your own home. It could even be generation gap that leads to conflict. So that's where I'm driven to enable people to manage their well-being as they are making these, change-making roles. This background picture is my first entry into this space. This is a group of police officers and gang members and victims of gun violence from the community of Los Angeles that kind of were my guinea pigs 4 years ago. The mission of the nonprofit initiative Cities for Peace is to improve the quality of life by amplifying peace, by amplifying non-violence, and giving people the tools to come back to their nature. Because for me, peace is not anything outside, but it is your nature. For example, when someone becomes angry or frustrated or is sad, we don't like that space that we get into. And we say to ourselves, or we say to our people around us that, hey, I need a timeout. I need to be with myself. That is where that's a clue that our nature is peace. And through our mission, we are giving people the tools and frameworks to go back to our nature. And that nature is, I would say, harmony and peace. Why do we need this? This is data from 2017, 2018 actually. This is America. This is absolutely not the sign of a progressive uh, world power. This is, insult. This is not how we leave the future generation with. This makes me disgusted. But this is the data. This is different types of violence, from homicides, murders, gun violence, shootings, suicides, domestic abuse. This is not a good slide to share, but these are the facts. And different types of violence will exist in different countries. We don't just focus on gun violence. We focus on any type of violence. We understand that when violence happens, it leads to a degradation of public health. It also leads to a deterrence to the business community not to go and do business in those neighborhoods. And quality of life suffers. So most likely people will not want to live in those neighborhoods. So people will want to move out of those neighborhoods. So in urban settings, any type of violence, if it is on the rise, it will lead to a degradation of public health and public safety. Now, that is where we come in. We work with city officials, and this includes law enforcement agencies also. But more importantly, it's the civil society. So, law enforcement should not even be around. And that means that civil society has taken responsibility for public health and public safety. So those are the stakeholders that we work with, mayors of towns, heads of NGOs, heads of foundations, people involved in policy around public health. Through our programs, we are trying to do three things. We are trying to enhance the mental and social well-being of change makers. Often we have found that people that are involved in change making, they will not take care of their own health. So you will see, big numbers of suicides in police officers, for example. The second thing we do is we bring people together who are seemingly not connected, but through our programs, we show them that there is a connection, a human-human connection, through the conversations and the processes that we have in our trainings. And the third, I would say the most important aspect of our programs is to empower people in those neighborhoods to dream of what kind of neighborhood do they want and how do you enhance that happiness quotient in your town. So change making from inside out. And the way we do this is our vision. So it takes a while for community leaders to make it their vision, because in building that shared vision comes an appreciation and acknowledgement that everybody is traumatized in such neighborhoods. And so usually people in these macho roles like city governments, police departments, they are not willing to acknowledge that they are also traumatized. So that takes some while to bring them on board. And then that becomes that shared vision platform that, hey, we need to uplift because this is where we all live. And that is where our work then begins. Two main programs. The first program is called Mindful Leadership. And leadership doesn't just mean, the leader of an organization. It's anybody who has a goal. They need to achieve a goal. That person needs to become a leader. They are a leader. They need to now understand how can they transform their leadership style. So mindfulness practices, meditation practices are the core of this program. And these are practices that will knock your socks off. These are not simple practices. These practices will shake your bones within your body, mind, and spirit. It's kind of an awakening that happens through the science that every emotion has a corresponding breathing pattern. So whenever the emotion changes, like anger, frustration, sadness, immediately we have seen the breath pattern also changes universally. So that's the science that we are using in these programs, is empowering people with very profound breath practices that can knock your negative emotions out so that you are not a slave of those negative emotions. The second program is an ambassador program. So once you have done program number one, if the desire is to learn how to train other people, then that is kind of a boot camp. It's a little bit more intense. So those are the two main programs. This is evaluation that we have done in our programs. We are looking at what they call as positive peace. So not measuring negative peace, but measuring how much capacity was built to promote peace. So these are numbers that are in the higher 80s, early 90s after a 3-month intervention. And this is in Los Angeles. So these are the kind of people that were involved in the program. So as you can see, multi-stakeholder group, data collected after 3 months. I will move forward. I want to show, if there is time, I want to show a 2-minute video, since this might get recorded. So it will be good to show a video. This is a video from a case study we were doing to enhance community police relations. So these are the goals. We want to improve communication. We want to increase collaboration. And that happens only when there is trust. So that's a short video I will just play. And let me make sure that I share my screen and the sound. Yeah. Hi, Andy, can you see this?
You breathe in, you go up. When you breathe out, you let go. Inside this room itself,
Yes, we can see it. Maybe do a full screen.
Unlikely group of people, in a way even they never thought possible.
When it first started, I thought he was crazy.
Day one, I got out of the car and I saw Chief Cato, and I'm like, oh snap, the police.
A bit skeptical, something different. Officers, former gang members, LA residents who admit they had a negative view of police now look forward to these moments when they can get together to just breathe.
We're all human and we're all trying to walk this earth, trying to find answers and trying to live a better life.
The man connecting this unlikely group, Mandar Apti, with Cities for Peace.
It has to start somewhere.
Apti and his program promote non-violence in a notoriously violent place, South LA. And that is why Apti picked this area to introduce deep breathing, meditation, and yoga.
If LA can become the change, then it creates a ripple effect.
At first, these people were skeptical, but eventually, all of that floated away, and they became believers.
It helped me a lot with this exercise. We can come together as a community and, God, make it better.
It works. It got me to live in the now. It's a peaceful place.
These exercises arm everyone here with compassion, empathy, and self-control.
The breathing was good because it taught me how to relax and how to be within my body, mind, and soul.
If I can control my breathing, I can control my thoughts, therefore I can control my actions.
That includes officers out on calls.
We've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Who have to arrest people.
We're a little bit more understanding in terms of how they feel.
This group quickly realized not only did breathing connect them, but so did their passion, commitment, and desire to make Los Angeles a safer place.
The connection, the understanding, how we're all human, and how if we think peace, we can be peace.
Something so simple, creating bonds, forging friendships.
I was able to see past the uniform and see them as human beings, and I would like to think from the experience that they were able to see me in the same light.
Everybody was comfortable, we were hugging, and I will continue to do it.
The mastermind giving all the credit to the people who are willing to try. He calls this a beautiful experiment and says this is just the beginning.
An avalanche of peace and love. Because non-violence is simply love.
Adrian Arambulo for Life Connected.
Okay, that was that. That program changed my life. I never assumed when I went to the United States as a student that I'll be doing this at some point.
This group has also done yoga and paint.
Going back to the case study. Sides. It can be school violence. It could be, community tension between refugees and local people. The cornerstone of the program is the same. So, like I said, we are looking at not reducing violence, but we are looking at promoting peace. And that requires a step change in the thinking. So we are looking for enlightened leaders who understand that violence can happen anywhere, it can happen anytime. And how am I using the peaceful time to build the capacity for promoting that peace onwards? Yeah, and that is where it's nice to work with groups like LCE, because sometimes, people who are not traditional peace builders can do a much better job. For example, a local dentist, right? A lot of trust. It's the #1 trusted occupation in the United States, a dentist, a chef, a restaurant. So if you bring these type of non-traditional peacemakers who already have trust, that's how I think we can scale peace. That is what our learning has been. Uri, I'm going to just combine my second half hour in just the next 3 slides so that we don't need to talk about this again. This is our third program. This program helps us to scale. And the reason we created this program, it's an online program, is because violence has become an epidemic. At least I can speak for the United States. It's an epidemic. And whenever it happens, for example, a mass shooting in a school, many of us, we feel helpless. We feel like, shit, what can I do? That's the spirit of where this module was made, that don't feel helpless. Take this online program and bring it in your own child's school. Bring it in your own church, bring it in your own organization. so that you are actively promoting peace. You cannot change the world, but maybe you can change the world you can influence. So these are the three components of this online program. Roughly 1 hour is what it takes. And it creates an awareness about trauma and the role of healing my trauma. And that's why violence perpetuates. And second, what it does is it creates an experience of how people who have been traumatized during their journey in India, we are sharing with them these breath and meditation tools, and they are sharing how it has benefited them. So through a storytelling format, we are inviting the people who watch this module to manage their own trauma, right? So that is how it has been creatively made. It consists of, like I said, a documentary film, peace building work in LA, the framework for healing and negative emotions, and guided breath and meditation practices that are very safe to do and easy to learn. All this happens in 1 hour, so a teacher can play it in the classroom. You can bring it in a church setting after church service, etc., and make it like an educational activity, right? So there is a facilitation guide, so that person who is facilitating the module doesn't have to be a yoga teacher, doesn't have to be a meditation teacher, but he or she will feel that I am promoting peace through this educational online format. And this is where we are at now. We are trying to create a business model where, just like there is a business of violence, so child trafficking, drugs, people are making money from these activities, and hence these activities grow. So we are trying to see whether can peace also be profitable. So what we are testing is a business model where an affiliate, whether it's an organization or an individual, number one, does this program, likes the program, wants to stand up for peace, then we invite them to choose their own sale price, whatever that pricing mechanism for their own clients, stakeholders are, and they keep 50% of the revenue. So that's the business model that we have found has created interest in kindred spirits, that the world is now very turbulent and you can be based anywhere and you are selling peace, right? That's the business model that we want to create, because peace and prosperity need to go hand in hand. And we would love to know if there are any co-founders that would like to get involved, and we can, discuss it if there is interest. The last slide that I have is what was asked was, how can LCE help? So if there are people in your engagement circles in cities, especially where there is violence, then share with them about this approach of reducing violence by promoting peace. Maybe attend the programs yourself, or schedule a program for a group of stakeholders you want to influence online. Time to time, we host journeys to India now that the pandemic is behind us. So if you would like to take a time out and spend 15 days with a group of kindred spirits, come on a journey to India. And if you like these programs, especially the online program, integrate it in your own offerings, so that we are, moving forward and not ignoring peace, not ignoring mental health. That is what I feel that could be the call to action for my co-founders. And that's it. My presentation is done, 25 minutes. So if you want to ask any questions or make it a discussion. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Mandar. And just, you have 7 minutes for this, but you put together the two together, right? So so you have more time. Yeah, okay, cool. I guess I have a lot of questions, but I want to see if there are other questions. Nathaniel, just jump in, maybe.
Yes. Well, I just want to say, first of all, I really enjoyed our conversation maybe a year ago, and I've been dreaming about working with you ever since, and I'm just delighted that we're both LCE co-founders now. And so as you know, Mandar, the Bildung component of the Sonic or neighborhood parliament movement is really important. And I think that the work that you're doing would be just a wonderful way to sort of have that kind of a module that we can bring into every neighborhood that we're engaging with. And so I just wanted to pop in to kind of put a placeholder in where our conversation has been so far, and to say that basically, would it be okay? Like we've put, I probably should have reached out to you to get you involved in some of the fundraising that we've done over the last year. But would it be all right if anytime we're doing fundraising for work in the UK in the future, that we think there it could possibly fit, that we would come to you to ask, to make this a component in that, sort of neighborhood organizing program?
Yeah, I mean, just no problem at all.
Okay, wonderful. I mean, frankly, that's the only thing that I wanted to ask, because I just I see this as being really obviously compatible and as filling a gap, that because we've got a lot of the other successful pieces, but the thing that you're doing really stands out as being different from what other people have figured out.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely no problem.
That's me.
We have Andy who raised his hand.
Yeah, I was thinking about your business model, and I was thinking that there's almost two different layers to this, isn't there? There's the layer that says there's a burning platform, there's a lot of violence in the world, so immediately people might want to say, how can we stem this? But I think what Nate suggested is that the bigger work's almost in the much more subtle foundation that you can grow. Where the problem is there might not be so much understanding of the need for it, but actually there is, because that's the basic foundation, isn't it? So it's an interesting one, Mandar, that yeah, how do you get this everywhere so that it's not the firefighting bit isn't necessary, right? So yeah, that's something that I'll talk to Ferial about, because I think that's really interesting. Well, and you, but I think that's really interesting, especially with this Global Academy for City Mayors and city leaders. So how do we get that in under the radar? But yeah, anyway, just thinking out loud. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, see, peace is everybody's nature. It's a birthright. So Maslow will tell you that your bottom of the pyramid is food, clothing, and shelter. And if you come to the villages of India, people don't have food, clothing, and shelter, and they are much more happy, much more peaceful. They sleep much better than a millionaire. So that Maslow's triangle doesn't apply. It's a nonsense Western framework, right? Peace is your nature. Contentment is your nature. And that's fundamental education of how do you come back to your nature is missing in today's education. We are educating people on how to create business models, scale up, la 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 la. But what are we not educating is how do I manage my emotions so that I don't become a victim of my emotions. Today, if I'm angry, nobody will want to work with me. So that is where I think we have to reimagine, make it, it has to percolate. And so our focus is go to people who really need it. So it's the victims of violence, it's the survivors of violence, it's the law enforcement that, has a lot of stress. I don't know how these guys do their job. And they're programmed to not say that they are mentally not well. So that is where we have to go and help them. So recently, 200 officers did this module in Seattle PD, and we have researched on how these techniques have helped them sleep better, more energy, etc., which is obvious. But having that Seattle PD mark on this research is going to make other police officers also inquisitive that, maybe these American officers, maybe we should try it in the UK. Right? So that is how I think our network of networks is where I got most excited about the LCE tribe, that this is a tribe that is a network of networks. So now that the proof of concept, I would say, has been done, how do I plug into a network of network? So yes, Marilyn.
Thank you, Mandar. Very inspiring. I did some work with the justice system when I was in Canada for a number of years, and I know that I think they would be very inspired with your work. And I know in our tribe of networks, lovely way of putting it, we have David Gershon, and he's doing his work with Peace on Earth hubs. I'm just wondering, have you encountered David yet? Oh, we have to make an introduction there, because he's been working on a global basis and has a learning program. And I think it would be very powerful to integrate the work that you're doing with what David is doing. And I think that's something that we'll have to do.
Thank you. Marilyn, have you come to India? Have you visited India?
Yes, I have. Yes. But I would always welcome an invitation to come back.
No, so I was telling Ferial and Alexandro Laszlo that maybe we should do a 2-week LCE co-founders trip. That way we get to bond with each other, dip in the Ganges, like do this kind of immersive experience. And now that the pandemic is behind us, like this is a good place to network, but there's no, face-to-face travel, eat together. It's a much better experience.
Yes, I was thinking that when you were talking too. So that's something else I think that we could, create the field of possibility and do that, because I think it's powerful that we would not only bond together. We did that last year when we went to Switzerland, and it did make a huge difference. So I also love that we would be able to be practicing peace, I think, not just seeing India, but being learning for individual people and together, and also hopefully in community. When I do work and in various workshops, I always like to leave a gift behind in the community. So that would be a question I would put to you is, if we came with LCE to India, what is it that we could leave as a gift? Because I think you would be giving us a huge gift of not only the experience of the culture, but of your way of enabling and emerging peace.
This is fantastic. So I have just been appointed as an advisor to a UN project to build youth-led peace building. So what I can easily offer, because I'm now connected with a network of schools here, is we give every LCE founder some time to mentor students in action and create like a passport, school 1, 2, 3, and at the end of the trip, 15 of us have touched the lives of 15,000 children.
That's beautiful. And I think yesterday you were also on the Planet Learning Institute, weren't you, with Pavel, and you were talking about peace there. And and they were talking at another session about with the youth. So I'm very excited about this possibility.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just another connection to make there is with the Children's Parliaments movement, which also originated in India. I've had the pleasure of connecting with several children's prime ministers of India who are extremely inspiring people. And
I don't know when, I have no idea what this is about.
There's a lot of people in India, it turns out. There's now a provisional World Children's Parliament, and I've had the pleasure of being an adult supporter for that for a few years. I I'm just thinking that this might connect well to the work that you're doing, Mandar. So, I'd be happy to introduce you to people. And if that's so, Joseph Ratnam has been a lead trainer for launching children's parliaments across India. And so, obviously he's a co-founder now. So you could just ask him directly. But he hasn't he's kind of pulled together a coordinating group for people supporting children's parliaments across India. But it's now gone sort of global, and some of his former, a former child prime minister of India, Swarnalakshmi Ravi, is kind of the lead support person for the Provisional World Children's Parliament, and they've had some contact with the UN also. So I'm just thinking that if you're doing that peace building thing, they might want to take up that work that you're offering.
I will reach out to Joseph. We have had some WhatsApp exchange, but thank you for letting me know. I will take that as an action.
I want to also kind of restart the conversation, because we did move between half an hour, and just recap if someone joined on the YouTube at this point, saying like, we had Mandar, still have Mandar up there talking about Cities for Peace, and then also Be the Change. So it's two programs actually. It's two in one presentation here, and we're having a conversation about, I think, synergies and within the LCE and the different kind of people that we are and could be. Just maybe I also have a question about Be the Change and some kind of problematizing questions. So if you want, I can send you some hard questions. But it's not necessarily hard questions, but coming from an experience of war, as a soldier in Israeli army and witnessing war, I know what you mean about peace. I was able to find peace in very unlikely situation underground in Gaza 20 years ago, just by being in the earth. But that's an exception. It's so I'm an exception right now, and there is so many mechanisms, and I'm watching, and I don't live there, but I see so many mechanisms that sort of perpetrate the idea of war. And how do we break those barriers in a way? And two thoughts came to my mind. What if violence or war is a disease? So what if it's a social disease that we need to think about it as a disease? And then if it's a disease, then we need to think like, what are the systems that are hurt, and how do we allow those systems to heal? It's not just kind of giving it medicine, but rather kind of creating the conditions for the body to heal from violence. And when I go into that direction, again, I'm wondering about collective trauma and what your thoughts or feeling about, like, again, the woundedness over the woundedness. And again, coming from a background of Jewish German and working on my own work and seeing how violence is a lot of time a perpetration or reperpetration of trauma. And finally, I have something more has to do with the affiliate and the logistics. But maybe I'll start with this, like these questions with that, and I'll go to the logistical one.
Yeah, I mean, see, your experience is your experience, and unless you have that transformative experience, you will be stuck in a pattern, right? So that's the role of shocks in our life, like divorce, tsunami, earthquake, riot. It wakes you up, right? What the hell, right? That moment can be perceived as, oh shit, something bad happened. But actually, in the grand scheme of things, it's an amazing experience. You are no longer that same person, right? So that is where I feel war is the worst act of reason. It's the worst act of reason. It's I would say the last thing that any sane person should even be thinking about. So that's where I come from, that give peace a chance, but it cannot happen unless that inner awakening happens. Right? So that's where just telling people, Israelis and Palestinians, okay, forget about what happened, it's not enough, you know. So that's where some tools have to be given. Just like there is a whiteboard or a blackboard in the classroom, and the teacher writes with a chalk or a pen, right? And it's all filled. That's our mind. It's filled with impressions. So now you need a duster. You need a duster that you can clean it. And there are still some impressions that a duster cannot do. So you need a wet piece of cloth. And there are still some impressions that one wet piece of cloth still will not help. So you'll have to do once more and twice more till that impression reduces its intensity. So that's the analogy of our mind or the subconscious, you know, that there is some retention, and that retention happens more easily with negative events than positive events. Right? So that's again our experience that you and I may be friends and we would have gone to birthday parties, movies, picnics, but I forget to call you on your birthday 2 times in a row. And your mind and memory is going to say, dude, I invest so much time, this man doesn't even call me on his birthday, like, and then that's it. Relationship breaks happen. Something stupid. Why? Because the mind or memory has retained the negative experience, glorified it, and it has forgotten the positive experiences. So this training of our inner world, mind, intellect, memory, ego, how do you refine this inner complex? And that is where the science of breath, pranayama, meditation practice has been there for thousands of years. And students have come to India, to a guru, to learn how to liberate, how to be free. But that's not enough now. You can't wait for people to learn and come to a point where they are looking for liberation, nirvana, enlightenment. You can't wait for it. So you have to take it to people. Right? Because as a leader, every leader is making decisions, and that decision, one wrong decision, can impact so many families. So that's where we have to take the science of these indigenous cultures, whether it's music, art, dance, whatever that science may be. I am representing the science and culture of India because that's where I am born and brought up, and this science has healed me personally. So I can stand up for it, and everybody is breathing. So you cannot say, no, 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 I will not breathe, right? So that's my long answer to your question. Trauma basically, is also intergenerational, and it's also land-based. Sometimes the trauma word can be associated with karma. It also sounds similar, karma, trauma, right? So karma is the fruit of the action, and that perpetuates through your DNA. So karma of the land, like that Middle Eastern land has a karma. So
yeah, thank you for sharing that. And yeah, I feel that it is a journey, and the threads are weaving. I don't know if you know, but Israel is for years after the army. It's like a ritual almost to go to a big trip, and India is one of the destinations. So India and South America, it's mostly go there, and I think a little bit maybe unknowingly or kind of even there is a sort of reintegration through finding all those practices from the war. Unfortunately, the situation, then you get back, like you said, like the 7th of October, just boom, it like all the work, it seems like all the work that was done reset to zero. I don't think it reset to zero, but it's like yeah, it's so easy to activate this victim survival, whatever fear that it seems, yeah, it is sad. I had something about this affiliate model, which
think,
I
you know,
wish.
it's
Yeah.
I think we are living in 2024, and the high time it is a high time to call out the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is there are certain cultures that believe they are pure, others are impure. They are whatever chosen God, and others are kafir. Okay, up to that point is fine. Next level of belief, and the next level of belief is they don't deserve to live. That is where the problem now begins. So that is where it has to be called out, that we are all a connected society. I need to respect you, but you have to respect me also. As long as we honor life, all is fair game. You can pray to the east, I can pray to the west. We don't need to talk and agree on everything, but honoring life, that has to be fundamental. It's 2024. So that is where the belief starts, and that thought becomes action. And it's a business. Like I said, it's all business. There is a business model here. So that can only transform when people awaken from within. We have to continue that awakening process and focus on the young people. They should not have baggage. So
Yeah, thank you. I want to say about this education, if it's okay. And I'm going to take it to the business model of Cities for Peace and be the change. And again, I will be a provocator one more time. I promise. Just one more time. At least here in Italy, the challenge of now accepting your offer is one, translating it to Italian, because English will not do for our ecosystem. So it's very practical question of translation and how to do that, and the effort it take and the work it take on that. And the other thing is we try to work with schools here, which I think is the most important thing. The problem is the schools don't have money, or or they say they don't have money, but they and getting the schools to do the program and get it in, it has to do with funding and has to do with things. And I wonder if part of this affiliate program should also be somehow mentoring or supporting people to get the program working where they are, both in terms of language, but also in terms of funding it, because sometimes the people that really need it cannot pay for it. So even the school, so just if that's something you thought through in the business model or
So I'm an innovator, and the innovator's job is to innovate and solve the problem. So your first problem is language, that we can translate. It's $1 per minute. English can be translated to Italian. That audio file we can integrate in that video file. That's done. So 1 hour program, $60 done. Okay. Getting it into schools, I would say very simple. Find 5 Indian restaurants. Okay, that means there are 5 Indian businessmen. Ask them to sponsor in one school and invite them to give certificates at the end of the thing. Nice photographs, nice article in the newspaper. That's your content that you have created. Interesting, beautiful video of screening experience in Italiano, and that's it. That's the marketing material you need, and you make it attractive for parents to say, hey, I want to sponsor the screening in my child's school. And you choose your own price, yeah, so don't make it $1 million. So keep it so simple that anybody should say, oh, $200, euros, I'll do it.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what you just gave me as the mentoring.
Yeah, that of course that I will offer, and I'm offering it through you to other people who will listen. That innovator's job is to solve problems, right? We solved 2 problems right now. So next time you go to an Indian restaurant, make friends with the owner and just say, I want to invite you as a chief guest. Will you come?
Well, it's difficult to find good Indian restaurants in general, but I know that in Pisa, in the city of Pisa, there probably are 5 Indian restaurants. So I'll work on that lead. I take it as a lead. I'll even try it with Chinese. There's more Chinese than Indian, and Italian. Who knows? I think it's a good promising lead. So thank you for that.
Or there will of course be India-Italy Business Chamber of Commerce. There will be businesses that are doing millions of dollars business between India and Italy. All you need is one. All you need is one. Make sure that it is documented. And that person you ask, do you know one more person? You know, there is so much wealth in the Indian community, NRI community, that if you even think about, like I know a friend who's now an Italian citizen, Indian guy, Italian citizen. He has enough money. If you give him a proposal that, okay, can I bring 20 teachers from 20 different schools on a 10-day journey in India? You can travel with us, Mr. Billionaire. We can go to your village. So just one, all you need is one school, one person, and then document it. And that's your rolling.
Yeah, I know. I like it, and I think it's great. I'm not sure if you even should call it affiliate. I think you should call it a mentoring program or ambassador program, because what you're offering is much more than a regular affiliate link where you just kind of just do the thing. But it's that value of how to get the work done, which is mostly the where a lot of people get stuck. Like how to
I actually, I was just before this call, I was speaking with somebody in the UK who has done the module, and he wants to help, but he's stuck. He says, okay, what should I do next? And I said, okay, don't think big. Just think of 5 people that trust you and bring them on a call with me. Okay, so now you think about those 5 people that have a potential to take it to the next level. Okay, so one person he brought was the owner of what is the travel tourism, the sightseeing buses in London, the red bus, they stop and go.
Nathaniel will know. I hope Nathaniel knows. I don't know.
But you know what I'm talking about, right? These are red buses that stop and you can board them and look at the sightseeing and then board the next bus. Yeah, that business he runs. So I asked him, how much is your footfall every day? So it is close to 30,000 people every month, roughly. 1,000 people every day. And I said, what is your price? So he said, for a full day tour, hop on, hop off, whatever that analogy is, it's 29 pounds per person. So I said, can you add 1 more pound per person? We'll give them the module at 1 pound per person. But you need to now write an emotional appeal to them saying, you are our customer. It's a turbulent world. We care about your personal well-being. Now this is a gift from us, subsidized, 1 pound. Watch it with your own family. Okay, so anybody who's paying 29 pounds, they will not think twice to 30 pounds. But what do we get? We get 30,000 customers every month. That's a lot. And the module becomes a Trojan horse. What it has done with the parent? It has shown them India, so they can travel to India. It has shown them peace building in LA, so they can think, oh wow, can we do it in my city?
I would love to talk with this person, Mandar.
Can I bring this module in my own child's school selfishly? So for all this, I'm subsidizing my price to 1 pound. So that is where, the affiliate actually is not an affiliate. You are right. It's an ambassador of also. So
it's a It's a peace business school / mentoring program.
Peace. I'll give you the Seattle example. Okay, Seattle, Nathaniel, Seattle police chief has done my online workshop, meditation workshop. And so I told him that, hey, this is my module. Your officers are not going to raise their hand and say, Chief, I have a mental health problem. Don't ask them, just give it to them. And so he said, what's your price? So I said, it's $50 per person, but for you, $1 per officer. So that's what they have now paid. It's a Trojan horse. It goes in the heart and mind of the officer. All I need is one officer that will go to the chief, watch my peace building work in LA, and tell the chief, we need to bring Mandar in Seattle. So that's it's it's like a Trojan horse. So but now what I have to do is I have to prove that business model, that just like I have made money and promoted peace over the last 4 years, anybody can do it. That's where I need a network of networks, that people who are already doing service, people who are already thinking about peace, harmony, trauma healing, right? This is just one more modality to make money for them also. Like think of a yoga studio, Nathaniel. Like, so many people must be going to the yoga studio. Okay, $10 an hour, whatever, $20 an hour. So yoga teacher actually is a game changer. He or she must at least know 500 students in their city. But they don't do anything with that network. They have a huge network. So that's where the potential is, that peace and money, prosperity, both. So let's see. But yeah, Uri, I think the translation is easy. I know a service that can translate English to Italian. It's $1 per minute.
Yeah, well, it's we can do automatic. Ilaria can translate, and yeah, who knows? I was just looking the tower, the Tower of Pisa. So I just checked how many people visit it every year. So in 2018, there was 1.5 million visitors in the Tower of Pisa. That's 2018. It's probably went down in COVID and went back up again, and from all over the world. And they just go there and come back. Like they don't usually see the city. They just go up the tower. They pay maybe 30 euro for a ticket. We can talk with the the museum.
Yeah, correct. Correct. No, I think that's my role, is to help think through and scale. That is where we have to think. Like all these Israeli people that come, right? They're all young. They've just finished their military. And data, according to me, it's about 50,000 per year. That's a lot of people. They are staying in India. They are whatever doing smoke and drugs in the mountains. Like I'm sure they are doing all of that also.
Yeah.
But they are ambassadors. They can be ambassadors. They can be trained. They can.
If you just get 1% of them to become peace ambassadors, you might change the Middle East.
Absolutely, yes. And we cannot give hope because you have no idea who we will meet. Right. I met with the ambassador. I met with the Consul General, Israeli Consul General, Mumbai, a few months ago. They don't show any interest, I think. I don't know why, but they don't show any interest. So we don't need a political person. We need a civil society. We need a school teacher. We need a nurse. That's where I think going to a bureaucrat is no use.
Yeah. I have some thoughts. So let's see if we can get that happen. Nathaniel, we're 2 minutes towards the end of this, and Nathaniel, if you want to share something more or add.
Well, no, I'm just as I said, whatever many minutes ago that was, I need to follow up with Mandar, and I guess I'll just say that helping local people sell the transformative packages, certainly including the kind of work that you're offering, Mandar, but also including various other elements of it, has been something that I have been wanting to make possible for a long time and just haven't gotten the systems together. And I'm hoping that this is the time when I'll be able to offer that to people. So let's just see.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you for this engaging discussion. Uri, I send my prayers and blessings to your region. We are all struggling. I have no idea what we should be doing. So if you know anybody from that region who is looking for peace of mind, mental well-being, I'm happy to do free sessions. So gather them online. I'm happy to share whatever I know. At least I want to help them move from helplessness to that state of openness, right?
Yeah, I will. So I am part of some activist network like Combatants for Peace, and that they are already kind of awakened in some level, but I think there is work, and maybe I can figure out other partnerships. So I'll keep searching in my mind, see who to connect with, and I think
like
we're.
I said, if you know these members and if you know them that they are physically in the Middle East, and
Yes.
after you do the module and if you like it, for this stakeholder group, free or $1 per person, like no price. Let's give it. But first you vet it, yeah. you see it first.
Yeah. It's on my to view list.
Thank you for hosting. This was a very engaging conversation. Thank you, Nathaniel.
Thank you, Mandar. And we're supposed to have Raquel now, but I don't see her. So I think what I will do is I'll keep the room open. Just if you didn't get to eat, you can get to eat or watch. I was eating ravioli before, that's why I was not on camera. But yeah, we'll just hold the space and see if Raquel shows up. And yeah, thank you all for being and watching. And maybe we take this pause to rest and reflect and be.
Woke up, found love night in the store. Looked up this morning, saw somewhere, baby, it's part of me, apart from me. You're laying waste to hollow. You fucked it, friend, it's on its head, it struck the street. You're in Milwaukee off your feet. And once I knew I was not magnificent. Straight above the highway. Chicken bacon stick with us. And I could see for miles, miles, miles. Third and lake, it burnt away the whole way. Was where we learned to celebrate. Automatic bodies, you tough for me. That night you made me liberate. Not the need, nor the thread that us to crew. See nothing that's enough for me. And once I knew I was not magnificent. All far from the highway. Chicken bacon stick with us. And I could see for miles, miles, miles. Christmas night, clutch the light, the hollow bright. Above my brother right, and saying it's fine. We smoked the screen to make it what it was to be. And I don't know it, I don't know.
It's just a restless feeling by my side. Early dawning, Sunday morning. It's just the wasted years so close behind. Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at all. Sunday morning, and I'm falling. I've got a feeling I don't want to know. Early dawning, Sunday morning. It's all the streets you crossed not so long ago. Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at all. Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at all. Sunday morning, Sunday morning, Sunday morning.
So, I think in about 2 minutes we'll start. We had a little break, and hope Raquel is well and maybe could present another time or at a later time. Can you hear me? Hopefully.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
What about sharing?
Yes, I will.
Perfect.
Yes, so I'm putting on my presenter hat again, and I'll be sharing about Bama maps, and then straight after theater that reconnects, and let's see. Maybe I'll also do like Mander. If I have more time, I might do one after another and give more time to questions. We'll see. So I'll share screen, and I'm presenting this one as me, but also with Ferial and a team. So Ferial currently cannot attend and is dealing with personal family thing, and just sending good energy for her and for Adrian, and thanking her for all the work with LCE and also with this project called Bama Maps. And I will present it. So Bama Maps, who are we? Is an international growing team of nature-inspired learners, educators, and change facilitators who believe in the power of nature and play to inspire more aliveness everywhere. There is a quote here: "Maps are spaces too." So the map is not the territory, but the map is also the spatial awareness space where we organize our knowing. And in Bama Maps, which is built on two words for space, ba and ma in Japanese, with ma being a favorite word of my dear teacher and meditation and movement teacher, Arawana Hayashi, which comes from the word in Japanese for the empty space or the negative space or the space of pause, of silence, where we also rest, where we are in stillness. And if you think about the Japanese kind of garden or Zen garden, you can appreciate maybe this idea of the empty space. And the ba again is has different meaning, but a Japanese scholar also framed it as the space of knowledge or shared knowledge, and making a connection with Ba and internet system as knowledge system. And Bama together is in Hebrew conveniently also stage or elevated platform. And maps is the spatial awareness technology. So this is a little bit about the name. And our core idea right now is that we are about quest for well-being, inspiration, and health. And the goal is to get more awareness, more time in nature, more playful living, more mindful inspiration, and less stress and disconnection. We aim to make it easy for creators, all sorts of creators, facilitators, coaches, trainers, educators, leaders, to ideate, design, lead, and promote nature-inspired learning at scale by leveraging latest advances in generative AI, XR, extended reality, augmented reality, virtual reality, and the benefits of play in nature. How can LCE support the product or the practice is provide the ideal, Living Cities Earth provides the ideal platform to meet new quest makers or creators and contexts where they could be implemented, projects, organizations, and cities. So right now, what the form that is it taking is we're building a quests or a quest maker's platform, which should make it easy to create engaging experiences that integrate nature-inspired learning in everyday life using also new technologies. The target audience are inspired leaders that would like to take on the quest for themselves or for their context, being it city, organizations, etc. Quest creators that are the one that create those nature-inspired quests for the learners or the participants, who will also be kind of we will be sharing revenue with them, so that will also become one of their way to be sustainable. And the natural learners, which is all of us, potentially are natural learners, that are people that will be engaging with the quests as a nature-inspired learning experiences. So now I'll move to our pitch, and we're in a pitch moment. I've been pitching to several accelerators to get us to the MVP, or minimum viable product, or most valuable practice going forward. So I'll do quickly our pitch, which is Bama Maps Nature-Inspired Learning. And I'll be timing myself because I need to exercise to do that in 3 minutes. The problem is, what is the problem that we are dealing with is disconnection. So work stress, mental illness, global anxiety are on the rise. Wars, climate change, just the routine and the daily life and the war on our attention in the digital spaces is highly affecting. And we're living through what some people call a mental health pandemic. And through by the World Health Organization, this is from 2 years ago, 264 million suffer from depression and other mental health conditions. I also heard recently that it's estimated that by 2030, depression particularly would be the most common and the most expensive disease on the planet. So what do we do about that? So our solution is based on a simple equation. Play times nature square equals aliveness. So as Albert Einstein used to say towards the end of his life, look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better. And there's a little warning here sign, play and nature could get you deeply inspired. And if you think in some of the greatest inventions and aha moments in history, you will find that they happen near or around nature. So inspiration and aliveness through nature and play. How do we plan to get there? So there is a partnering model. So currently we're partnering with Living Cities as an ecosystem of innovative leaders, helping 10,000 cities become places where people and nature thrive. We're also developing a collaboration with Breaks Finland, which is the leading corporate marketplace that provides happiness as service in Finland and worldwide, and a choice of high quality well-being solutions. We're also open for new partnerships, some that we cannot discuss right now and some that we'll discuss with you. The idea is to launch an AI-powered or assisted quest maker. Going through this, I'll just bring another quote of Marie Curie: nothing in life is to be feared, it's only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more so that we may fear less. Looking at the other players in our field, we are seeing a rise with the digital mental health apps in last years, namely Calm Headspace, Insight Timer. Like that, our platform will have daily practices, group practices, also that are community-led, so groups, as well as XR ready, so ability to implement in a virtual or augmented reality, as well as AI assisted assistance. And we make it easy for creating those quests that create nature-inspired learning practices and that are easily to embed into everyday life. Maybe through Leonardo da Vinci, we'll just bring about nature alone is the master of true genius. That's just a little bit more about inspiration and nature. The impact, the Maps quests motivate walking outside, reflective practices, and socially connecting activities, thus increasing inspiration, creativity, and health levels of people and their communities. And we estimate that by using the platform and the quest, people can increase by a considerable way their time in nature, and in that their level of inspiration and health will grow. I'm way over my 3 minutes, but here I have more, so I'll just take a bit more time to speak about the business model, which is a community-led marketplace of creative nature quests, offering premium features like AI-powered smart avatars, project reporting, and generative AI tools to professionals in the private and public sector. And so it's a marketplace of solutions and quests, and that is free access to users and creators with some premium features, especially connected with allowing to interact with kind of personalized, customized AI assistants, or we call it smart avatars, and project reporting. So kind of the creators could get anonymous yet indicative information about how those practices are being implemented and the effects of them, potentially also being integrated in larger scale interventions with private and public sector. And the market of well-being market is growing, so is the corporate well-being and the digital well-being market. And we can see that phenomena like ChatGPT, the NFT from the year before, and in general games show us that there is a high interest in play and creativity and the technology space, and people are eager for something new. The team includes, this is not everyone in the team, but me and Ferial are co-founders. We're incorporated in the UK. Cristiano is a developer from Italy and working with us. There are others that are not on the slides that are supporting us, and we're also calling you and other people to join, both as advisors and as team members. Bring this quote here: "Every dream begins with a dreamer," Harriet Tubman. And we are raising our founders round with a target of 360,000 euro or pound equivalent, and for a 9% equity, a pre-money evaluation of 3.6 or 4.6. And we're doing that through applying to accelerators, but also we are calling already for quest creators, so creative nature quest creation. And we are having a demo day in 21 of February, where we're going to show a little bit what we're already creating. And we are interested to already start to onboard the potential nature quest makers. So if you're a nature quest maker, potentially, and you want to learn with us how to ideate, design, create, and train AI-assisted models to create nature quests with us, then we're very interested in that, as well as pilot projects and use cases that we can develop as a proof of concept or fit to market, depending on the context. And yes, I'm going to move to the last slide and check my timer. That was 9 minutes, but I took my time here. And I'll just say that I'm really interested to hear more questions and see if people here that are listening want to ask something about that. Otherwise, I'll take a little break and move to the next one. Just checking. I'll stop sharing. Okay. Marilyn.
Hi, Yuri. Yeah, another winner here, I would say. This looks very interesting. So I'm not sure that I grasped everything that you were proposing. I tend to be a person who goes out into nature and does activities on my own. I do enjoy going with friends, but I don't actually need them. I'm willing to do the sort of interaction on my own. But in this kind of quest, is that something an individual would do, is track that, or do you need to do it with a group?
That's a great question. So because we are building a platform, we imagine the quest creators will define the parameters, but what you're talking about, it's actually more even common what you're talking about, that the quest is something that I do on my own in relationship with others. So, for example, let's take a case of the program Mander spoke about. So this could be translated into a quest where you kind of take the training walking to places in nature. So you would be doing it on your own, but other people will be doing that. And through the platform, you would kind of get a chance to exchange with them, not necessarily when you're out in nature, but rather more in between. So I think it will be built in order for you to experience it on your own. And in that sense, the quest is a sort of support for your own reflection. So you might already do that nature connection. So then it's just another way to interact with that and getting new fresh input to it. The other use case is for people that maybe otherwise would not do it. So it's to get them playfully into that experience and then get the benefit from it.
Right. Yeah, I'm also going to suggest that you might like to look at David Gershon's Peace on Earth game, because the game is featured, I think there's 8 themes to it. And so each of the weeks has a different theme, and it would be like a quest. And so anyway, I just suggest that if you haven't already looked at it, have a look at
Well,
it.
I just heard about it today because I had a meeting with Kara, which is also a co-founder,
Yes. Mhm.
and she mentioned him. So I already was looking up. I never heard of him, and she suggested that we meet for some projects. But what I understand from what she told me, and I feel there are more than, and we see, I see there's more of this questing happening. Also, there's a project by Frederic Laloux, The Week, and
Oh
other
yes,
people.
the week. I've done that too. Yes.
That's another type of quest. I consider it a quest. And the difference between a quest and a challenge. So there is a lot of social media posts around challenges, and they're usually like people doing stupid things in front of the camera, and that's a challenge. And which is fine. And there's also yoga challenges and fitness challenges. But the difference between a quest and a challenge is that a quest it unfolds over time. It has more steps.
Yes.
It's more like a journey. And
Yeah.
I would say it has more possibility to be doing it together, not in the sense that we're all doing it together, but we have a relationship to each other. So there is this idea of fellowship in Quest. Like if you think about the Fellowship of the Ring, so
Yes.
the Quest, there is encounters happening there that in a challenge, they don't happen in the same way.
Right. Maybe we should put the quest into some of the other surveys that we're trying to get people to do in Living Cities Earth, because maybe they could get rewarded.
Yes.
Yeah. So that sort of springs to mind. The other thing that I'm curious about, so from a technology perspective, it sounds a little bit like social Fitbits.
Right.
So maybe you could maybe there's an accessory that you take into nature, and like I have friends who do, they have 10,000 steps a day kind of thing, right? So that's sort of in some people's practices already.
Yeah, I was chatting with ChatGPT about the project at some point and researching Indiegogo, and something came up well, I thought was fascinating, and we haven't officially launched it, but I think it's the next step. It's called Nature Compass. So Nature Compass is sort of the way that I imagined it or saw it also with the exchange. It's similar to an old watch, like an old pocket watch device, which you might go into nature, and this will be your terminal for the quest. So different
kind of like my video screen here.
Where?
Can you see? I've turned my video off, so usually it's displaying a compass.
Oh
which-
yeah. I need to. I think it's not set to see the.
Maybe you can't see it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I turned.
Yeah. I've created some images of that, and yeah, I'm curious. The thing with, of course, the device, it has a complete other set of costs and development processes, developing a hardware over a software. But yeah, I would be interested to develop a nature companion device, and I think it will be different from a Fitbit, actually.
Yeah.
It would, but
Yeah.
yeah, and we have been talking with a organization in I can't reveal everything about that, but they're interested to create an app and a device having to do with mothers and working with postpartum depression, which is something, growing issue of postpartum depression. And they were talking about devices as well and wearables that connect the mothers, or the
Right.
future
Yes.
and creating kind of camaraderie and also mental health support somehow. Yeah.
I will send you something else that is kind of amusing to me to connect. I wrote some novellas 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And one novella was about a community group creating something like this. And so you can have a little story that might find some connections and ideas from it. So yeah, you never know, do you?
Yeah, like I think what it's like unleashing what it will be like to unleash this creativity force of basically so how I can imagine it, and you said about rewarding, because I think that's something that is not in the presentation, but I'm very curious to develop somehow, or this is like the long game of it, that at some point those quests can actually reward. So you can
Yes.
so you can get paid for doing things that are good for you, but not in a weird way or in an unhelpful way. Right now, countries are paying people to not work in a way that is actually discouraging them from their self-esteem, because I'm not against, welfare or universal basic income. I'm even for it, but I do notice that also working with migrants, refugees, people that are supported and don't feel that they have value, their mental health is not great.
Yes.
I'm kind of belittling it, but it's not it's a big frustration. So while with something like that, at scale, I can imagine a way to reward people for doing things good for themselves and the community and the environment by solving quests, which are not about necessarily productive thing. Although I feel this is the real productive thing, is to care for yourself and the community and the earth. That's the most productive thing we can do right now. And having a way for people to sort of be supported for the care work.
Yes, and to be recognized for it. I think it's really it's very a strong possibility. So I think you should build that into your elevator pitch there.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I think that's something that's really almost endemic everywhere, and especially with young people. But I can see the possibility of working with migrants as well, of giving them a possible focus for wherever they are right now, and then building quests that inspire them to be able to move forward and interconnect. Like I think that's also part of the value of what you're doing, is creating the relationships between the questers.
Yes, and the questers and the land. And as someone that worked with migrants and refugees here in Italy, I noticed, and I know this in myself because I'm a sort of a privileged migrant in Italy, that the capacity to succeed or integrate into society, so the chances of doing that improves if you're able to connect with the land in some way. And it's a lot of the time people are doing it subconsciously, but I know this in some people that have succeeded more than others.
And you're saying like connect with the net, you mean the network?
With the nature.
With nature. Oh, with nature.
With
Yes,
the
okay.
new nature, like creating
Yes.
new roots with the land.
Yes, yes. With the land. Yes, yes.
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 Because it's not something we think about or as a need or as a factor of
Yes.
integration. But
Yes.
I just for observation, I noticed that when people are somehow intuitively or led into connecting with this new land and kind of creating their new, I would say, spiritual roots,
Yes.
then they find it easier to integrate in other ways.
Yeah, I've noticed that some practices like David Spangler and the Lorien group often ask their participants to not only locate themselves in the usual geography map, but on the land of what indigenous tribe. So they become connected to the land and the indigenous people who lived there in the traditional, in ancestral times. So I think that's also really interesting because the quest in nature perhaps can also be taking us back into the ancestors who were much closer to nature, and that I think is another way for us to remember how we're all interconnected.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, I really I wish you very well with this proposal and the project. I can I think that it would be very powerful in cities. So, being able to leave wherever you're living in a city and maybe use one of your compasses to find something really reconnected with nature in cities. A whole series of maybe possibilities I think would be very powerful.
Yeah, and there has been some other organizational partners or people I met with working towards we call it like deep social mapping or deep social mapping, and there's one in the UK, Earth Museum, and other Echo GPX. They're also working on something like that, and I think like this mapping of the stories or and the experiences on the land, which I feel is very connected with what indigenous people call song lines or song
Yes.
spirals,
Yes.
Aboriginal, which is kind of, as I read one of the books called Song Spirals by indigenous Aboriginal women from Australia, what it implied, doesn't necessarily say in the book, is that this is a sort of our, according to their sort of beliefs and wisdom shared, the role of life, the role in the cycle of life of humans is to tell stories of the land in a
Yes.
way. So we are the storytellers of the land, and that's how
Yes.
we actually interact with the entire existence. And the singing and the storytelling is a sort of a part of the creation itself.
Yes, I actually have a colleague in Australia, Wendy Hastrick, who she's an architect and she does deep earth architecture. And she always says the first client she works with for any project is the land itself. So she listens to the land and she has various ways of mapping it. So, and she's working with the Aboriginal people there, of course, but not only them, but still this is her practice. And so it sounds to me like that would also overlap in a quest.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, reconnecting the song lines. That's another core. Yeah, core wish or hope or desire with that where it could go is to re-indigenize, relocate us in our deep time stories wherever we are. And yeah, and I'm Jewish, born from German Romanian families and living in Italy, born in Israel. So I can say, so I can say I don't know where I'm from, but I know where I am.
Yes.
And I know a lot of us don't even know where we're from. But if we can just reconnect with where we are, then maybe that's a good start.
Well, you're a living example of non-locality in one person. That's beautiful. Yes. And of course, in cities, that's not unusual for people to have such a multicultural background.
Mm.
Yeah. So we could discover many things on the quests that you're thinking of. And I think it would bring up lots of stories and storylines.
Yeah. Thank you, Marilyn. And I have another presentation, so I might as well we'll take a minute break and I'll open my other one.
Okay.
And it's connected. And let's see.
I'll take a little break too. Return
Yes.
probably.
Yes. Okay, so we'll take a minute break and then I'll start with the theater that reconnects. Okay, so we took a little 2-minute break and I'll go to the next presentation, which is Theater That Reconnects, an emerging process. And it's by me and 3 dots. And I'm going to explain the 3 dots. And what is the theater that reconnects? So first of all, it's about reconnection is a process, and theater that reconnects is a collective journey of rediscovery of our interdependent existence. I started on this path long ago in a dark tunnel. Since then, I'm joined by many who feel that now is the time to find the light that is within us all. And so it's a journey that I was on and I'm on for a while and met many people and learned from many people. In the photo, there is a me with a lion's face, and near me is my daughter Noah, my eldest daughter Noah, with a lion face, and one of my greatest teachers on this journey of reconnection and finding the threads for this process. One of many teachers and mentors on this path. And what is it actually? The basic of it is it's a process of rediscovery of the harmonious relationship between humans and Earth playing. And it has the goal there is to find our natural gifts and talents, and our is everyone's. So everyone, the premise is everyone on Earth or has naturally a gift or a talent. Uh, the other premise or goal is to explore the wound of disconnection, our disconnection from nature and from ourselves and others, and then to discover the medicine in that wound, and finally to weave our dreams for the future together. And our dreams is each one of us and all of us together. The theater that reconnects as a process map that I'll share now is adaptable to diverse contexts where reconnection to self, others, and nature through the senses is invited or welcomed or needed. In the three target audience I chose for the context of LCE is cultural change agents. So this includes all sorts of facilitators, organizers, actors that are interested in culture change, artists as well, city leaders, and youth leaders. And I mentioned these two groups because it is also about bringing them together, but also to give the voice to the youth or to the unheard voices, and also the nature voices, which could be another stakeholder here. So the outcome, the desired outcome is more care between those of diverse genders, ages, and species. So we might work and live together in peace. The measure of our success, and this is a bit cheeky, is the collective survival and the mutual thriving of life. So that's maybe not very easily be measurable in the short term. And I chose to say that if we succeed, then the best way to measure it is that we survive and we are thriving. How can LCE support it? So Living Cities Earth's community can become a container of care and a way for the process map to grow and manifest itself in a heart-centered, as heart-centered projects. So this is a little slide to share some of this process map. So theater that reconnects, a journey to empower us to take action for the future of all beings. And just stay a little bit with this image of water and cupping the water, the pure water, and also how the water then flows and moves through us, and taking in that medicine of being in flow and water and transparent. There are 4 parts of this process. And the first one, or actually because it's a circle, it could be also the last one. You can start from anywhere, but usually I start speaking about the gift first. So the gift is connected with the earth, it's connected with Tsao, with the ground, and it's connected with the gift that we all carry into this world. And our life is free, is a free gift of nature. So the gift is both what we have, we're born with, and also the gift of life, the gift of nature. When we can create spaces where we can be seen and see others in their gifts, we get closer to the more connected and thriving world we all desire. So the gift, or seeing our gifts and seeing each other gifts, is an essential grounding part for getting to this more connected and thriving world. And in a workshop setting or in a process setting, the gift can manifest in many ways. Could be done through games, through grounding practices, through creative writing. But the theme is the same: is how do we find and make seen and be seen in our gift. Then we move to the next part in the process, which is the wound. And the wound is some part of us where we all carry wounds and feel the pain of separation from the rest of life. And when we create space to honor and process those wounds, we all receive new energies to emerge. We allow, okay, there's some error here. We allow for new energy to emerge and flow. To create the new world we all desire, we need to be able to grieve the old one we have lost. And some people that might have no work that reconnects could find the similarities between these two circle maps, and the gift is connected with gratitude and the wound is connected with honoring the pain. And it's a part of the process. It's also connected with water and ability to flow and letting go of the hard emotions that has to do with separation, so new information can come from them. Not avoiding the wound, but actually stepping into it. So we can feel it and we can move to the medicine. So the medicine, so this part has to do with fire, and it has to do with the medicines that we and the blessing we often carry near to our pains and wounds. So it comes also from my work of the teacher and mentor Hector Aristizabal, who co-authored the book The Blessing Next to the Wound. And my experience and experience of witnessing others, that through our wounds we are also revealing our blessing or our medicine. And when we can give our medicine to others, that we could heal and grow ourselves. So healing of our world from within is a necessary step in our striving and for a livable future. Okay, I found some errors that I'll fix. And yes, so finally we move to the dream. And this stage is as the dream is connected with the air and is connected with the dreams that we all have and hold the seeds for the future world our hearts desire. It is by sharing our dreams with others and forming dream teams that we can truly transform. Dreaming is part of our sacred duty as humans to take care of ourselves, others, and the earth. And here I'm inspired also by dragon dreaming. And this process is also inspired by dragon dreaming. And in this place, it's the last, not the first, but it could be the first. That it's also how the medicine becomes expands into a project that could be larger than us and can stay after we die. It is that the dream, that seed, that then gets disseminated and goes back to the earth, and then can be reborn again as the gift. So what can this process could include in actuality? So I'm sharing some ideas of how this has or could be implemented, but there are many more answers. So could be include nature walks, planting seeds, new pathways, living images, vision sharing, playfulness, and maybe I'll start with this image of living images. So this is a group of actors and non-actors who met in Bologna for a 5 days retreat of the Reconnection Quest, of theater that reconnects training with me, coming from France and Switzerland. We spent 4 days exploring the 4 stages of the process, and in the last day, the dream, we went out to Bologna, to the city, and we did a village, which is a kind of a practice of walking and stopping and connecting with the social field. And then we stopped people on the road and asked them about topic that we were very interested in those days, which was climate paralyzation and what stops people from doing more about climate and what do they want to see with that. And we would ask them and they would shape us into images that will then be transformed. And we collected several of those images and we created a small play from those images. So just an example, On that retreat, we also did nature walks, kind of walking like mini vision quests. We also planted seed metaphorically, but also actually, and the vision sharing, the playfulness, that's ingredients and parts of the process, and could also be something completely different. So that's it. We arrived to the Q&A. And I'll stop sharing. And I see if we have some people in the room who wants to share or ask questions. You can do that. Marina?
Yes, thank you. I was just trying to reconnect with other our speakers today.
Yeah.
So yeah, could you? I just wanted to ask you about your wonderful circle. Can you maybe give some example of how it works? So how it could be implemented on the practical way? Maybe some of your case studies, or how we could make it serve to the cities. So
So one of the things that I can try to find another video of that, but when we went to the city, we did this retreat in Italy in the mountains, and then we went to the city, and we worked through the different stages initially as a group, going through our gifts, the wounds, the medicine, and in the part of the dream, we brought it actually to the city. So there was a process of exchange with the public space in the city, which was very interesting. I feel that, without going into everything that happened there, we were kind of interrupting, but in a creative way, the ordinarity, and bringing a mirror or reflective mirror to that space. In particular, there are two things so we did the village, which is a sort of practice that you walk and you stop, and we did that every day as a practice of sensing the social field, and we did it in more places in the city. One was very busy roads, and a bit it was kind of looking and then not looking, and we did it also in the library room, and there was a reflective energy, and actually by the time we left, people were starting to join our village. So some people started to join our village. And also when we did the images in the streets, so it was we spoke with young people, asking them about their climate paralyzation or climate anxiety. That's one of our questions as the group, and they said like just seeing their own images of that was helpful. So they informed us that was helpful for them. So that's just the people in that. But imagine doing that at scale, and what the kind of information that could bring to the city, because actually a lot of the images that we made there had to do with the citizen, how they see the city official, actually. So there was maybe of the 5 images or 6 images, 3 was about how they feel not seen by the administration, or mostly like that what they would like is that they have a different relationship with the one that are running the things. So hopefully that's one way. So the process could be supporting people individually or in group ways, but I think if we scale it, then it could be some kind of a use for dialogue between citizens and the city, or between different stakeholder groups. Yeah, that's a little bit, and so it is based on other maps. So like the work that reconnects a map, which is one of the bases for that, is used a lot for kind of actually resilience for activists. So there's a lot of burnout among activists. So it's a kind of resilience work. So that could be a resilience work for activists or non-activists. But also, I think what I'm more interested in is this kind of campaigning and creative policy making, decision making processes, and bringing that into that. And one of the things that we have done also online and want to do it more in person is this Voicing Gaia, which is also based on kind of giving voice to the nature beings, and to bring like what if we can create a situation where the river of the city or the forest of the city can speak to the city officials. So we embody the nature elements and we bring their voice to the theater of decision making, and in a participatory way, maybe with the young people as well in the room, which were in our little research, the ones that were more concerned and more paralyzed about climate. Some people didn't even know about or didn't think it's a problem, the climate change, but the young people that we spoke to, they all knew and were worried about it and felt deeply disempowered at the same time. So that's the other thing. Like, how do we get the young people, which are also an unheard voice, to work with the other unheard voice, which are the nature voices, and bring them into visibility with those in power, which a lot of the time don't really feel that they are in power. So or don't know how to do. So maybe that's connection it could be helpful.
So it could be used as an empowering tool, as the healing process, maybe even as a strategic session, for example, for city and citizens, or maybe local communities.
Yes, I again, like it is a map, so you can implement it in many ways. But I've been coming from this perspective of social personal transformation through theater as the art of looking at ourselves, so not theater as necessarily a performance, although it is a performance, but it's rather the process of looking at ourselves from the outside, which is the unique trait of theater. And we can put on the stage something which is not us, but we identify with, right? In that sense, everything is theater or today. Like, so when we look at social media, we're looking at politics, we're looking at sports, we're looking at stage, sort of a big stage. And so it's a theater. And so yeah, so I'm very interested in bringing that to different stakeholder group, and we have been doing that. Mostly our experience was with the immigration system in central Italy. We had the opportunity to work with different stakeholder groups around immigration. And I'm hoping through Living Cities Earth to create more situations where there needs to be a certain openness from the city, both in terms of method, because this is an unorthodox method, and also in terms of dialogue. Because if you open the space for dialogue with different stakeholders, initially you will get some backlash, so you need to be able to get ready to hear the discomfort that probably is there. So you need to have this limit of openness, and then the curiosity to see what will happen if I go through this discomfort of hearing what the different stakeholders are really thinking about what's happening, and then how to kind of co-create something with the unheard voices, which again I say they include the young people many times, include the earth itself, different nature elements, and just marginalized communities as well, migrants and so on, who are often extremely disempowered to even speak, and if they are speaking, they're usually not heard in the right places. So yeah.
And one more question. I understood that this could be sort of done as a personal practice as well. Yeah, as some self-reflective practice.
Yeah, it could. I think again, like it's I'm still working on defining some aspect and writing about it, but a lot of it is based on my own process of reflecting on and self-healing, but also learning from others about. So again, I shared before about my experience as a soldier in the Israeli army and the aftermath of that and the reconstructing of that, and that's a big influence. And then meeting people like Hector, who from the other side has rebuilt his life from after being in Colombia and being tortured and being kind of a victim of the civil war indirectly, directly there, and having theater be a tool for self and socially healing with others or self-social healing. So it's a map that of an eternal process that I usually do with others, but it's also a personal one. So I think I can definitely imagine a way for people to kind of do this journey on their own, kind of like a hero's journey or a guided. Maybe I need to work with Mander about how to translate it into something like the cities or be the change kind of program. So then people can probably do that in their process. Yeah.
And what could be the limitations of the participants? So to what extent it could be sort of effective and useful if we are talking about sort of practice for citizens or maybe for community? Are there really any limitations in the amount of people just to make it still sort of a working tool?
Yeah, I think it could be scaled. Like my experience as a facilitator was working with groups online or in person between 12 and 25, but then you can replicate that, you can expand that from there. So for example, if we talk about that retreat we did for 4 days, we were just 7 people, but then in the last day we interacted with hundreds of people in the streets and maybe more, or in the same way, when we did the Voice in Gaia, we were a group of 10, 20, 25 people, but then we interacted through performing or presenting with hundreds or more people. And then this could be replicated over time. And I think if there is a project that, for example, there are experiences with theater of the oppressed, of legislative theater and policy making or some kind of decision making, you can create many of those experiences that are interlinked. And then that experiences can unfold. And again, if we find a way to do a scalable model like this learning model, like the Be the Change, then of course there's almost no limit, because then it's just a question of how many people we can get to to do the program, right? I haven't fully unlocked that one, but I can see that as a possibility.
Yeah. Great. Thank you for this wonderful journey.
Thank you, Marina. And I think we have a couple of minutes. I don't know if there's other questions. I think we have Judy, Marilyn, Christine. Otherwise, we
Jan joined us, so and I hope Marilyn will also return. So yes, let's have maybe a couple of minutes break, and we'll return. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Takes to the
Yeah, so I'm taking back my host and bringing the speaker mic to you, Marina.
Yes, thank you so much. So let me share with you. Hi, Merlin, again. Nice to see you. Hi, Nate. Yuri, thank you so much for passing on the mic to me. And let me share my sort of maybe personal story and both story of our collaboration with Merlin and other wonderful people. My topic for now, for this part of our presentation, is called The Inner Key to Your City. And so let me maybe first of all introduce myself. And this would be sort of a part of explanation what I mean speaking about inner key. So my name is Marina Demchenko. I am originally Russian and just listening to previous speakers and the connectedness to the land and understanding of our identity in connection of our birthplaces and cultures which nurtured you. I defined myself as an earthling with Slavic roots because I really understand and perceive myself as a human being living on Gaia, on planet Earth, but I can't deny the huge contribution of the Slavic Slavic culture, their folklore, their fairy tales, their values which are provided by Eastern European countries, by Russia, by Ukraine, because I was born and I grew up on the border of two countries, and I can't really sort of divide myself between those two countries, and lots of my time and connections in youth are connected to both of these countries. So speaking about my professional work and experience, I'm PhD in economics. I had several rather big presentations, including TEDx conference, about happiness, well-being, interconnectedness, and understanding of a person as a part of a big living organism called Gaia or planet Earth. And it's also important to say that I was the first ever advisor to the mayor of the city of Zverevo, the small mining town on the border of Russia and Ukraine before the pandemic. And it was very important to help this city to thrive and to pass through a very difficult period of development with the lack of budget, with very obsolete infrastructure, with lots of problems with the previous mayor, with politics, with lack of hope of those people. And the main intention of those citizens was just to leave this small city and to find better place to live and to work. And at this period of time, in 2019 and 2020, I was invited as an advisor by the new mayor of the city. And my task was sort of presented as to find the measurement tool of how to engage people into the city development and how to assess their level of contentment and their level of engagement to the city development, how to understand that people understand what the local administration does and whether they want or not to help their local authorities to make their city thrivable and prosperous, happy, and doing and being well. So that's how the idea of the inner key diagnostic methodology appeared. And I would like to share with you this methodological tool, which started its development in 2020. And by this time, we had conducted the survey in several cities. But let me tell everything in an order. So we present inner key as an MRI, like a multidimensional dimensional analysis. So it's really important that we sort of scan the perceptions of people on the territory, their subjective judgments, their understanding of what is happening, because the perceptions of people really predetermine their decisions, their daily behavior, their important actions, and not only voting or just protesting, but also it's about whether to stay living in the city or just to leave it for the in order to find better life. So this inner key instrument identifies, and as I already mentioned, helps to measure the quality of life through the perception of these people who take part in this survey, the sustainability of the city development and the development of the individual in this city, the level of well-being, the happiness, and what is most maybe new and innovative in this is we also are trying to measure the proactive engagement of people, understanding not only their level of satisfaction or contentment, but also through their understanding of the level of their contribution and their being ready to do something by themselves in order to improve their lives in this particular territory. And we use 22 and 92 parameters and 24 spheres of human life. And we can make the branch analysis of different aspects on individual, organizational, community, and territorial level. So be it a region, a city, a small village, a community, an organization. Again, we also conducted these surveys in not-for-profit organizations, in corporate organizations, big corporate companies, and also we use this inner key developmental and diagnostic tool in the work with individuals. First of all, with leaders and other people who really want to better understand their development and the potential for their development and the directions of their development. So the main purpose of this tool is to find not only just to assess or just to measure, but to find small leverage points of development which show the potential of growth, regeneration, improvement, predict their future development of the human system, social system, anticipate risks, and to provide, we call it acupuncture stimulation, so small and very gentle and not so expensive, which is really important usually, small interventions to trigger a cascade of positive changes throughout the whole system. And speaking about the format, as I already mentioned, we devised this tool before and during the pandemics. So this diagnostic tool is fully automated and it is conducted online. So we obtain the data, we create various forms, graphs, charts, which give us the opportunity to provide their expert interpretation and recommendations of the results, on the results of this survey. Also, if we are talking about the individual interview, we can give the personalized information in order to interpret to a person all the sort of aspects of the development. And if we are conducting collective surveys, and we conducted surveys for several thousands of respondents, it is completely anonymous. People can share their emails if they want to receive the results of the survey individually through their email, but Otherwise, we can provide their results in a generalized form without any personal information, and so the respondent can stay anonymous and share their real perceptions and real judgments about the city. So speaking about target audiences, I already mentioned that it is individuals. We also worked with youth organizations, so young leaders, with people who are interested in personal development as a part of the coaching or psychotherapy programs, and of course with leaders of different teams, organizations and communities. Speaking about organizations, social, corporate organizations, local authorities, despite of any sort of type and scale, we can provide the information about the state of affairs in teams, communities, and organizations. Speaking about territorial development, we have been working with villages, cities, with regions, some parts of the regions, and we have a capacity of working with the whole countries and provide this as a way, as a sort of index of their not only happiness and well-being, but also the sustainability of the development of their human systems of different scales and types. So speaking about outcomes and measurement tools, it's really important, and then I will go maybe in details how it works. So Inner Key helps to measure and predict future development towards sustainability, proactive engagement, happiness, well-being of people engaged in complex human systems of different types, be it residents, employees in the organization, community members, individuals. We find, as I already mentioned, leverage points, and we can help to achieve the aspired state of development in the city, for example, or in the organization, because we are looking at different aspects of social development. On the individual level, it is about human values, behavioral attitudes, social convictions and judgments and common traditions, because we have been working in different in different societies with different culture, and it's really important to have this sort of personalized approach to different territories and different cultures and the different areas. We also look at the coherence of development on individual, corporate, organizational, and local level in terms of culture, because it's really important when we see these dissonances and how we can sort of tackle with them and overcome these discrepancies in their cultural perceptions or maybe values and judgments on different levels of development, on different levels of social structures. We also look at socio-cultural identity of residents, and it's really important in multinational organizations or territories. It is really important in work with refugees and people who relocated from different countries. And we also can assess the correlation of sustainable development and individual well-being, happiness, and proactive engagement, because where we can see discrepancies, we also can see and anticipate the risks of some social problems which could appear. And again, this diagnostic tool can help us understand what are the causes and what can be done, and what are these acupuncture treatment which can help us to avoid some problems in social, intra-organizational or interpersonal communication and development. So in LCE, we are going to implement this diagnostic tool to assess and help to assess the level of development in the cities, and help mayors and city administrations, various local communities and citizens associations in many countries. So we have this diagnostic tool. It was initially created in Russian, and now it is already conducted in English. So we have two languages so far. We can help small organizations and global corporate organizations and individuals to make their development process inspiring, easy, manageable, and, as I already mentioned, predictable. And we also are working with Marilyn Hamilton and other colleagues in Living Cities Earth in order to connect inner key framework with other frameworks which are represented in LC by our co-founders and institutional partners. So speaking very shortly about the methodological base, I used various approaches of vertical and integral development, which were devised by the acknowledged scientists in 20th and 21st century, but we also based on their sort of ancient Greece great people such as Aristotle, Aristippus, Epicurus, and also we looked at the renowned psychologists such as Martin Seligman and sort of Western spiritual leaders such as His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And it's really important for us to connect and to approach integrally to the individual development and happiness, not only from the Western, but also from Eastern and maybe global, first of all, perspective. So speaking about the basic concepts, I also mentioned that we have these 24 core parameters. The innovation of this approach is also that when I studied all the indices which we had on the global level, which can assess the level of happiness and well-being and contentment in their cities, countries, and organizations, I realized that most of them are based on this sort of happiness of consumption, which is about measuring the level of statement or objective satisfaction of people with their circumstances, with the opportunities which are created for them by someone, by the government, by the mayor or something like that. It was really important, as I already mentioned, when we started creating this tool, also to use at the happiness of creation and care. We are happy not only when we consume something which is created for us by someone, but also it's even more important for us to realize ourselves. That's precisely about which their highest virtues about Aristotle told us. It is about the eudaimonic approach, which was provided by Aristotle. It is about the happiness when you create and co-create and care for someone and develop your virtues. So we combine these two approaches, so hedonic happiness of consumption, because speaking about Maslow's pyramid, we really need to satisfy our basic needs and higher needs in self-realization as well, but it's also really important for us to find this sort of place of inspiration and proactivity, which is provided by the happiness of creation and care. So in this sort of dualistic approach, our inner key diagnostic tool is based. We also use their, as I already mentioned, their the levels of vertical development. Here I presented the spiral dynamics approach, but we also used the approaches of Robert Keegan and Susan Kugroiter and Ken Wilber and other renowned contemporary scientists who were working on these vertical stages of vertical development. So we base our approach on 8 fundamental cultural and value concepts, which develop one after another in some specific sequence. And it's really important because sometimes we can find some gaps in this development. And speaking about the prediction of the development and anticipating of risks, it is usually connected with some shadow aspects of development on some stages on the cultural and value, on the stages of cultural and value development. So we synthesize these approaches and use them in order to anticipate development on 3 layers: individual, organizational, and societal, according to 24 different parameters. And this is how the framework looks like. So we have 3 levels: individual, organizational, and societal, 4 quadrants, speaking about internal, external, individual, and collective development. And we also use this 8 stages of socio-cultural development, which is provided by the theories of the vertical development of people, organizations, territories, and the humanity itself. So that's the methodological basis. That's how it is. It looks like in terms of what aspects of development we are sort of researching during the survey. 3 levels, 12 aspects, 24 parameters. And what are we measuring? It's really important to understand what results the city or the organization or the person, the client who wants to take part in this diagnostics, what do we measure, what information do you receive? So again, as I told, we measure not only satisfaction, but also the degree of proactive engagement. Our survey is, our questionnaire is formulated in the positive way. So people are sort of influenced to and inspired to think differently about the very issue of the city and the organizations and their role in these social systems. So just through filling in the survey, people told us that they started experiencing sort of inspiration and willingness to contribute. They realized that they really can make the difference through sort of answering these questions, which are so not questions, but statements with which we suggest them to agree or not. So we provide both quantitative and qualitative evaluation, because we have this sort of measurement in the percents, and we combine different information through different aspects of socio-cultural development. We also can find dissonances in the system if we have different discrepancies on the levels of development, or maybe some contradictions which people are showing through filling in the survey. We also look at internal and external dimensions. It's really important, not only personal perceptions, but also how people understand what is going on in the objective reality about the city, about the organization, community, about their personal life, for example. And through combining all these aspects, we can really see the picture of respondents' perception, which is also very important, because when we have this objective sort of surveys about some specific conditions which are created for people, we don't take into the consideration how they perceive and what they think about these conditions. And here we see how people feel, what's going on in their lives, what is created in the city, how they can sort of make the difference themselves. So as I mentioned, we started conducting this survey in Russia. 8 Russian cities in 2020 and 2021 took part in this survey. More than the total amount of respondents was more than 12,000 respondents. We used the approach of 6 social groups or city voices, about which Marilyn Hamilton will tell you in the next presentation. We used her 4 voices, which are civil managers, citizens, innovators, and third sector, plus people, retired people, so elderly, and youth who maybe didn't recognize what voice is the most important for them, but they are sort of the voice of the future. And we used this number of keys and parameters. And now that's about the past, and that's the present. Now we are providing this survey in the Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. Living Cities Earth holds this survey in this area. And we are going to conduct the survey and engage about 4,000 people by the end of February. And the most important goal is to create a vibrant community of citizens, clear shared vision of the future, empower the identity of citizens and engage them into co-creation for their ecosystem to which they belong, the city, the urban ecosystem. And so we will provide you more information later about the results of this survey in the United Kingdom. On what areas, so that's the last slide, on what areas the results of this survey can influence? Based on our case study and on the results of the surveys which were conducted in those cities which I mentioned, the results of the survey influence on the attractiveness of brand, both organizations, territories, or maybe leaders. It could be also important. Increase loyalty of people and support of the leader, either in the organization or, for example, the mayor or local administration. Reduce the number of conflicts because people can find out how they can influence on the situation which is sort of takes place in the organization or in the social system, which we sort of where we have this research. Raise optimism. I also mentioned that throughout filling in the survey, you starting to understand that you really can make the difference. You can influence. These statements empower respondents to take their agency and start contributing to the development of the social system to which they belong. Reduce the brain drain, attract quality workforce, ensure inclusion of people who are motivated to develop and co-create and contribute to their territorial development, organizational development, and sort of inspire the creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial thinking, because while we present the results of this survey, we usually conduct the strategic session with the city leaders, with the leaders of the organization, and with people who wanted sort of to be present when we provide the results of the survey, who want to contribute. And this is the next stage of empowerment citizens in order to take responsibility for their city and to co-create and to launch new projects together. And again, we had wonderful cases where people started collaborating with local authorities, launching their cross-sectoral collaborations and partnerships, and make some very useful projects for development of various sort of aspects and directions of their cities. So that's me, that's my sort of presentation. I would be happy to answer a couple of questions. We have about 1 or 2 minutes. So if you want to ask me something, I would be happy to answer. And thank you for your attention. Yes, Christian, hello. You're muted, please unmute yourself.
Hi. I'm not sure whether I missed out on something, but in what way do you conduct the surveys?
It is online questionnaire. So people answer the questions online, and their questionnaire is distributed in a very interesting way because we share the links through the networks of these people. So it's about this sort of snowball distribution. So we share the links with the people who are interested in this development, and they share this link with the people with whom they work in their communities. So it is also one of the challenges and one of their measurement instruments, because we also also can find out the depth of the social networking and the social connections in this organization, in these cities or in these organizations. We had a very interesting case when the local administration made the order everyone should fill in this survey, and we accepted absolutely horrible results. So people who were sort of urged to do it and who didn't want to, it was absolutely terrible results of their answers. But at the same time, people who inspired our communities and their communities and their organizations to collaborate, we presented it as their intellectual volunteering. So people are contributing, they are giving as a gift their time in order to answer on these online questions. And we had the wonderful results and great ideas, people who are engaged and who are willing to contribute and to further collaborate in these sort of cities or organizations.
Yeah, thank you. That answered my second question. How do you get people to fill it out? Right. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Different approaches, and
Yeah.
It's huge. Yes.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Okay, so we are running out of time, and I would like to hand over the mic to Marilyn Hamilton. Welcome, Marilyn.
Thank you, Marina, and it's really fun to follow you with your inner key with the mesh scan that I would like to share. So I too will share my screen. So welcome, everyone. And as most of you know, I'm Marilyn Hamilton. I'm one of the co-founders of Living Cities Earth. And so what can I say about me just to introduce myself as a presenter today in the Emergethon? I say that Gaia has evolved humans to be her reflective organs. Gaia asks us to care for planet, places, peoples, and persons. What else can I say about me? Well, I am the founder of Integral City Meshworks, which many of you know me through and for. And I created all the maps and tools and practices that go with Integral City and that mostly have been adapted here already in Living Cities Earth. I authored the Integral City book series and the Tales of the Croft Regenerators, a novella series that I've already found today with Uri, probably a chance to share one of those, because one of the ways that I imagined the possibility of taking this work out into the real world involved something that was connecting with nature and connecting with little feedback like Fitbits. I am an evolutionary leader, a researcher, and I'm a member of the Integral Europe Academic Consortium and the Global Accreditation Council. I am a Findhorn Fellow. I live actually in the eco-village of Findhorn in northern Scotland. And the Findhorn Fellows are a global group of people who have contributed to thinking the kinds of ways that we live in a complex adaptive eco-village here. I also serve as a fellow for the Urban Arena Europe and have been an ambassador for World Unity Week and World Peace Week. Now, I want to speak to you about an instrument that is a complement to the inner key work. Marina and I have had a lot of fun discovering how our research work overlapped and also how they go together in a nice pair. So I want to go and describe for you the mesh scan assessment. This assesses, in the context of your city, the qualities and complexities of yourself, your family, your workplaces, your community resources, and change. And it aligns the four voices of the city. It also brings together the opportunity to have dialogue amongst the four voices and to have a synergy across a whole system. It brings together the 12 intelligences that some of you know that I developed for the GPS for Integral City. And it also allows for inquiries into the vision of places and to create things like local place plans, something that we're working at here in Eco-Village Findhorn right now. The goals of this session and the goals of the mesh scan is to let you see how you can scan your city through lenses that are subjective, intersubjective, objective, and interobjective. It, like Marina's inner key, applies spiral dynamics and the integral levels of complexity, and it assesses the holarchy in your city of integral city maps 1, 2, and 4. This scan also lets you learn about change and the change state of your city, which can be really useful to know when you are looking at how to interpret the work that came out of, say, the inner key, as well as this scan, because understanding the change state of your city can help you realize what kinds of strategies you should take to change from where you are now to where you'd like to go. In order to learn the mesh scan, we've designed a 1-hour review. And so this is like a small workshop. When we run the workshop, you'll understand the context of the 5 integral city maps. You'll learn about place caring and place making. You'll meet the 4 voices of the city, and you'll review the 6 sections of the mesh scan. Thinking about the target audiences for the mesh scan, I would say all of our co-founders in Living Cities Earth are target audience candidates, as well as what I would consider to be the spheres of influence in your city. And I like to define them through the 4 voices of the city, through the citizens, through the civic managers. And those are the people not only in City Hall, but also in education, health, justice, emergency response, those people who are actually focusing on operating the city, the business and innovators in the city, and the third sector, or civil society, which includes the not-for-profits, the NGOs, and all of the faith community. What would be the outcomes and measurement tools that would be accomplished in taking the course and in using the mesh scan? Well, you would complete it, and you would learn the spheres of influence in your life, and you would see the nested holarchy of people, of organizations, and communities in your city. And how can Living Cities Earth support this product and practice? Well, first of all, we can encourage you to take the mesh scan and learn about yourself, your family, your organizations, your community, and city. If you do that, you will not only find out about that information for you personally, but we would like to create a proto-city across Living Cities Earth. So we've released this information to you in a separate email and separate WhatsApp. And we encourage you, now that you're going to see why you should take it, to complete the mesh scan yourself. And the other ways that LCE can support the product is to learn the holistic framework for cities. So the mesh scan builds on the subjective and intersubjective work that Marina has told us about and adds in the objective and interobjective assessments in the city, as well as giving us the holarchy of the nested organizations and individuals in the city. As I mentioned, the other way that LCE can support this product is to consider that a change state in the city helps us design city change programs. So I've been able to sit in on many of our sessions already today for the Emergethon, and I can see how I would choose to integrate them with various opportunities to work with cities. But one of the things I'd like to know is, what is the change state of the city? So what would be an appropriate way to make the design? So I mentioned that the mesh scan is built on the maps of Integral City. So there's actually 5 maps of the city. And I know with this screen, it's difficult to be able to see the details of them. But in fact, when we do our next session in Emergethon, we will concentrate on some of these maps in a little bit more detail. So the mesh scan, though, actually elucidates the information about all of these maps. So map 1 allows us to focus on the integral quadrants and the 8 levels of complexity. And it also considers the evolutionary impulse, which is the intelligence that drives the whole way of thinking about an integral city. Map 2 is the hierarchy of individuals and organizations. Map 3 is seeing how we develop over time as an individual, how we become high-performing teams, how those teams become part of organizations and agencies, and how they are all collected together in the city. Because, of course, the city includes all the individuals and various teams and organizations. And being able to see how they develop on their own in very fractal ways can be very helpful in understanding the dynamics of the city. Map 4 is actually looking at all the different organizational structures that have emerged over time. And in the city, they're pretty well all alive and operating at the same time, simultaneously. So when we say that an organization has a structure, we need to be clear about what we're talking about and what level of complexity that organization is in. And the mesh scan can help us to do that. Finally, map 5 is the map of spirituality in the city. And we touch on this very much, I would say, building on some of the work that Marina would collect in the inner key, so that we would be able to get subjective and intersubjective perspectives of the evolutionary impulse in the city. So I would say that one of the quick ways of talking about a mesh scan is that it has a design that embraces place caring. And so those are what I call the left-hand quadrants, the place caring of intentions and values and vision. But they also collect the information about place making. And this is the actions and behaviors in the city and the systems and strategies. So you can see from this slide that this is really another way of looking at an integral perspective of a city. And one gets a better understanding that much of city work is really focused on placemaking. It is not actually taking into consideration the great value that the place caring brings in. And you can also see that this is a way that we could integrate the work that we would discover by using the inner key system. So the 4 voices of the city, just let's have a look at them in pictures instead of just in words: the citizens, the civic managers, the business innovators, and the civil society. I always add the +1 voice as well, and that's other cities, because one not only has the 4 voices, or the 6 that Marina added with the youth and the elders, but when cities are looked at in bioregions, they're rarely on their own. They're there as a cluster of cities. And when we can see that, I call often cities, when we're looking at it through this natural lens, human hives, that we have multiple human hives in any given ecoregion, and they do impact each other. And the mesh scan helps us bring that information to the fore, and we can see not only our own city, but we have the data then to compare it to other cities in the region. So let's just look at what are the main sections that we would have in the online tool for the Integral City Mesh Scan. We start out with basic identity information, and this allows us to do what Marina was talking about, to be able to send you back your results so that you know when you've completed it, how you answered the various questions. The first section is actually a set of questions that asks you to tell us about your human habitat, your human hive, whether it's a community, a village, a town, or a city. So we get a perspective of the context of the actual location you're in. The next section, we ask you about yourself. So we collect some information that would include the basic demographics that allow us to understand individuals, and then as we aggregate the information, see the kinds of demography that we would be looking at in a particular city, or as we're trying to look at for LCE, a proto-city. So after yourself, then we want to know about your family, because it's very interesting when you look at family and households, how the decisions that we make as individuals, and then when we jump further into other organizations and workplaces, are impacted by our family. Our families are always making decisions, and they are impacting both ourselves as individuals and how we take ourselves forward into the city's life of organizations and neighborhoods. So from families, then we jump into the work or activity place, because not everybody calls it work these days, and some people who would consider their volunteering is not about paid work, but activity. We then ask you questions to tell us about the kinds of structures that you're working in, whether that suits you. And as I pointed out when we were looking at map 4, are those structures where you would prefer to work? Because that also gives us a perspective of whether you're well matched as your preferred style as an individual and your capacities to your organization. And it can also tell us within the context of the city, are those organizations in a supply chain that is actually working together and integrated in a way that makes sense? From the workplaces, then we come to our community neighborhoods. And I kind of like the image that I chose to illustrate this one because, you know, we're talking about cities that are global. So it is not always that our neighborhoods are just tracts of housing or the kinds of North American long streets that have just malls in front of them. But we might have something as joyous and expressive as this African city that's illustrated here. And this is the kind of thing that we're looking for to find out about your neighborhood, to find out about the energies that are created there as you develop in relationship. And finally, when I said that the mesh scan looks at change, and we look at both the city culture and the city change. And this helps us to know, have we got a city of people who like to have change that is radical? Maybe they don't even have any choice these days, because these days, as both Marina and Uri have mentioned on our the Emergethon so far, some of our cities are not at peace. Some of them are at war. But we might also have cultures of cities where they really would prefer that things to stay very much the same, stay stable, and don't like change and fast pace at all. So disclosing how our city cultures and change are alive and either well or in tension gives us a very good view to provide a context for all the other data that we've collected in the mesh scan. So that's what's included in your mesh scan. There's, I think, 7 sections all together there, from the introduction down to the final piece here. And when you submit all that information, you will send it into a document that, if you gave us your email, will go back to you, and that will go into an aggregated view of the city. The mesh scan is, as the one I just described, a tool that probably takes maybe a half an hour to complete on your own. I also have other versions of the tool that I call Mesh Scan Lite, where I'm looking at the ways that we measure a good life in the community. So these are like a subset of the questions in the full mesh scan version. So we measure a good life or happiness. We ask for what works well for different reasons. We ask for the ways that communities are viewed and are working well or not. And we also ask, as a researcher, if you had the opportunity to be mayor or leader for the day in your community, what's one thing that you would do? And that gives us an idea of the dreams that we're looking for in our city. And the last question is actually asking you to describe yourself in a way that allows us to see the ways that you think. So we ask you to choose 3 descriptions. And this is always very interesting. I have done it here at the Eco Village Findhorn, and one of the people who got the results said the most interesting thing about the whole mesh scan wasn't any of the other data, it was the profile that we could see of the community. So I wanted to just show you some of the ways that our data can be scanned out and analyzed into various graphs and charts, and how these can be compared from one to another. So in this set of different respondents, I've got some thought leaders here from school interns, and a set of random responses from 250 individuals. And so this is actually measuring values out of the mesh scan. And we can see the different ways that the values are creating different patterns in either the same city or different cities. And it allows us to understand the dynamics of the city. And again, to make designs for responses to change that fit the people in finding out what is the next natural step that wants to happen here. One of the things I learned also was that when you ask for the responses in these surveys in one language, they don't necessarily translate automatically when you translate that language. It's really, I think, more effective to actually get the tool translated into the actual language that the people are responding in. So this example I have on the right side of the screen came from a small city I worked in, lived in Canada, but it had a very large Punjabi population. And so I asked the city hall, so, it's very interesting you collect data on recreation and entertainment. We would like to sort of put our tool in along with that. So how many languages do you collect this information in? And they kind of looked at me in a very shocked way and said, well, we only collect it in English. And so I think after I asked that question, they did start to collect their assessments in different languages, which I have tried to do. And this also is another way of reaching out into the community. So you may choose to collect data that isn't online so that you can actually engage people from different neighborhoods and different populations in your city. Here's another analysis that I rather like that goes back to that 4-quadrant look at the city. So here's an example of how you might be looking at the ways that people are happy in the upper left-hand quadrant, whether they care for each other in the lower left-hand quadrant, whether people are actually behaving and acting in healthy ways, and whether they have jobs and systems that work well. So this is, again, another way of presenting the data that often people look at in surprise and see that they're not all exactly measured the same way. And it gives them another look at the city, which no doubt the inner key would give very specific data showing us some responses that would relate to these different quadrants. Another way that I like to present the data is the questions that I ask on that light mesh scan is to show the strengths of the city. So that would be the blue lines here, measured against their values. What's blocking the city, measured against their values, that's the big X's. And what would improve the city, which are the green triangles of change. And this shows against the different aspects or values in the city, the tensions that exist at each of the different levels of complexity and different aspects of values. Finally, the last slide that I have here is to show you a whole city alignment process that happens when you do a mesh scan and an inner key assessment to start with. You can map out what I would call the engaging visions, the purposes, the actions, the values, the structures in your data. You can look for an early win in your city. One of the cities I worked with chose a cross-city trail, and that meant that they all had to work together with all 4 voices in all aspects and neighborhoods of the city to be able to accomplish that. And then when I work with cities, I'm always looking across strategic themes of things like economy, the community, health, environment, education, and culture, which we often cluster together in theme groups. So this way of starting to work with a city is creating value. When we want to take those values and translate them into value realization to manifest the changes, that's where we can take them to the 4 voices of the city and find out actions that they are willing to take. So stakeholders of various different departments of the city or the voices of the city might work on things like water or working to promote the health, developing something like perhaps donut economics in the economy, supporting families and youth through their not-for-profits. Value realization can also translate into key success factors and also show you how to actually grow the leadership of the 4 voices of your city. So this is an overview of what can happen as a result of taking the mesh scan, developing a strategy, and really applying it and working it. How long can this take? Well, if you look across the years that I have across the bottom of this slide, they could start it this year, and the realization could start immediately, but it can also move forward into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and even 10 years. I've given proposals to cities. But the main thing that this allows them to do is to keep track of why they're changing, how they're changing, and changing from what to what. So there's my slides and my presentation about the mesh scan. And it's now a few minutes available to ask any questions that you might want. Varian, so lovely to see you here.
Thank you, Marilyn. So I don't have a question. I actually just have an observation, and that is just to also say thank you so much for this beautiful presentation. And it gives us so much insight into how we can include this into things like our kind of city certification, our kind of program for mayors, and lots of leadership development tools that we're busy working on. So I just want to say thank you, because it was really great to see all of the intricacies of what it offers.
Thank you, Fariel. I'm glad you could see that. Any other questions?
It's just very interesting to see the work you've been doing, Marilyn, and you know, I'd love to understand it better and get into more detail on it. And it's reminds me very much of when I was first getting interested in integral, and you know, so it's kind of going like, oh, I see where she went with this. This is very interesting.
Yes, it goes back a long way, a couple of decades, actually. And I've been very interested in turn with your work around neighborocracy, because, as you know, we're trying to apply some aspects of that here in the eco-village in Findhorn. And you know, when you're working with real live people with the dynamics who are literally your next door neighbors, you can't always translate it into a nice sort of stable integral map. You just have people to work with and enjoy with. But every now and again, I try to step back and say, where are the patterns that I can really see? And generally I can. And I've found that this is a set of maps, and the mesh scan is a tool that actually has stood the test of time. So, but I'm always learning and always sort of tweaking things, adapting them as we go along to different platforms, as I just did when Marina and I adapted InnerKey and the mesh scan so they could both be done through Google Forms. So yeah. Any other questions?
I would like to remind all of us that we have launched these two questionnaires with Marilyn in order to use these tools and these instruments to understand ourselves as the LCE community. And it would be really great if we could just fill in all this, both InnerKey and mesh scan questionnaires, and we will be happy to present the results of these surveys in the middle of February at our great meeting, Finding Me and We in LCE. So please, I will resend the invitation with the links to these researchers, and I really think that understanding ourselves will help us to bring more value to 10,000 cities.
Thank you, Marina. And I see there's two hands up. Andy, I think yours was first, and then Christian.
Yeah, it's just I keep looking for these links or messages for the mesh scan, and I can't find them anywhere. So if somebody could send them to me, that would be wonderful, really.
Okay, great. Marina just offered to do that. And yeah, if you go winkling, you'll find them, but we'll send them again, because it doesn't always have to be a quest. Sometimes it can just be a discovery. Christian.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one part of my question was already answered by, we're going to get a link again, because I think I overlooked that, and I'm going to be happy to do that. And I'm running into the same question repeatedly is like, I don't know what city to speak for because I really am a global nomad. And I think it's going to be quite interesting to be trying to answer that question. I don't know whether it would be valuable, but to actually see where I have an actual problem answering it. I know I'm not the typical kind of citizen that you want to get the data from, but there are many people, more and more people moving into this kind of mobile sort of living. And at some point, they might be at least an interesting aspect, or maybe a voice or something like that. But that just came up for me, and I'm very curious and looking forward to learning more about that awesome work. Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you, Christian. That's a really good question. So I would recommend choose the city you're in whenever you're going to do the scan. So it'll be a bit arbitrary, but as a global nomad, of course, you might move yourself onto another city and you could do it again. As I said, for LCE, all we're doing is a proto city. It won't be a real city. But the challenge that you give us for the nomads is the global nomads is a real one. Thank you.
Or a 300 people, tiny little southern Mediterranean island, which is where I'm spending my time right now.
That's okay. I only have 400 people in Eco Village Findhorn.
Right.
Doesn't stop me from answering.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Nate, did you have another question, or shall we go on with the next session?
Oh, sorry. It's just very interesting, I think, and I'm not sure if how this shows up or could show up in the mesh scan questions, but how connected to place we are, or not, I think is a really interesting aspect of all of these things. And I'll just speak for myself and say that for a long time, growing up, I saw myself as a global citizen, or really as disconnected from place. Even though I grew up on a farm, I still, uh, by the time I was an adult, felt like I was from various places and didn't want to kind of restrict myself to being from a particular one. And uh, and that's been changing for me over the recent years. Um, but it's like, but it's something that I'm really reflecting on now. Is that difficulty of being rooted, or being willing to be rooted. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that shows up in the questions we have, or
Well,
what.
you might be giving us a good segue for our next session.
Okay, wonderful.
So Marina and I are going to actually do the next session, and so I'm not sure who's in the lead here. Marina, are you actually the person who's our tech, or it's Ferial, I guess? And should we start that now, Ferial?
Yes, we need to start just right now. And could you please share your
Yes, I'll share the screen. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding the right one because I just had the previous one. One moment. There we go. So welcome to the next session in our Emergethon. So our presenters for this session are myself, Marilyn Hamilton, and Marina Demchenko. So let us tell you about ourselves. So I myself, you've already learned, you believe that Gaia has evolved humans to be her reflective organs, and Gaia asks us to care for planet, places, peoples, and persons. As the founder of Integral City Meshworks, I'm also the author of the Integral City book series and the Tales of the Croft Regenerators, which is a novella series. I'm an evolutionary leader, a researcher, and a member of the Integral Europe Academic Consortium and Global Accreditation Council. And I'm a Fintorn Fellow, and I served as Fellow for the Urban Arena Europe and Ambassador for World Unity Week and World Peace Week. So, Marina, how about introducing yourself?
Yeah, I'm an Earthling with the Slavic roots, and we also mentioned this necessity of feeling connected to the either to the place where you live now, or maybe to the place which nurtured you, which brought most to your cultural development, to your vision, beliefs, convictions, judgments, or maybe lack of judgments. And it's really important that we being these global citizens or global nomads, as we discussed already, it realized and revealed that it's really important for our individual development to stay connected to those places, or maybe one place, or it could be dozens of places where you have lived and which influenced us as experts, as people, as friends, maybe as parts of our families. So I'm PhD in economics, a researcher. I work in the integral approach on the holistic development of individuals, organizations, communities, and cities. I work as a facilitator, as the consultant, or maybe as a coach for people who want make the development of their social systems easy, predictable, effective, and inspiring. And I also like to think about the future in the positive way. And I hope that people can, first of all, remember and recollect that we all are parts of this wonderful Gaia organism. And connected together, we can bring prosperity and threadability to our wonderful mother planet.
Thank you, Marina. It's a joy to work with you. So let us tell you a little bit about how we've designed this program that we're calling Lead Alive. It's one of our flagship programs for Living Cities Earth. And we think about it as an integral inquiry, action, and impact program. So we want to find that there's an opportunity to discover a scaffolding for our living cities, so that everyone can find a way to determine the intelligences of the city. We have interconnected our inner key and mesh scan assessments, which you will get either at the beginning of the program or in the middle. And that will help disclose the intelligences, the 5 maps that I have already introduced you to, and the 4 voices of the city. We will look at actually doing a prototype of solutions as a collective, and that we will mesh work operating systems through a power dynamics, because we're actually asking people to think about power in their cities. The goals of this program, Lead Alive, would be to grow your leadership, to serve the city, to scaffold the place caring and the placemaking that we just looked at, to bring along the whole human hive, and to self-organize to meet the case study challenge. I always make sure when we're designing these programs that there's a real live case study that we work on, and it's not just theory. So we would actually give you an opportunity to practice care for the planet, place, people, and person. It is a 12-week course. The first week looks at creating an actual social habitat for the course, And weeks 2 to 6 are involved in the inquiry through the integral city, the 5 maps. In week 7, we actually open up the space for the burning questions that people bring of their own inquiries, of their own curiosities. And in weeks 8 to 11, we move from the inquiry into action. And that's where we actually involve ourselves in a leadership challenge case study, which this year we'll be inviting from any one of the LCE co-founders. We'll be looking for studies that relate to what our interests are. And week 12 finally is impact, where we actually do a synthesis and allow people to bring their work together. Our target audiences for Lead Alive are the 4 voices of the city. And we also would say that the co-founders have spheres of influence in every one of them: the citizens, the civic managers, business innovators, and the third sector or civil society. And we believe if even half of our co-founders brought along just one of those voices, we'd have a very exciting course to start with. So the outcomes that we look for in the course will be assessing the values and needs that are nested in the city holarchy, finding the 5 integral maps, not just out there, but in ourselves. So we want to make sure that people know that they're embodied in themselves, that the cohort becomes a group of 4 voices of the city. And that allows us to get a sense of how a whole system can work in the room. We, of course, will be using maps and tools and practices with the real case study, and we'll learn how to use the key methodologies for inquiry, action, and impact. And I've learned several new methodologies just watching Emergethon today, so I'm sure that we'll be able to bring even more of them into the design. When we ask how can LCE support the product, well, as I said, invite 1 to 4 voices from your city to join, not just with us, but maybe you'd like to come along too and take the course. Learn how Lead Alive does build the capacity for these 4 voices individually and together. Connect the integral city frameworks with other frameworks represented in LCE. So that's one of the reasons I was so interested in our Emergethon, is to see what other frameworks I could learn about. And I already have learned several that I think could be great, really valuably integrated in with the Lead Alive. We would also like to have you promote a holistic framework for cities. So a lot of people have realized when they look at LCE that we're not working in silos. We're working in whole systems, and it provides a holistic framework to thinking about cities and breaking down the silos that are often a real challenge to make any change. And as I said, we would like you to do the pre-assessments that we're offering, the inner key and the mesh scan, because if you do them, you'll see why people will be very interested in participating in Lead Alive. So I'd like to start by handing over to Marina a little description, a little bit more about how the content is presented in Lead Alive. Marina?
Yes, I would not maybe like to repeat and just to focus on these 12 lessons. First is sort of the introductory one, and it will bring us the overall picture of whom we have on board and how we can co-create together, and what are the topics and what are the intentions. We also discussed that it would be great if we could just make the assessment of our participants before the course. So they thought that at the entry we could invite our participants to take the inner keys approach, and in the middle, before coming to action of our participants, we can invite them to fill in the mesh scan research as well, and to have their to find out how their perceptions and how the visions of the participants has changed throughout the program. So second lesson is second till 6th lessons are about the maps, and we will talk maybe in more details at the next slides about these maps of integral city. Also, Marilyn already referred to them in the previous presentation. Lesson 7 will be about the exploring the voices and understanding how these voices are sounding inside of us, and what of these voices are maybe more familiar for us, and what is the challenge for leadership of the participants, and what are their questions and connections to these four voices, and what these four voices wanted to ask them. At lesson 8, we will explore the challenges which we really have in our day-to-day work, just to interweave everything which people have learned during this course, and how it could be implemented in their day-to-day practice. And lesson 9 is leadership challenge, is about coming outside and doing this action research, and connecting to different voices around these participants, and how you can interact, knowing all these new theories and approaches which we have learned in the previous lessons. So then design of the team, and how this team can work together. The lesson 11 is a challenge team presentations. So it's about what our participants have achieved so far, and how their work can be continued after the end of this course. And synthesis, inquiry, and action, how we can bring it together, how we can move to the next steps, what can be done next. So, and we wanted to tell more about each of the lessons. So these are the sort of agreements and values which we want to promote in this course. It's really important for us to stick to these small rules which will provide confidentiality and trust. We really want to give this safe space for people, a space of compassion and curiosity, and genuine interest to their life and vision of each of the participants. We are also are going to provide this space of support, mutual support, and help to each other. We also are going to provide this idea of taking time, and have have the pace, and being able to stop, or maybe to start again when a person needs it most of all, to embrace confusion and to create space of emergence, to stretch and challenge together to the highest mutual possibilities, and to co-create something novel, important, vitally wonderful, which can happen, because again it's about emergence and co-creation together, and again to have fun, because it's really important to tackle with maybe not so easy and difficult problems with the curiosity, with joy, with support to each other, with caring and with love.
Thank you, Marina. So I just would like to start with introducing a particular character that we've discovered exists in LCE. And so meet Lucy. So Lucy is the dancing LCE human in all of us. And so so Lucy is actually the person who is going to be dancing through the question in lesson 1 of who's here. So we're going to be looking for the names and locations and the qualities of aliveness, what we care for, what our burning questions are. And Lucy is going to dance her way with all kinds of steps through all of the lessons. So Marina, tell us a little bit more about how Lucy will turn up in lesson 1. And sorry, in lesson 2, which is map 1. Yes.
Yes. So this is a small human being with big palms who wants to hug and to dance together. It's not the single dance. I think it's a dance in pair, or maybe just in big circle with other wonderful creatures, and not only human beings, maybe with all forms of life. So speaking about the integral framework, we are starting with these four-dimensional aqual quadrants presented with Ken Wilber. We are looking at individual and collective and internal and external expressions of a person, and looking at different aspects which are about our intentions, our culture, our biophysical aspects of development and features, and of course about our social interactions. So in subjective and objective aspects of development, intersubjective, which is about culture, and interobjective, which is about our social belongingness and nestedness in bigger systems. And again, we are looking at these four quadrants as the stages of development through their transcendent and embracing of more complexity with more curiosity. And that's it's, if you can see in the center is a wonderful spiral, which brings us the opportunity to grow with joy, with curiosity, with love, and to expand our capacities both in our internal development and in our external sort of interactions with the wider world.
Thank you, Marina. So let's move on to lesson 3, where we look at map 2. So map 2 is this nested holarchy of city systems, where we see the individual. Here's Lucy dancing through the family, the group, the organizations, which are our workplaces, education and healthcare, our community, the city itself, and the world, the ecoregion. So when we look at the nested holarchy of city systems, we're looking again at the 4 voices that are interacting through all of those. And as we discover that, we discover again the dynamics of the city and how these all interact and influence one another. You can actually even see some of the complexities that are reflected here in the colors that are coming from spiral dynamics that represent the kinds of organizations that are embedded in here, and the complexity that occurs when we unpack the implications of all those different values and needs. So let's look at the next lesson. So the next lesson, I'll just precede before you speak, Marina, because here's Lucy. Lucy is going through our map 3 here and growing from beige to purple to red to blue to, it should be red to blue, it should be orange and green, and then finally yellow. Perhaps Lucy skipped a little color in there as she was being very creatively put together in a very loose way. But I did want to just sort of explain. Here we go. Over to you, Marina, to talk about map 3 and lesson 4.
Yes, throughout our development, we increase our capacities and our talents and the complexity which we can embrace. So each individual is growing up and bringing more values into our own development and to the development in our collaboration with other people. And when we co-create together in families and groups, sometimes we are on the same stages of vertical development, sometimes on different. And that's the diversity, that's the inclusion, and that's the opportunity to hear the voices of people with different perspectives, with different perceptions, with different cultural attitudes and values. So when we have different organizations, we have more people, and organizations are formed from groups of different people on different levels of development. And if we are talking about communities and then about cities, it's also about nestedness. It's about how groups form organizations and how organizations form different communities and inter-organizational cross-sectoral collaboration, and how communities form our cities and places where we live, human habitats. So this nestedness and this subsequent growth gives us the opportunity to bring all this diversity to the development of complex human systems.
Thank you, Marina. So here we go. Our dancing Lucy looks like she's making footsteps. And in fact, she is, because she's dancing through all of these different organizational structures. And this is the map 4, which is the complex adaptive structures of change that coexist in the city, from the hearth to the tribe to the domain, the bureaucracy, the entrepreneurial industry, the circle of acceptance and tolerance, until we cross into the second tier of this levels of complexity into systems and global organizations. As I said, in pretty well all of our cities of any size, these organizations are coexisting. And when we start to look at the challenges that we give our students, they'll have to realize what structures they're actually working with. So from lesson 5, we go to lesson 6. Lesson 6 is about spirituality in the human hive. And so spirituality is not religion, but it is noticing where is the evolutionary impulse that is actually pulsing through all of Lucy's life. And this allows us in this lesson to be able to appreciate the different values and needs that coexist in the city. So from lesson 6, there's the actual map that I draw, a little bit more complex than the one that I had with Lucy there, which is really showing sort of the involutionary and evolutionary flow of beauty, truth, and goodness. And that is really how we get the students in our course to really engage in spirituality in the city, is noticing where beauty, truth, and goodness are actually showing up and dancing through our lives. So next lesson, 7, and I turn it back to Marina, lesson 7 and 8.
Yes, so we're running out of time, so I will be as succinct as possible. So we also discussed that we bring together our wonderful participants who learn a lot now about different aspects of city development and our different maps on how they feel the 4 voices of the city can express themselves and how they can influence and be embedded in these structures. And the lesson 8 is about what are the questions from the perspective of these 4 voices, which could be taken into the consideration and taken as their challenging sort of issue, as a goal to research for our participants, what could be done in practical way using these instruments about which we told you in previous lessons, what could be done, how they can be implemented in the particular situation of each participant.
Thank you. And so we're working through an action research cycle here of what, and this is now what, and we continue with the now what for lessons 9, 10, and 11. And this is where the students are actually working in teams, that they will be working around the challenge that we give them. And so the teams will be working in parallel, addressing the challenge in different ways. So this is the value of working in not only the action research framework, but allowing the teams to learn from within each team, but also across the teams, and develop their strength as a cohort. So they will work through this in their lessons right up to lesson 10, working in class to develop their approaches to the challenge that we've given them. And then from lesson 10, now what, we launch them into giving them the opportunity to present. And so they will present to the actual client, if you will, who holds the city challenge. And so they will have gone from what into the exploration of what action we can take. And now what are we going to do about it? And finally, Marina, if you'd like to comment on how you imagine our synthesis art gallery.
Well, can you just remind
me? Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes.
There's so many ways to do a synthesis in a course. And one of the ways that we've done this effectively in previous versions of the course is that we invite the students to create a work of art that synthesizes the entire experience that they've had in the course. So they've not only learned the 5 maps, they've not only learned the challenge, but they themselves as a leader have changed. This, I find, is what brings it alive. So it's like living art, alive living art. So with that comment on synthesis, which could be done in poetry or installation art, or I've seen even the painted sculpture. So many different ways to synthesize. So I know that we are a little bit tight with our time, but I do want to offer the opportunity for any questions about our Lead Alive course.
Marilyn, again, I don't have a question, but once again, wonderful presentation and seeing how this fits, how this is a module of so many other things that are already being developed and, you know, that have been shared in the Emergethon thus far. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Feriel. Thank you.
Yeah.
So if let
I'm
Andy
just going to say thanks, guys. I've been trying to get. I've been asking Feriel, where can I go to find out about what Marilyn's doing or whatever. So thank you. I now have a start of an idea. You know, the entrance hall to a big building. So I'm just looking around the lobby at the moment, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Thank you.
Oh, okay, grab Lucy's hand. She'll take you.
Okay.
Thank you then, everyone. And so helping to manage the time in Emergethon, we'll release it back to the host.
Shall I take this one? Well, I'm going to introduce you to our next presenter, who is Christian. I hope I'm saying this correctly. Schuler. And Christian, I'm excited to hear about your language of spaces. So you're going to introduce yourself a little bit more. So now I'm just going to hand over. And if you want to share screen right now to share your presentation, please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Is my background showing back to front or is it correct?
Back to front.
Yeah, that's always the same. I never manage, so I'll just let it be. Okay, thank you so much. Oh my God, this has been so beautiful listening to these last presentations. And let me just go and do this. And so my challenge here now is coming from this really beautiful big pictures that we've been having here to shift back into what I'm going to be talking about today as the language of spaces, as a approach and a methodology that is very focused on organization. But before that, let me just quickly, just a few words about me. So something that has been holding me very much here is that dream that all human endeavors are in service to life. And when I say life, I mean all life. And that is what brings me and has brought me to self-organization. And I'll say a little bit more about that. So I've been an entrepreneur since 1990. Always sort of curiosity is my main driver. And then I've been working internationally with organizations for most of those over 2 decades now, very much anchored in systems theory and systemic organizations and leadership development, until I realized that something was amiss, and I went into a purpose quest, and what came up was the unification of love and power, which was a huge overwhelm at first, but it actually was just, the overwhelm was just a phase of getting to understand how I could manifest that in a continuum of the work that I was already doing, which brought me into a deep specialization into the question of self-organization, and with that, learning what that means for individuals and collectives when shifting into this new way of doing work together. And so the manifestation up to today, the sort of the core ways of manifesting my purpose in my work was number one, developing the language of spaces approach, and then being co-founder of a few organizations, starting with ENCODE and what now has grown into the PowerShift ecosystem. And in 1922, I published my book, New Stories of Love, Power, and Purpose, with the subtitle, A Global Invitation to Experiment with the Unknown, which really is a sort of a concise writing about the learnings of what that shift into doing work in a different way, in a self-organized way, really means, and all the triggers, that the challenges that brings up for us as individuals and as collectives. And so the language of spaces is what I'm going to be talking about today. And in that sense, I would like to start by saying what it's not that I didn't put that on the slides, but listening to everything that we've been hearing here, those beautiful things, I would like to offer a definition of why self-organization, what it is, and why I believe it is so important. And I define self-organization as the evolutionary organizing principle of the universe. So when we talk about, there's so many words out there, self-organization, self-management, teal, blah, blah, and we all talk of different things, and there is no right or wrong. But for me, it is really important to say that this is how I understand self-organization, and that translates into all aspects of our lives. And for me and my work, how does that translate into how we as individuals organize ourselves around something that is important to us and that we want to bring into the world? And that is, then we understand self-organization as mirroring these principles of the evolutionary organizing principles in the universe in the way we do our work together. And so the language of spaces approach is designed to illuminate what it means to do that. And one of the major learnings, I'm kind of trying to shift my view here. Okay, there we are. Is that when we shift from, and Marilyn, you showed that on your map from, the structures, when do we move from a linear understanding of organizations into a more holistic, holarchic understanding of organizations, shifting from what is, when we talk spiral dynamics, from orange into green and then up into second tier. And I think there is a huge desire in the world. It is a growing desire, and it has been there for decades now, to go through that shift. And all the challenges show up because it is such a foundational mindset shift, and invites her in everything, in all the systems that humanity has created for its own survival. And there is a lot of that we are invited to let go of in order to be able to shift into these other collaborative dynamics. And language of spaces is a specific methodology and approach to address that journey. And the goals of the methodology and of the approach is to understand tensions and to understand how we can transform what we define as concerns, tensions, problems, whatever word you want to use with it, to understand how we can transform those into actual opportunities for evolutionary growth. It enables us to enhance our decision-making in the context of distributed authority systems. And one thing, and that is often challenging when we map the integral map with this type of work, it is distinguishing or differentiating personal and organizational dynamics, because in my perspective, this has been extremely useful to understand this differentiation. And then we get more clarity on what is actual personal and what is organizational which actually supports us in cultivating an incredibly beautiful cultural environment. So my words are using care, concern, or creating care, concern, and compassion. And at the same time, it supports professional growth. And it's also where are we here? So to the format. So the language of spaces approach as a whole, there are a number of formats I'm going to talk about, but it starts with a 90 to 120-minute facilitated process that takes you through a deep self-reflection and introspection through various perspectives. And one of the deep learnings of language of spaces is to actually understand differentiating perspectives doesn't separate them, but it just allows us to break the complexity. I would call it the simplicity on the other side of complexity of what we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And the specific 4 perspectives that we work with are operational, governance, we and I. So operational space, governance space, we space, and I space. And space here is a metaphor for a specific perspective. And as we go through these, this differentiation, we can go back to integral saying differentiation and integration. We differentiate and see certain aspects, learn from them, and then integrate them as we deal with it. And to explain the language of spaces process, I would like to show you a little video because I think that this will bring, let me see, I have to share the screen. So here we go.
Hello, and welcome to the world of language of spaces. In this video, we're excited to introduce you to the core process of the language of spaces approach. This unique process empowers you to discover the full power and beauty of your evolutionary tensions. Through skillful guidance in reflection and introspection, you'll gain fresh insights and understanding of both organizational and social dynamics within a self-organized and self-managed context. What you see here is an overview of the contexts and spaces we work with in the language of spaces approach. The terms context and space are key. They serve as metaphors for specific perspectives, viewpoints we adopt when processing tensions. This approach involves examining a single tension from multiple angles, enriching and deepening our understanding and response to it. Initially, we focus on understanding the high-level differentiation between 2 contexts. The right field represents the organization context, encompassing the system of structures and processes within which work is done to serve the enterprise's purpose. On the left is the people context, the bounded realm of the social system, the cradle of culture, shared values, beliefs, and relationships with each other and ourselves. Grasping our tensions from these 2 distinct perspectives offers a glimpse into the value created by the language of spaces. With this foundational understanding, you are now ready to explore the more detailed perspectives of the 4 spaces: operational, governance, we, and I spaces. Let's embark on a journey, one that you can eventually undertake independently with some practice and a printed version of the language of spaces reflection board. Imagine this board laid out on the floor before you. With expert guidance, you first clarify the tension you wish to process. The yellow circle at the center now symbolizes this tension, marking the start of your journey through the spaces, a reflective exploration of all relevant perspectives to understand every aspect of your tension that needs clarification and resolution. Your journey begins in operational space, focusing solely on the operational aspects of your tension. The guided process assists you in clarifying all relevant operational work concerns, anything from ongoing projects, activities like newsletter writing, social media management, financial processes, meetings, software development, to maintaining spaces or buildings, using shared tech tools, production, or client service delivery. This perspective immerses you in the midst of operational activities, shedding light on the aspects crucial for your tension. At the end of this reflection, you're invited to identify and note down concrete, actionable steps to address and resolve the operational aspects of your tension. Now it's time to transition to governance space, shifting your focus from the internal operational view to an external perspective, observing the organization's structures and processes. Reflecting in this space brings clarity to the governance-related aspects of your tension. These may arise from ambiguities in role definitions, accountabilities, decision-making processes, unclear policies, etc. Here, you contemplate everything necessary to create the right conditions and structures within which the operational work, previously reflected upon, can be effectively carried out. At the end of your reflection in governance space, you'll again be invited to define and note down actionable steps to move the governance aspects of your tension towards resolution. Having completed your reflections in the governance space, you're now ready for a significant shift in perspective. You'll transition from the organization context to the people context. This means setting aside operational and governance considerations to focus solely on the dynamics within the people context. Your first step in the people context is entering the we space. Here, you reflect on the relational aspects contributing to your tension. This includes examining expectations around behaviors, disappointments from unmet expectations towards others, your assumptions about others, their possible expectations of you, communication patterns related to your tension, shared values and beliefs, and the role of trust, safety, and vulnerability in creating a supportive and empowering environment. Initially, differentiating work dynamics from relational dynamics can be challenging, but the process skillfully facilitates this distinction. Over a decade of experience has shown that this differentiation leads to a profound improvement in the quality of relationships within the collective. After identifying actionable steps to address the we aspects of your tension, you move to the final perspective, the I space. In the I space, you engage in a self-reflective dialogue, exploring your emotional responses and potential behavioral and thought patterns contributing to the tension. Every tension has an I aspect. It's what makes us aware of the tension in the first place. Reflecting on these aspects offers valuable insights into our self-leadership and inner resources, which we might not even realize we possess. As with the previous spaces, you conclude your reflection in the I space by pinpointing practical steps to address the I aspects of your tension, moving them towards a resolution. With this, you are ready to step out of the I space, which also marks the completion of this reflective journey. With the actionable steps you've identified in each space, you now have a clear path to integrate what you have learned into meaningful outcomes for yourself, your team, and the organization. This exploration isn't just about understanding each space in isolation. It's about recognizing their interconnectivity and how they collectively influence your approach. The process is designed to be iterative and reflective, ensuring that, while you focus on one space, the insights and learnings from the others are not lost, but integrated into a comprehensive understanding of how to harness the full power and beauty of your evolutionary tensions. Visit us at languageofspaces.org to explore the various ways in which Language of Spaces can support you, your team, and your entire enterprise in thriving with self-organization. You will also...
Okay, I'm going to stop here. Not to make that too much. Thank you so much. Let me go back to my slides. So, as as we just heard in the video, so there's a number of formats in which the language of spaces approach can be translated, not just individual, but also in a team, in an entire organization, seeing a full analysis of the capacities for working in a self-organized way, or to certify people to actually facilitate the process, which is a 17-week journey, because it's as simple as it sounds. Holding space for that kind of reflection really needs a whole lot of knowledge, of experience, and of skill. So who is the target audience? Again, from my work's perspective, self-organization is a major driver for what is needed in the world right now. And so the target audience is individuals, teams, and entire organizations that are concerned by this journey from moving into eventually second-tier organizing, and letting go of the very conventional and broadly held management hierarchy dynamics to a decentralized, self-organized system of distributed authority. And so no matter whether people are just trying to discover how to do that or are already pretty far ahead in this program, the one thing that always holds back flowing evolutionary development is the fact that tensions are not processed. And tensions are not processed because very often the complexity of tensions doesn't give people a safe sense of moving forward. And this is precisely what Language of Spaces addresses. So, okay, I'm gonna put up there. So, what are the goals that we generally that we try to achieve? Or let me start with the outcomes first. The big topic that always comes up in these shifts is the relationship to power, and that of course comes to how do I define power, how do I experience power, and here is a reference to Marilyn Hamilton's work here. Marilyn. It's moving through a development from an understanding of power over to power with into power as, where power is a natural phenomenon that is there available to everybody. And the ideal outcome is to enable that shift on a broader scale. The other ideal outcome is to shift the general understanding of self-organization and enhancing the spread of that in the world, as this is one of the major drivers for me also to spread that and to enable that. Also experiencing how empowerment comes from within through that differentiated perspective-taking process. We break down into smaller steps and we have clearer choices of acting on what we deem as necessary, which is highly empowering. And last, but in no way least, manifesting our work in service to all life. Over the last 10 years, where I and others have facilitated literally hundreds and hundreds of processes, from that we've developed a concise list of patterns that show up when dealing with problems, concerns, and tensions. And on those, of course, we identified those patterns which are useful and that are not so useful. Of course, they are to be seen on a continuum. And based on this, we can analyze the strengths and also the learning opportunities of individuals who are on that journey, and also of teams and of entire organization. And with having done that, we can recommend practices, and that, of course, is a big developmental topic, as everybody here certainly will understand. What are the requisite practices and tools that can support our learning and our development in a self-organized context? How can Living Cities Earth support this work? So what Language of Spaces begins with an individual process to work on something that is highly relevant to me. So book online sessions with me to get a personal and a really for every individual relevant experience of the core process. I'm really happy to open possibilities up for LCE founding members, because it is really, this is very, I'm talking theoretical, but I know once being in that actual experience of that process makes it crystal clear. Recommend to other people to reach out. That will certainly help spread it. And maybe we can create opportunities together for hosting online sessions, such as self-organization in theory and practice, is where I can lay out the groundwork, or also going into language of spaces introduction. And I'm super excited about an online tool that I have set my intention. This is what's going to happen. I want to develop, and I have started already doing that, an AI-powered online tool to help the scaling of the language of spaces. And that really is super exciting. So thank you for that. And I don't know how I'm doing time-wise, but I think I am in time. And I am really excited and looking forward to questions.
And I've got my hand up and very excited to ask my question. So, Christiane, actually, you told me about this before, and it was so great that I got to see it a little bit more in its entirety, and very exciting stuff because it's so overlapping with a lot of my own work, and I see very clearly with the work of Marilyn and Marina, and the 4 areas we address, all those kind of things. And so intuitively in my own life, I've been exercising that. So for others listening to this, I would say, it changes everything when you start to use this tool. And my question that I have for you, Christiane, is, so you started in the green block and moved your way around. And the question I have is, do you see that as a process that has to be followed from the green and around, or is it a non-linear process that can really be, tackled from any aspect of this as the initiation of that kind of addressing of a tension?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really important question. So over the 10 or 12 years, I have experimented with all different ways of doing that, from allowing my client to choose where to want to start, to starting in individual space. And it has shown that the process, in order to reach the results that are so useful, that sequence is important. And I can also tell you why, because processing organizational stuff is kind of easy when you have clarity on structures and processes, and you can easily stick to them. What makes it difficult are the inter and intrapersonal dynamics. And because in conventional organizations, those dynamics, or in most organizations, those are still completely intertwined and create a level of complexity. So that stops people from processing them. When you get the organizational stuff out of the way, this is like pulling away a curtain. And now it's you and I, truly you and I. And I cannot hide behind my role. I cannot hide behind whatever goes on in our work. Those are the things that we've already reflected on. And that's what makes the difference in the actual quality that you then build. If you start in I space, there's always the finger pointing of, well, if it weren't the organization, blah, 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 that kind of thing. But we resolve that first in a very, very clear, structured way. And then we come, so look at me, you come to the thing that's really important, right?
Thank you for that, Christiane. I think what I'm also thinking about is your application. You gave a very specific kind of what could be the target audiences, but I see it very much as a tool that can also really be used for individuals in all of our interpersonal relationships. And so I think maybe there is where it might start in a different place, but I see why organizationally it would start there. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
You mentioned stuff about, co-creating with the AI, but, aspect of what you're doing. And I'd very much like to talk to you. There's some of our other co-founders like Yuri Noemir and these other ones who are genuinely moving forward in the AI space and all of this kind of stuff, which would be a great match for what you're doing. Thank you.
Oh my God, that's exciting. Thank you. I think, Marilyn, you have your hand up.
Yes, thanks, Christiane. I just had more or less a comment that I was delighted to see how you were describing your language of spaces, because it reminded me a lot of the process I use within the Lead Alive for finding the maps in yourself. So actually getting people to physically walk through the spaces that you were just defining there. So that really felt really nice and resonant. And also how you had laid out the I, we, and the behaviors governance is like the place caring and the place making. So just lots of resonance. So I think we might be having a little chat about maybe whether we can integrate some of this into the course.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's really exciting. I'd love that. I'd love that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for today.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Christiane, for that. That was beautiful, and I enjoyed it so much. In fact, I've been having fun listening to everybody because it's this Emergethon. I think it was lovely, and it helps us to see each other's work in such a beautiful way for us to do that mesh working as we continue to grow as an organization. And with that, I'm going to pass this stick to my wonderful co-host, Alexei Grashenko, who will take the next part in introducing. Thank you.
Hello, dear colleagues. Hello. And Christian and all our colleagues, thank you so much for beautiful presentation. I just want to highlight that Emergethon has been going for 5 hours already, and we have 6.5 hours more, right? So we watched 10 beautiful presentations, and we have 13 presentations more. So I hope you're excited, as all of us, right? And let's move forward. Let's continue. And let me introduce Tim Holson, who is going to drive us from the learning programs, courses, right, to the technologies and to the beautiful platform and technology solutions, which we all, of course, going to use, because that's the way how we can work with information, with big data, and that's how we can analyze our work together, right? And many, many, many more benefits. So, Tim, please share with us how it looks like now and what we can get from that.
Brilliant. Thank you, Alexei, and good to see everyone. I also invited Patrick, who is the developer of the platform that I'm going to be speaking about, just in case there were any technical problems, and he can probably give you some input. So I think that the protocol is to share the PowerPoint, yes, and then work through that.
Yes,
and that is what I shall do. First, we're going to share screen, and we're going to pick this, and then we're going to hit the play button, right? Oops, hang on. There we go. Play. All right. So oh, did I start with Q&A? Did I start at the end? Let me start at the beginning. There we go. Better. Give me wasting time. There we go. Okay, there we are. Start. So my name is Tim. I think I'm supposed to say a few words about myself, very briefly. So I need to just move my. Okay, I can't find my cursor. There we go. I thought to say something about yourself. There's a saying I came up with many years ago: cynics are merely romantics who couldn't handle the pressure. And what I mean with that is that, we're all born romantic, and then life beats us down, and then we become cynical. So those of us who can remain romantic and optimistic, we can handle the pressure. And I think that's probably unites all of us on this call, because we all believe in something greater than we're at. I don't really think it's that interesting to spend so much time about me talking about myself. Maybe, but what I like to talk about is this sense that we're on the cusp of transforming from one state of large-scale human organization, the nation state, into something new, which I think is more akin to a mycelium network based on individuals that work through communities, through which we can have bottom-up democracy, bottom-up resource sharing, doing things very, very differently from what we do today, which is top-down with very long feedback loops that are usually quite broken, and there's so much corruption in that system because there's so many ways that middlemen can just take something and go in a completely different direction. So it's very inefficient. Nature does not work like that. So that could be a bit of inspiration behind circles, which I kind of see as an early prototype of what a social networking tool might look like in the future. So we're not trying to build the solution that's going to last us, 50 years or 30 years, or maybe even 10 years, but something that we can use for the next 4 or 5 years, that we can emerge on, we can prototype, we can just make it better and better. And as the technology matures, something superior will emerge out of that. So it's something intermittent in that sense. I also like building tree houses. That's why I'm a little bit late to this call. I was on a little building mission. So the core idea is it's called Circles. It's a social networking toolkit for change makers. So what we wanted to really do is provide change makers across the globe with the resources they need to effectively create the change they want. It's not up to us to decide what that change is, both locally and globally. We want to help volunteers find projects and projects find volunteers. We want to help local projects find funding and the resources they need in the sense that sometimes you don't have to pay for a web designer, but somebody might actually volunteer that. Or sometimes you don't have to pay for 500 bricks or 500 kilos of bricks because somebody actually has that they're not using. So the idea is to try to utilize as many resources as possibly locally in the community before stepping into the final phase of asking for funding. So the more we can do without funding, the better. And the purpose of this is to strengthen communities. And I think also to offer a way for individuals to learn more about themselves through being active in a community. I'd say one of the major downfalls or problems with this social media we have today, it's very focused on the ego and the individual. So and it creates a very, very fragile personas. So if we could rather find a different kind of game to play on the social platforms, which this ultimately is, we can probably find a different way to empower personalities. Create a different baseline for what is status, what is value in a community, etc., etc. So that's a little bit about the philosophy. So the format is an open source digital platform. I should say open source and non-profit digital platform, but obviously we need to fund what we're doing in a reasonable way. But I'll get into that possibly a little bit later, the funding model. Our target audience, oops, let me just see if I can, oh, sorry, can I step back? No, oh dear, sorry. Okay, I'm just gonna have to stop share and redo this because my cursor disappeared and I couldn't see what I was doing, and I'm going to share again. Oh, am I sharing? I am sharing. Okay, let's just open this up, move the toolbar out of the way. Okay, there we go. And let's see if I can move that so I can actually read. Okay. All right. So our target audience is primary, I would say, activists that need a space to plan and execute projects. So in the sense that we're really trying to build a tool that can be used for project managing and resourcing. So it's not just a place to show what you've got, but a place to meet and get things done together. Another target audience would be volunteers looking for meaningful projects to contribute to in various ways, be they local, be they international or far away. It really depends on what your offer is and what you want to bring to the table. And then the final audience, which is probably more LCE, is networks looking for a tool to manage communication and governance. How do we speak to each other within Living Cities Earth? How do we handle decision making? How do we find each other's projects? How do we match make with each other, etc., etc. And moving on to that, ideas and outcomes. I'm just trying to. Man. Sorry, my problem is that my cursor completely disappears as soon as I get into display mode, so I can't actually move things around so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, let's jump back or read what I'm actually trying to say. Okay, there we go. And let's click play again. Okay, there we go. So ideal outcomes and measurement tools. Our goal is to have 10,000 financially contributing users on the platform by the end of this year. It's a very ambitious goal, but we might as well be ambitious. And that every project that is involved on every project that gets initiated or is run through the project logs its accomplishments. So you can kind of see the collective results of the platforms that have been, or the projects that have been supported by the platform. So we can see what has been happening. And how can the Living Cities Earth support our product? Well, in many ways, LC is an ideal partner to help co-create the platform and the various tools and services we want to develop. An immediate way to do this is to create simple profile pages of themselves and of their projects, and offer us feedback on how we might design the platform to be as hands-on, as useful as possible. So this is we're in very early stages, even if we have a functioning platform. We are going to be redesigning a lot of the UX over the next couple of weeks and months, and there's going to be a lot of other activity, hopefully. But the earlier you are part of it, the more you get to influence like the basics. And I think that might be the most exciting offer about the platform, is that anyone who joins is actually helping to evolve it. You're not just getting a fixed set of rules or a fixed set of functions. So what I like to look at today is the map-based interface, a little bit on profile pages to show you messaging and chats, a little bit about video conferencing, a bit about semantic searches, matchmaking using AI, and I just want to check how I am doing for time. Yeah, cool. It looks like I'm good. I'd also like to talk about some of the tools that we hope to deploy in the near future, such as the task manager, that it was going to allow users to create and claim tasks. And once you can add these tasks to your calendars, and once these tasks are performed, they can go on your profile as something that you have accomplished, which could be quite useful if you do a lot of community work and you never really get the recognition for that. So all of a sudden that can now show up on your profile and follow with you when you go from one community to another community. We're also working on posting, creating posts for proposals and polls and other content that users can democratically interact with, such as delegating voting rights. If you feel someone else in one of the circles is more competent than you in the question, you can simply hand over your vote to them and have them vote for you, and liquid democracy system. We also want to work on a certificate system that allows circle creators to grant different types of admission to different types of users or participants. So you can say, well, this type of member can come in and read the content. This type of member can come in, read content and comment. And this type of member maybe can come in, read content, comment, and vote. Yeah. So it depends on like who do you want to give access to what areas, and that it really should be in the hands of whoever creates the circle. And the circle, I think, could be easily translated to like a group activity. We also want to create an offer and needs exchange that will allow users that have like specific offers that they come to the platform with to automatically match with projects that correspond to these offers through the needs of the particular project. All right, and I can click escape, and I'm going to just stop share and just say, am I making sense? Give me a thumbs up if that was reasonable. Okay, cool. Brilliant. Okay, we got about 15 minutes left, which should be ample. I am going to share screen again. Oh, let me first just open the screen I wanted to share. There we go. So here we go, share screen. So this is the current state of the platform, and just bear with this. We are redesigning the interface, so it'll be even more flowy. But basically, we have a discovery view where you have the planets. So if this was Living Cities Earth, you'd see all the members that are part of Living Cities, or you could search. You could see all the cities that are part of it. You could see all the projects. You could filter and look at specific projects. So this is the general idea of like really working on with the planet as our base. Let me see if I can move this bar so I can actually access what I'm doing. There we go. All right. We have a number of again, we will be changing this interface, but what you have here in the corner is like the profile page of the particular circle you're in. So currently we're in the circle, which is like the main circle that everything else exists within on circles, where you can sort of read about what circles is and what you can do here. We also have a chat function that is a little bit slow because of bandwidth, where you can have a rolling chat in any circle. We also have, which is a calendar, obviously. If you have events, you can have these all in the calendar. And what is really quite useful is a video feed. We're on video now, so I can't really show you this. But the idea is you can create a video conference if you have a group on circles. It's based on Jitsi, so it's open source. It has pretty much all the functionality that Zoom has, and then some. But the nice thing is that if you're in a circle, you can actually see everyone who's on the call with you, wherever they are on the planet. And there's some things we want to build into this so that whenever somebody's speaking, we won't have radio waves coming out of their head. You want to be able to, and another practical thing is you can then like have a continuous chat. So if you have a meeting every week, you meet in a circle, the chat will always be saved to one side. So you can go back and revert to, okay, what did we discuss last week? And as we build a task manager, if anyone claims a task during a meeting, that task can go into the chat or it can go into the calendar. So you can always keep track on, okay, what was I supposed to do for what did we say last week? What was I supposed to do before the next meeting that's coming up? And then, of course, we have I'll just show you what a profile. I'm going to click on Patrick because Patrick is with us. And what happens is Patrick is currently in Cape Town with me. Normally he's in Sweden. And what you're seeing here is a little AI prompt that basically looks at my profile and Patrick's profile and then puts together what we might have in common or why we should connect. So in this case, Patrick is relevant to you, Tim, because he shares your enthusiasm for democracy and community and is also interested in systems change and creativity, all of which aligns with your goals, etc., etc. So the idea is that if you click on anything on the platform and the AI will help you to see like what do you have in common, should you reach out to this person or whatever. If I click to open, I can now see my connection to Patrick. I'm going to click on this neat thing. I'll zoom in to where Patrick is. You can see he's in Cape Town, pretty close to me. Which is kind of neat. You can imagine what this would look like once we've fixed the UI a little better. Now I've clicked at Patrick, and you can see his connections, which is also kind of cool. I'm going to just zoom out, a little bit clunky. So you can see what Patrick connected to on the platform currently, and these are all the people on the platform that Patrick is connected to. I could also search for all the projects that Patrick is connected to, or anything else that he's connected to if he wishes to share that. So there are a few cool functions, and in the beginning I thought these lines were kind of annoying because they felt silly, but then when they disappeared for a while, I really felt that we were lacking something because they gave you like this mycelium connection. And the idea is over time, if you've been part of a project, you should be able to see what did that project connect, like little mycelium webs reaching out. So those are, let me see, how am I for time? Yeah, we're doing pretty good time-wise. So that's an interesting fun function. If let me go back. I seem to have jumped to somebody else. I got Gavin. So if, for instance, okay, let me zoom out and jump back to you, Patrick. So if I want to chat to Patrick, I can, we can have a public chat that everyone can reach. So this will be like Patrick's wall. If I write something here, everyone can read that. But if I rather click send private message, we now open a private conversation, and you can sort of see here Patrick's profile page and my backgrounds are just merged with each other. We also have some. I can actually look at this. We have a semantic search. I see, which is using AI to make searches. So like Show me projects. Show me permaculture projects in cities. And I click on that. Yeah, then I get a whole bunch of suggestions. Obviously, we don't have that many users on the platform at the moment, but this will show you in our connection to all the users that have some connection to permaculture projects. The more advanced it becomes, the more permaculture projects we have on the platform. Obviously, the more hits you'll get. This is a discovery mode that we use where you can sort of see, okay, I want to see everything connected to permaculture, or I just want to see users, or I just want to see events, etc., etc. So the idea is that you can also sort of find local events to engage with. Okay, I'm gonna yes, I'm gonna actually minimize this, or actually stop sharing this, just to give you an idea of where we are headed design-wise. I'm just going to show you some mock-ups for. Oh, hang on. Let me redo that. A few mock-ups of what we imagine profile pages might look like in the future. Okay, there we go. And back to Zoom and share screen. And so we obviously are going to be moving around the UX quite a bit, but the idea is, what might a Living Cities Earth member be presented like on the platform? So you can imagine this is Living Cities Earth, and then this member Tim is here. If you look at my profile, you'll have a. Can I zoom in? Yeah. Oh, let me go back. Where was I? So a profile will pop up. It'll identify me. So I'm a user. I might have a few hashtags that show you what you and I have in common, or what are my main hashtags. My social media links. There'll be like a background, a profile picture that you can probably click and have several different background profile pictures. Not super necessary for an individual, but for a project, it could be quite useful to see several perspectives of that project or whatever it is. One idea is that we'd have offers, like what can Tim offer? So Tim can offer carpentry and ideation and copywriting, etc., etc. And then we have like a profile about me, where I use a few more words to describe myself that also the AI can use to match me better, and then have a maybe have like a 30 to 60-second video, so you can sort of very quickly get to know a person. That's like one version we're looking at. Another version would be one where we put like projects in centers in the center, focus on your mission, and then maybe a word cloud from the kind of reviews. What do people say about Tim? This word cloud is actually based on the reviews of my Airbnb. So Zen's references to Emma the cat. Yes, here's just another version with the word cloud. But the idea is like if you click on someone's profile, whether it's a personal profile or a project or whatever it is, it will expand. And this is sort of where you get something that looks a bit more like a traditional social media view, where you now can read like the basic stuff you were before. You can see, for instance, I have like an idea that I have a mission to create a new operating system for human civilization. Pretty crazy. And these are the SDGs that I think are linked to that, because sometimes people want to use SDGs to navigate. Have more information about myself, my interests, my core values, and various statistics I might have about myself that might be relevant for putting together a team. I could also now have a bunch of other, click and find out what are the projects Tim is involved with, what did people say about him when he was involved with those projects, what are the posts that Tim has made, what are the things he's sharing, what are the recommendations he makes, your reviews, like just generally finding a really nice, coherent and easy way to very quickly get an idea of who this person or who this project is, what this project is about, and to see if I want to engage with them or not. All right, I think that is a very brisk run through what we're working on. And we have 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you
If there
so
are any
much.
questions.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great solution for especially remote teams who are working around the world and they have different time zones. And what I love about that you have you give people a lot of team members a lot of opportunities to get to know each other. That's what we coach people, right? So how to build connections. So share a lot of information like hooks, right, about you. Where are you located? Where are you now? Why you choose this country? Or were you born and raised there? Or you just moved there, right? And share your mission and a lot of aspects, and use video and text in different formats to represent yourself in the best way that I can see and get some ideas, right? What we have in common and what we have different, right? So if you don't mind me to ask, because we know that there are a lot of social media like LinkedIn, Facebook, and all other stuff, right? What was your motivation in the beginning, right? That maybe it was some dissatisfaction, or maybe you saw some, I don't know, lacks, right, in functionalities or something in existing social media, right? That you said, okay, we need something else. We need something different, and we're going to build it, and we're going to visualize it in this cool way, right? So what was it, right? And what you can really highlight as extra functions or benefits which really stand out, help your platform, right? Stands out from the like other social media and communication platforms.
Oh, well, I'd say pretty much what you said. The dissatisfaction, what was out there, it actually started years ago as trying to build a democracy platform, and then the insight came that democracy is more than voting online. It's a lot more about community, community building. You know, there's a lot of processes in democracy that requires. So we realized, okay, the platform needs to be more of a social platform. We moved more into the hands-on space of like a Tinder for change makers. How do you match make people want to make change with projects or other change makers? As Patrick stepped in about exactly 2 years ago, and that's when we took another shape, which circles what he was building. So we started working together. And have been working together since, and will continue working in the future. I think that one of the main cells, I would say, apart from it's open source, it's also non-profit. So our idea is that we want to do it donation based, but since we're not aiming to make a profit, that means that any surplus that we make from the platform can go back into the platform. The users get to decide where to point that money. We call it like an altruistic wallet. So you get a dividend by joining. It's free to join, but we can only have so many free members per paying member. But every time, our basic idea is that maybe it's like €5 a month if you want to be a supporting member. But then you get to invite a friend, so that brings 2 people on, you know. And down the line, if you can't support financially, if you do a number of hours volunteer work, that counts as much as giving us €5 per month. So we can bring in people in that way, because that obviously is a contribution. And you know, at 10,000 users at €5, yeah, we can definitely turn a small profit that we can put into the system. At 100,000 users at €5 a month, that's a lot of money that can go back into projects, since we're not for profit. But rather than us deciding or creating a whole process of where this money goes, this goes back into individual users. They simply use those tokens and point them to whatever projects they wish to support. So I think that's maybe one of the most revolutionary ideas. Right. And Marilyn, did you have your hand up? I just wanted to check.
I did. Yeah,
yes,
thank
please.
Yeah, Tim, a couple of comments and a question or two. Yeah, wow. Since I saw this and talked to you last summer, this has really moved on. I just want to, compliment you and Patrick. Wow, yes, it looks really impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you've changed the name. I'm not sure if you were using Circle's last name. Anyway, yeah. So, and I was curious because I know that Wendy Elliott is doing mapping. Have you been talking with her? Because you're way ahead of, I think, where the mapping conversation is. And I just wondered if you finally made those connections. And later on, I noticed that we're going to see Peter Anderson and Earth Co-op. I don't know if you had a chance to talk with him, or one of his sort of colleagues, Ollie Sylvester Bradley. Do you know Oliver? Yes, I saw his work yesterday through Alternative Planet. So, but I have to say, Tim, I'm getting kind of attracted to what you've done. Yeah, you've really fleshed it out.
Thanks. Yeah, well, Patrick's the mastermind. I can't take, I'm the cheerleader. But thank you. That's great. I think we have a meeting. I've met with Wendy. I think we have some meetings coming up fairly soon, but I've passed my time, so I won't comment more on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful technology, beautiful presentation. And you know why I personally love Emergethon? Because we've been working together with colleagues, right, for several months or years, and we're still getting surprised what projects they're creating and what they're working on besides our common projects, let's say like that. And I invite us to continue conversation about technologies. And dear Ferial and Andy, please present your project, which calls CRG Journeys Technology. So I have never heard about that. So please share with us.
Okay, so first of all, I've just noticed my colleague is nowhere to be seen. Oh, there she is. Hello. And we can't hear you, Ferial.
That she was listening.
Okay, I'll wait. So let me try and let me try and share the screen. Hang on. Share screen. Let's see if I can pull this one off. Be that one, won't it? Come on. There we go. So, this is called SRG Journeys, a behaviour change technology designed by Andy Ferguson and Ferrell Purin. And I've been listening for the last few hours to all sorts of wonderful presentations about people describing their various methodologies and technologies, etc. So this is going to be slightly different because unlike this picture at the back, our technology is not all whizzy bangy. Let me start off though. We were asked to introduce ourselves, if you like, because as we go through with Emergethon, I suppose more and more people are going to be presenting and people won't know who they are. So let me just start off a wee bit about myself, but I'll do it slightly differently. Just if you can see the screen, it says technology is something we use to see better, reach further, or have more impact. And this is, I think, really important that I've learned this over the last 62 years, is that our ability to use things that are not us, whether that's eyeglasses or a car to move at 60 miles an hour down a street or whatever it is, we tend to view technology as something that is apart from us. In reality, it's just something that we've been extending since whenever, right? If you think back to our ancestors, even hominids who weren't Homo sapiens, have been using things for millions of years, and in fact, beavers makes dams. So what is technology? We're going to look at that theme, but I want to tell you how my view of technology was shaped by the fact that I was born in 1961. For those of you that are a bit young, or a bit younger than that, you may not know what it was like growing up in the 60s. So I want to just explain to you a little bit about my perspective on technology and why being born in 1961 was actually quite important in that. So the 60s, there was hippies and flower power. Think about it for a little second. You've probably seen the videos if you weren't there. Hippies and flower power. Vietnam, civil rights movement. There was a civil rights movement in Northern Ireland that led to the Troubles. That was a 30-year inter-community fight, low-grade warfare that killed a lot of people over the course of about 30 years. It was people, communities, individuals fighting amongst themselves and against each other, trying to identify who they were and what they stood for and what clan and group they were a part of. I've recently, over the last few years, been involved in tour guiding, taking visitors to our country, Scotland, and looking at our history and realizing that the Scottish history, the Irish history, is one of clanship and suffering and fighting against the elements and fighting against each other. And it's not a particularly noble history, but it was still going on when I was a boy, still going on now in different parts of the world. And the other thing that I want to remind you of, or inform you about if you didn't grow up in that time, was this idea of the mad destruction, mutually assured destruction. I grew up in a world, we're living in a world where people keep talking about polycrisis and climate change. I grew up in a world where we fully expected the world to end in a nuclear Armageddon at some point. You know, I was a bit young to remember, although I did live through the Cuban Missile Crisis. So it's interesting that we are concerned with our annihilation, but we have lived with that for quite some time and have had the capacity to create our own annihilation for some time with technology. Yeah, there's things I was fascinated by, things that were more upbeat than that. And one of them was this idea of John F. Kennedy in the same year as the Cuban Missile Crisis. He said, we're going to put a man on the moon and return them safely to Earth. Now, I want you to think about that. Again, in today's context, we would never dream of saying we're going to put a man on the moon. We'd say we're going to put somebody on the moon. But over the course of 10 years, although the preparation for that was much longer, about 500,000 people, not just in America, but all over the world, were involved with a great ambition, which was to put a person on the moon and return them safely to Earth. That's 250,000 miles away, never been done before. And that feeling at the end of that decade was that technology could solve all the world's problems. All we needed to do was unite in a manner, get that human intellect going, and we could solve any problem. And people started to believe that, you know, the things like conflict and disease and cancer and all these things could just be solved with the applications of science and technology. And I bought into that. I was very much hoping to be a part of that. But what I discovered is that although I loved science and technology, I just wasn't cut out for it. I'm dyslexic. And if you look at my little diagram here, you'll see a little representation of me in primary school. And I couldn't even follow the words on a page. And I remember one teacher in particular really spoke to me, spoke to my heart when she said, Ferguson, would you just read what's on the page when I try to stand up and read aloud in a class? I never went to university. I didn't achieve the dreams of being an engineer or a scientist that I wanted to. But what I did manage to do over the next lifetime was harness the idea of having impossible goals and trying to find out what those goals were. So my goal has been to try and understand who I am and where I fit into the world and what is this world around me. And that meant that I had to go wandering. And for the first few years of my life, the first few decades, by the time I was 30, I think I had 30 different jobs, right? And I'd lived in a few countries. And I had explored the world and I discovered that I could be resilient and resourceful. And to me, one of the things that I want to present, if you like, is an idea that technology is about being resilient and resourceful. It's about using things that we can access to survive and thrive. And at that point, I'm going to hand over to my wonderful colleague, Ferial Purin, who's going to tell you a little bit about her story. We can't hear you, Ferial.
Yes.
Ariel, you're beautiful.
Thank you so much, Andy. I had seen that you hadn't got the slideshow right, so I took over. Apologies. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. So I am one of the co-managing and co-founders of LCE, and we help together with Marina Demchenko. We help to steward the flow and development of LCE. And what many of you might not know about me is that I was born and raised in apartheid South Africa, in Cape Town, one of those beautiful cities, the city that Patrick is in right now, in 1973. And I have now lived in Scotland for the last 20 years. So this kind of interplay has shaped how I view the world, I guess, right? And the other thing you don't know about me is that I'm a very keen dancer of the Latin dances. So that's me and my partner over there, Adrian, and that's how we incidentally met, dancing. And that's no surprise that my name then means celebration or festival, right? Because I love having a good festival. And I am also the mom of 2 grown-up daughters, Jada, who is now 22, just turning 23 this year, and Kiara, 20. And these are all aspects of who I am. Very often we focus in on what we've achieved, and for me, these are some of my greatest achievements. And I feel most at home when I'm near the sea. So I do live at the sea right now, or close to the sea anyway, and it's just a place that water speaks to me. Water is such an important theme in my own life, and I truly love my life. And the reason is not because my life is perfect, but it really is because my life is so perfectly imperfect. And I think it is kind of explained, apologies, in the little quote I put on the top. Right now, I'm not able to see the whole quote, so I'm just going to let you read it. But essentially, it's about giving up that control, about allowing for life to show us, and leaning into what does it want to emerge. Right. And very often, many of us, we lose that possibility in life because we are so focused on accomplishments as opposed to what is life emerging for me. And I think that's been the theme in my own life and how that has emerged. And a lot of what we're going to share today, Andy and I, is about that discovery, is about Andy mentioned what was his place in the world. And it is about looking at how do I interrelate as a socio-cultural interbeing, as a person that is made up of different aspects of who I am. How do I interrelate with the world effectively? So, Andy, back to you.
So we are going to talk later on, much later on, another session about how to find your wonderful life. But for now, we're going to highlight, I suppose, how this SRG thing happened. So SRG Journeys, and we'll break down the name later, but SRG Journeys really emerged from a meeting gone wrong between myself and Ferriol. It was actually our first meeting. It was a meeting where I was trying to get back into the speaking world. I used to be a renowned motivational speaker, and that's, you know, a big thing for me. I heard that Ferriol was putting on a conference. I turned up, had been cancelled, nobody had got the word to me, and I got really quite angry. But rather than shout and swear at Ferriol, I over the course of the time it took me to get hold of her, calmed down and realised that it was my issue. I wanted to make a difference in the world. I wanted to inspire people. I wanted to enrich their lives. And I thought, you know, an opportunity to do that had been taken away from me. And I realised that that was my issue, not our issue. And so when I actually did get a hold of Ferriol, I just said something like, oh, you know, thanks very much, because I'm now in Edinburgh and I've got some time in Edinburgh I wouldn't have had otherwise. And that to me that's the beginning of this journey, because what we realised was that understanding that humans make mistakes, understanding that life is unpredictable, understanding that what's in front of us is not what we're trying to accomplish often, learning how to travel our journey with grace. Actually, if I could learn how to do it intuitively, maybe we could learn how to do it explicitly. Maybe we could make that something that we could develop and teach. And so I'm jumping to the end of the presentation by saying every journey is an SRG journey. Every moment, every interaction we have with the world is an SRG journey. And that is why we call it a technology of practice. We use it to understand ourselves, others, and our world more deeply, and it empowers us to act with more awareness, appreciation, and care. Our goal in any SRG journey is to help the participants learn and understand themselves and others deeply and profoundly, to discover themselves, how to best use their gifts, and share the practice of journeying well together. And the key thing here is about SRG journeys is that you can't learn this stuff without doing it. It is a practice. We make mistakes together, just like Ferriol and I made a mistake on our very first journey. Now, the format of an SRG journey is we create an opportunity for a paradigm shift that we witness together and we witness each other. The format of an SRG journey is first and foremost that paradigm shifting experience in the company of others. It doesn't work unless there's other people to mirror and reflect and feedback what your experience to something that changes your perspective or your paradigm is. It can only be done together, but it can be done online. And what we've discovered is we started off with a 16 session over 20 weeks program, and we discovered that we can actually do it in 90 minutes. And also, Farrell now will tell you, and I'm going to pass over to him in a minute, is that an SRG journey, once you get your head into it, is something that you do for your lifetime. And every time we run an SRG journey, we get something out of it that always surprises us. We are continually learning. This is an iterative process where the more that you do it, the more that you become better practiced at it. And if you go back to the first, if I just nip back to the first slide, you'll see a bit I didn't mention, which is about me. I love working with Ferriel because that is my practice partner. That is the person that I practice SRG journey with every single day. So let's just move on to something here. I would like, if you can, you've got this, Ferriel, yeah? You can read this, the Evo story, yeah?
Sorry, I don't have it, but would you like, I know you've sent it to me on my phone.
Oh, it's okay. Listen, having said I'm dyslexic, let me try and read it, right? And I know I won't do it justice in the way that
I will read it for you because you have sent it to me. So if you don't mind, I'll just take it from my phone if that's okay.
Yeah, well, you do that. Well, you find that. I'll just do this bit. The key qualities, because I know Alexei will be dying to know what the key outcomes are, but are the measurables. But basically, this is a journey where, when you go somewhere, you don't actually say, oh, I've achieved getting to Glasgow, or maybe you do. But if you're just going to Glasgow or Edinburgh, Berlin, getting there's the outcome. So what is an SRG journey? It's about storying. We're just about to hear a story. It's about observing yourself and each other. It's about bonding with other people. It's about sharing your honest collective experience. It's about creating a safe, fun learning environment. It's about double and triple learning. We'll come back to that later. And it's about stop, reset, go. It's about having and practicing and getting used to having paradigm shifts as a daily practice. So if you're ready to go, Farrell, I'll let you off.
Great stuff. So the SRG practice and technology, it's about a story that Andy has written, right? Just to give us a reflection of what this possibly could mean for us. So at the beginning of time, the force that breathed life into the universe, the spirit known as Evo, who had a masterfully, plan to weave and intertwine the threads of existence to form the tapestry of life. Creating beings who would in time be called sapiens. Evo bestowed 3 magnificent gifts upon them, each a marvel in its own right. The first gift was the Heartstone, a gem of love, caring, and compassion. This stone pulsed with a warm light, guiding sapiens to nurture and protect one another, especially the young. Their children flourished under the glow of the Heartstone, growing into beings who valued kindness and empathy, making their community a haven of mutual support and understanding. The second gift was the Crystal of Inquiry, a shard of pure, sparkling intelligence. This crystal illuminated the minds of sapiens, enabling them to ponder the mysteries of existence itself. They ask profound questions and seek answers that lay hidden in the fabric of reality. With this crystal, sapiens learn to unravel the secrets of nature, harness the elements, and leap towards unimaginable discoveries. The third and most transformative gift was the Mirror of Innovation, a reflective surface that represented technology. This mirror did not merely show the world as it was, but revealed what it could be. It was in this mirror they saw their potential to shape, build, and innovate. From simple tools to complex machines, each reflection was a testament to human ingenuity and the endless possibilities that lay in the marriage of mind and matter. But Evo, in its infinite wisdom, saw that these gifts were but facets of a greater whole. So it bestowed upon them the greatest technology of all, the technology of being human. This was not a tangible gift, but a realization and understanding that the true essence of humanity lay in the harmonious blend of heart, mind, and action. It was the ability to love deeply, think profoundly, and create meaningfully that evolved wished them to have. In this allegory, the technology of being human symbolizes our unique place in the universe as beings who are not only shaped by evolution, but also have the power to shape ourselves and our environment. It's a reminder that the essence of humanity lies in how we integrate these gifts to uplift ourselves and each other, and also safeguard the world that gave us life. Thank you. Over to you, Andy.
So, the essence of an SRG journey would be then to ask the audience what was going through their head and their heart when they heard that story, what resonated with them, what maybe didn't resonate with them, and then to have a discussion about that story. And where we talk about double or triple learning or feedback is we would then ask ourselves to reflect back on the experiences of others as they were reporting what they were talking about and feeling. And so what we get is this continuous loop of deeper and deeper understanding. So I'm going to jump to an idea. Sorry, let me just jump to this idea. I'm going to jump to this idea about an SRG journey has a core element where we unpack something that is useful. But we actually got the idea from Alfred Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock set the template for thrillers, movies where you would get entangled by the story of the protagonist. And he had this idea called a MacGuffin. And the MacGuffin was, it doesn't really matter what it is. It's a stolen top secret plan for a plane, or it's the identity of a spy. All that happens is there's something that drives the protagonist on a journey. And on that journey, they experience something deep and profound. They have an adventure. They discover something about the world. They discover some qualities about themselves. So each SRG journey is built around an idea. It could be about being a psycho-biosocial cultural being. It could be about any of the things that have been discussed already in Emergethon. We would take one of those ideas and we would present it in a way that was engaging, fun, challenging. And then we would actually look at and have this repeated exercise of saying, how has my perspective or my paradigm been changed by that introduction of that idea? And what is the bigger takeaway that we can take from that? And so the idea that we present, why we call it SRG Journey, is because when we consider James Guion Wong, who was actually the inspiration in some ways for SRG journeys, Guion's idea, stop, reset, go, SRG, stop, reset, go, being able to stop, examine the viewpoint, the paradigm, the understanding. Why are we imagining that we already know where we're going? Why do we understand this is the best way of getting there? Embracing the unknown and the mystery and welcoming that is all part of the SRG experience. And let's just move on to this one, which basically says, if you look at this, it's called STARE. It stands for Stage, Target, Action, Impact, and Reflection. SRG really applies to the last part of this, action, impact, and reflection. You're doing something, you look at the impact, you reflect on it, and then you start by changing the bits that are not working and putting them in place. But the beginning of STARE, it says, we're always on a journey, whether we set targets or the targets are imposed by the outside world. We basically are on a journey. And so this idea of STARE is saying, well, in this part of the journey, what are the targets or truths that need to be realized or understood or appreciated? during this part of the journey? What are the actions that I'm expected or should or must take? And how does the impact of my actions affect the way that this journey is transpiring? And finally, reflection means just reorientating yourself, really starting to find yourself again in the space where you're moving, you're continually moving forward. Because I want you to just think about this for 1 second. I want you to go back to the day you were born, flushed into the world, gasping for oxygen and crying to be held by your mother. Think about that for a second. And then let's jump to the other side, the last day on the planet. Between then and now, between when you were born and when you die, between now and when you die, you're on a journey. SRG Journeys really is it's an opportunity to practice how to do that journey well. And that's the essence of what an SRG journey is. It's very difficult to explain, but once you've done one, you'll really understand the impact of it. And I'll just hand over to Ferial just to kind of sum up.
Okay, so I'm just going to watch the time, but yes, as I was just trying to get back to a previous slide where we spoke about stop, reset, go. So it's around the idea of stop doing that, whether it's in your own life, whether it's in your community, whether it's in your business, whether it's in your city. Stop doing that which is causing harm. When you've identified what those things are, and then moving on from that into the reset phase, where you are looking at the values and the things that have to be reset within your own life, your own heart, within your community, within your family, etc., etc., so that you can start to identify new ways of achieving the same results that you want without the harm. And once you've identified some of these things, you start to practice and you start to go into the direction of that which is most effective. So SRG itself, as Andy had said, is a method, a practice designed by Gian James Wong and his team in the SRG group that is about this. It's something that can be practiced by anyone. It can be practiced by a child or an older person or anyone, anywhere in between, because it's so simple. It's SRG, so you can remember this. But it's something that's not a linear process. It's not, okay, we're going to stop and then we're going to reset and we're going to go. But it's actually something that allows for evolution in your own life, in solutions you create, in the city that you live. It's about understanding that process of the moment you sense there is tension, like Christiane was explaining earlier, there is something that's not working and there's harm that's coming. You actually look at that and you start to move through that process. But very often it's not stop, reset, go, and now we're done. It's actually a continual the idea of stopping, resetting, going, stopping, resetting, going. And that's how you continually evolve and kind of transcend the paradigm you find yourself in currently, because we are living in this extremely dynamic world. We talk about a VUCA and BANI world. We talk about a world that has such complexity in it. And a lot of what we design today and we develop solutions today does not work a year from now, 10 years or 10 or 100 years from now, because the world has moved on, meaning that the solutions we design has to be what we call, there's a practice in the medical practice, it's called pathogenic, and that is there's a problem and we have a solution, and then there's another way of thinking about it, which is salutogenic, which is the problem is always evolving. Therefore, the solution has to be evolving at the same rate. And so this is really the approach of SRG Journeys is we talk about living cities Earth, how do I human well? And in a sense, it is about how do I understand who I am, who I am in relationship to the story. It says here, the journey, the path, their path, our path, right? That fractal, that kind of looking at, I'm a part of different stories here. My own story, I'm a part of my family story, I'm a part of Andy's story, I'm a part of your story in Living Cities Earth, but I'm also part of a city where I live, and I'm part of the Earth story. So it's understanding myself through these lenses, in that, looking at what has gone, what is, and looking at the visions forward looking, and then how do I navigate and negotiate that after I've understood and I'm understanding, not even understood, but understanding how I fit into that beautiful, amazing, complex picture. Thank you, Andy.
So,
Thank you.
any questions? Any questions?
Dear colleagues, thank you so much. Beautiful idea about technology of human being, right? So we are focusing a lot on going. I can tell it about myself, right? And I'm so curious about maybe we have just 1 minute, right, before next speaker, but maybe you can share one tip, one advice how to stop. Because I agree that that's the first step and it's super important. But when, for example, it's a full moon, a lot of energy, a lot of projects, ideas, thoughts, and everything, right, is coming in your mind, and you cannot sleep. So maybe one quick, short, but tip.
Alexei, do you know the thing that really that Pharaoh and I always refer back to is how we met? Because I was absolutely sure that I was set on this path, that I was going to get back onto being a professional speaker and influence people and inspire them, and then it wasn't even on, and I got so, and it was get out of your way. I'm going to scream. I'd heard about Ferial, and I was going to scream and shout at this woman who, if I took my time, took a step back, took a deep breath, could actually be the best thing that ever happened to me. And in loads of ways, she is. So I don't say that often enough, probably, to her. In so many ways, Ferial's one of the best things that ever happened to me. So that's the point. Don't be a technocrat. Don't try and get to the moon. Just enjoy the fact that you're trying to get to the moon together.
So I want to quickly, also answer just that question for you, Alexa, and really what Andy has said, but also Gail Taylor, right, one of our co-founders who's recently passed away, she always used to say to me, Ferial, you need to get where you want to go a lot slower, and it's like almost like slow down to speed up. I think, and I've proven this over and over and over again, that slowing down, Alexei, allows us, and I'm saying to you, it's different for all of us. But that's why this part of community that Andy spoke about at the beginning, it is part of that. Do you know, many days Andy slows me down and says, Farrell, hold. Or I do the same for him when he's going off the rails and something. That stop is not something you just do on your own. It is in a community that is supportive. And this is all the stuff we deal with. We didn't go through all the process of what all the technology is, but really, we'll probably make another video that really explains more of that. But it really was for you to understand that it is engaging in that community of people that help you do that stop, reset, and go. So yeah, you ask, how do you stop?
Awesome.
There is no specific method. There is just a willingness, I want to say, to review, to know that the information and the knowledge that you have had is not complete. You only ever operate from a knowledge deficit, because the knowledge that exists in the universe is way bigger than what you could ever conceive, which means the decisions you're making today is only based on the knowledge you've got, which means you've always got to be transcending and allowing for that stop, reset, and going. I hope that answers it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Andy, Ferial. Beautiful, so inspirational. And I love this, right? To slow down, to speed up. And now we can take a deep breath before we're moving to the next speaker. It's LC co-founder and, of course, one of the member of our integral family, right? We already seen and talked about integral approaches, and Marilyn and Marina Demchenko and Christian shared with us some approaches based on integral developments, right? And Daryl, welcome. How are you?
All right, how are you,
Daryl is
everybody?
going
I have a
to
sense
share
I
with
caught
us
the last
Social
part
Experience
of
Lab.
yeah. Cool. I caught the
Please
last
go
part
ahead.
of the last presentation. It sounded wonderful. A lot of things I always think about. Slowing down to speed up. Those are precepts I completely resonate with. So now, are you driving? Am I putting up slides, or how's it work?
You can share it in your own convenience, please. Feel free.
Okay, let's see. Okay,
to push the share button and.
All right, let's see.
So Daryl is going to share with us Social Experience Lab, Spiral Dynamics Integral, and it has two parts. I'm so excited.
Okay, all right. Share my screen. Let's see. Is it up?
Yes. Please go to the presenter mode.
Okay. Presentation mode. You know what?
You can go to view, right to view tab and choose the presentation mode, or you can just adjust your screen.
Go to
maybe
view
a little bit.
Let's see.
View tab on the top.
View tab on the top of
upper.
Hold on. So I mean, in the Zoom, you mean, or
no, on your presentation.
All right, hold on one second. I'm gonna do that. I probably should be in PowerPoint. Let me
Let
me go to PowerPoint. I was gonna put a PDF up, but PowerPoint is easy for me to do that with.
Okay, and share back with us your screen.
Okay.
And so what I also love about Emergethon, right, that we are always moving from the talking about human being, right, side of our life, and organizational development and territorial development, serious development, right, humanity, prosperity, and planet. And I can assume, I don't know, but I can assume that Daryl is going to share his experience working with organizations or organizational level.
Correct.
But of course, it's all related to human beings as well, right? Because organizations are built by people.
Yeah. Hold on one second. All right, I'll put the first one up because I already have it up. For some reason, I thought somebody else was going to put it up, but because of it, so that didn't happen. Let me try this again. Yeah, I'm sorry. Had I known I was going to share, I would have had it up, but of course, and now my computer.
No worries.
Okay, so I think this is it. What do you see? Is it up? And now I have to go to.
It's okay. We can move this way too, right? So it's visible. No worries.
All right. All right. That's the PowerPoint one, which should be up now. You see it?
Yes, but now we see the presenter mode, so you can change.
All right. I'll tell you what. I'll just take this. Hold on. Because I have a additional screen, so I'll try it one last time. Third time's a charm.
So if you want, I can try to share it from my screen.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Okay, because it went back to my PDF file. So
okay, let me do it for you. Can you guys see it?
So yours is not full screen either. But that's all right. Tell you what, let's let you know when I clicked on the view, I clicked on the wrong one. So tell you what, let's try it one more time. Let you stop sharing.
Okay.
I'll try to put it up.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, had I known I was going to do it, I would have been differently prepared. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. That's great. That works.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
No, see,
We
I
made
tried
it.
to put it up in my PDF and it wasn't working. But
No
anyway,
worries.
all right. Well, it's only 30 minutes, so it's not a whole lot, I could share, but I will do my best to proceed as
You have a second part, right? So you have time with us.
I do, yeah. All right. So a little bit about me. Basically, it's hard to talk about yourself, but if I had to synopsize it, I see myself as a futurist. All those words, visionary, strategist, provocateur, transformation. I like to think of myself as a futurist. I met Don Beck for the first time at the World's Future Society. And after that, we just, for the next 22, 23 years, we're compadres, as he would say. I like to look at things which I borrowed from the Odysseus methodology. A lot of what I do is a combination of using the Odysseus methodology along with the spirodynamics integral. And so in that work, what I have decided was the things that are worthwhile going after are what I call, and I didn't coin the phrase, I picked it up from a couple of different places, but wicked problems and social messes was the thing I thought useful to go into. When you have tools like spirodynamics integral, which can scale up to, a societal level solution set, as well as what Dr. Beck considered Dr. Odysseus methodology to be, which he always thought and related to me was second tier. So between these two things is what I kind of work with. And I add to that mix a couple of other disciplines. For instance, I will add to that mix of things in my work, appreciative inquiry and cognitive psychology and things of this nature. So, and I like to think of what I do in that addressing wicked problems and social messes as seeing things for what they are. And the phrase VUCA was actually coined by a Army general who was explaining what the world condition would be, and as he related it, he likened it to, he coined this phrase, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And I heard that also a little bit in the last presentation. So we're pretty much all on the same wavelength. And in general, I would say my approach to life is to go to wherever I'm at, wherever I'm being, whatever it is I'm doing in that moment. I'm to be in an attitude of gratitude with a view towards constant remembrance, which is a term I borrow and gravitate towards from the meditation discipline of heartfulness, which is another part of my life. So that's about me. And a whole lot about me is some of the things I like to do, which are those things. So the core idea about what I'm going to relate, if I have the opportunity to get through it all, is that this VUCA describes institutional forces which really permeate the atmosphere, as I would say, in which everybody has to operate, individuals, organizations, communities, and we're, in that sense, have to navigate and struggle to, get clarity out of things. So VUCA makes it even more difficult if you take that as a basis when you have a very complex organization. So I've worked in government my entire career for the most part. And even after I retired from working as an internal consultant for strategy inside the government, I took on clients afterwards, which also dealt with governments. And so the fundamental question is, how can a person working in one of these complex organizations be transformed using and acknowledging their values to help recreate the environment for which they operate? And, when I say that, I mean in terms of the ideas, the concepts, and insights that are used. Give me 1 second. I need to turn my heater off. Sorry. Anyway, so the goals in this part one I'm going to talk a little bit about a game that was developed by Dr. Beck in working with the Odysseus Institute. So I have instantiated and developed the game a little bit further. It's a board game that is a good way to kick off any kind of strategic initiative, cultural initiative, reorganization initiative. If you're going to do an offsite, be it of a strategic nature oriented towards change management, whatever the project is, you can do change in many different ways. You can change in the manner that Lean Six Sigma requires, which is incremental, little by little, little by little. You keep gaining and building on the change from the previous effort. And I've done that many years. And that is definitely a way of getting from point A to point B, particularly when you're dealing with organizations. And my focus tends to be on organization. However, I am appreciative of the fact, organizations are people. And so, which is why, I have over the years collaborated with various professional coaching organizations in my work. Although I have been certified, for instance, with years ago when I worked with Eric, I got certified by Coach Training Institute. I haven't kept that up, but I got the training and involved the coaching methodology in the work I do, because I tend to work with executives in small groups, but inherently in that there's a need to get with an executive, a professional, and try to, help them come to clarity and appreciate where they are and understand who they are and all that kind of stuff. All the good reasons to do coaching I use as a bolt-on. But for the most part, my focus, if I had to put it philosophically, would be, I think, where I try to make a difference in being on the planet is to acknowledge that we can't get to where we want to be in terms of abundance, humaning well, and all the goodness that comes along with that, unless one of the main institutions that exist in the world today are corporations. And if corporations aren't finding their soul, and you could extrapolate from that and say organizations, not just corporations, particularly government, of which I know a lot about from having worked inside the bureaucracy. I use a phrase I borrowed also from Dr. Odysseus, which is, we're sheeps, in corporations and large organizations run around in wolves' clothing, so you have to act tough, be tough and all that. But when really deep down inside, you're a human being. And I would tell executives, I would tell them, about the need and the fact that no matter how professional they are, no matter if their discipline is engineering, no matter if their discipline is software development, whatever that is, the technicalities of executing that is one thing, but it doesn't remove the fact that they're human beings. And so I think it's very useful when we talk about goals that the organizational climate, managerial norms, as well as the individual attitudes, all are thrown in the mix as you attempt to understand this VUCA environment we operate in today. Now, I'm not sure, Alexia, how you do questions, but I can take a question anywhere along the line, because I'm of the mind, I've learned over the years, you put presentations together. I was given once an hour to do a presentation, and then the Admiral aide came over to me and said, well, you got 30 minutes. And I said, okay, all right. So then another 5-6 minutes went by. He came back and said, well, you got 10 minutes now. So, I've learned, you can start off with a 30-minute presentation, but if the people listening have some thoughts that were sparked by anything I said, I think it's appropriate to go down that rabbit hole, and I can always return. Okay, so if there's a question anywhere along the way, please ask, and we can have a conversation about that question.
Yeah, I would suggest our colleagues, right, to type their questions in the chat box. We will see it, and I can announce it for you. Okay. Because I know that you have more slides even in this part, right, and some frameworks and tools to describe. So maybe we can go through that, right, and after that, check the questions again.
All right. So basically, this first presentation introduces to everyone the game and Marilyn may have seen this, I'm not sure. Marilyn has a long history at both Odysseus and Don Beck. And so this is a work that was originally done by them, and I have since picked it up. Don and I have worked it together over the years, and bless his soul, now that he's gone, I'm continuing that work. So the board game, essentially, I recast it as the Cultural Spiral Quest, okay? And it's a game in which we have 70 to 80 questions based on whether or not we're going to engage with the beige meme, which the basic set of statements is what it really is, are categorized in those various meme stacks. And what happens, real quick, I'll tell you, is people will get together, 30 people, I'll split them in 5 or 6 teams, and they read a card. And from reading that card, they will then say, is this a value we see in the workplace? And they will place a card down and say, yes, it is, or no, it's not, or we kind of partially have it. So the first iteration of the board game is you read the statement of a value, and that value statement resonates and comes directly from the thinking construct, if you will, of one of the V memes, purple, red, blue, orange, green, yellow, and so on. And as they distribute these cards, after I split them in 4 or 5 teams, each team is given about an hour to distribute the cards. It's got to be fast paced because we want them in their intuitive knowing, not in the deliberative, well, what about this? What about that? We want the instantaneous response. And so we'll appoint a leader to say, if you're deliberating too long, the leader should just take the card and make an executive decision and say, we partially have it, put it down. So after you distribute the first series of questions, you then ask a second series of questions about the values for which you just reviewed, about 70 cards. And you will either say, for values we have, you then ask the second question, we want to keep that value, or we want to jettison that value. For values we partially have, you want to say, we want to build and get and embrace that value more, or partially have it, and you know what, we don't want it anyway. And then the third set of values where you place cards on the first instance is values we don't have. And then the second level of question would be, we don't have it, but we want it. Or we don't have it, and nor do we want it. Okay, so you go through this, and now what's happening, it's a very loud room because 5 teams are talking amongst themselves trying to get through that hour. Because at the back end of that hour, they all get to report out, and that's when they can have a conversation with the other 4 or 5 teams. And that's essentially what this game, that's essentially how the game is played. Now, I use the game and as a lead-in to the Cultural Discovery Workshop. And the Cultural Discovery Workshop is a workshop I designed to take the benefits of both spiral dynamics on the ground, because spiral dynamics can be very heady, very cerebral. And so the game is a way in which to make it concrete. And before we do anything, the end conversation about the values that we experience, we will then take the values and redistribute those cards into a key template, which essentially identifies if you have a big stack of cards in purple, for instance, that means that organization really like to experience the mystical for whatever reason, right? Take mystical to be whatever you want it to be, or whatever. It could be orange, it could be green, whatever. But it will not be just one stack. There'll be an admixture of various value systems coming online and are the dominant or supportive of the core values that the organization professes. And this is simply, this is, hold on. So this is simply a snapshot of those values and how they are described in the context of organizational styles. Okay, and I won't bother reading this to you for the sake of time, but you could appreciate the fact that if you decide you are very much involved with structure because you have an IT company and you're dealing with cybersecurity and all these other things, and so the order-driven hierarchy comes to the forefront as a useful construct in that organization. But if you, on the other hand, are looking at an organization that is somewhat more advanced, and I can't read it down here because my, let me move this. But if you see the 8th level turquoise is detects holistic energy. And very much, I believe, the manifestations out of Living Cities Earth very much reside somewhere in second tier. Can't put my fingers exactly on it, but when I read detect holistic energy flows and build everything together, and that binds everything together, constructs large-scale mandates in action on behalf of all life, right? Nurtures all human manifestations and contributes to the whole. I mean, this is very much how Living Cities Earth co-founders talk, right? So there's not even I would say, I would be so bold as to say it's not necessarily even aspirational. I believe the folks involved with Living City Earth reside here as a key component of the meanscape that reflects the organization. I'll leave it, this is simply the all quadrants, all levels, 4Q8L, as we call it in Spiral Dynamics Integral. And it's basically based on the 5 levels, action, structures, worldview. So if you're going to make an intervention in an organization, you need to decide exactly where we want to work. When I made the term, arrest, relieve, and resolve, you can arrest certain actions to just make sure things stop or continue in some manner. You will arrest systems and structures that have become debilitating or non-functional. But then when you get to the worldview value means, which is an extension of how you interpret life conditions, this is at the level in which you're trying to resolve deep-seated wicked problems and social messes. And so I'll leave it there. We only got like 4 or 5 minutes. And that's pretty much all I really, in this short period of time. Well, I guess let me point out one last thing, okay? There is, I got this from the lean world, and I use it often. Cultural transformation. People don't think of Lean Six Sigma as a cultural thing, but I'm going to tell you this. Everybody and their brother, particularly in manufacturing, have signed on to lean practices, Six Sigma. These days, it's agile. So bottom line is, these are technocratic kinds of things. But you could go to Toyota University, which is the birthplace of lean, right? Continuous process improvement. I mean, it's where it was birthed. And they will allow even their competitors to attend their 12-week course, because they'll share all the technical tools. They'll share all the algorithms and any artifact that has anything to do with Lean Six Sigma. And why would Toyota do that with their competitors? Because anybody could attend. Any Ford employee could attend the Toyota 12-week university, or any other car manufacturer for that matter. And why is that? That's because Toyota realizes their culture is not as easily transmitted as is the technical skills. And so in order to have a transformation of a cultural nature, these are the areas that need to line up. And any one of them, if done not holistically, will leave you with what's on the right side. If you get them all right, the vision, the skills, the incentives designed into the approach and initiative, the resources properly applied, and an action plan followed, you will get effective change. But let's say you don't have a vision. People are confused. Let's say you don't have the skills. People are like, they're anxious. They can't do it, And if you don't have incentives, like, why should I stop doing what I'm doing when I'm rewarded in certain ways? You'll get gradual change. People will go, okay, I'll do it when I get a minute. Or if you are not providing the proper resources, allocating the right minds and people to the deal, you will get a group of people who are just frustrated. And of course, with no written action plan, you get a bunch of false starts. And so that's my real quick overview. And if I could, I'm going to share one thing. And since I'm cutting into my other presentation, I think I just want to show you guys something that...
Daryl Ferrell also has a question.
Okay.
And if you don't mind.
I don't have so much a question as a reflection and just a bit of feedback. It was really wonderful hearing what you were sharing. I know it's been a little bit difficult, with the PowerPoint and all that, but just getting the basics of what you've been working on is really wonderful for me, because as I'm busy looking at the city certification and the Global Mayors Academy, these are very important components, modules you're sharing here, because you know what? I've just shared before this about the SRG journeys. Now, SRG journeys is about it's about understanding the paradigm shift, right? It's not about the paradigm shift itself. And so what happens is many of you, like what you've just shared with me now, you're actually built certain methodologies to help actually help and process that paradigm shift that needs to take place, which is really wonderful. So it's been incredible watching how all the bits and pieces over this Emergethon just totally fit together. And you know, it's making my job so easy because I can just see, wow, this goes here, that goes there. So Daryl, thank you so much, because we're going to need that, because you're talking about exactly the same thing we are, except in the context of organization and how they make that culture shift and that paradigm shift. And so this is going to be an important part. So at some point, if we could sit down and really talk about how we include this as a module in both the city certification as well as the global Mayors Academy, we'll obviously have to work on how we do that. But I think it's going to be a very beautiful, mesh working. Let's put it that way.
I think so. Absolutely.
Thank
I think
you.
so. Yeah.
And I would also encourage you to talk to Christiane Schuler. Or maybe just listen to her presentation as well, because I think her work could also really match with what you're doing in the organization, as in how do they develop the language and the actual kind of negotiation of working, of humaning well together. Right. And so I would totally encourage you to connect with her around that.
With who, Farron?
Christiane Schuler.
Okay.
She spoke about the language of spaces, but it was particularly around organizational language. And there she is showing her face over there. I really think you guys need to talk about it. I'd like to include your model and her model.
Here.
I don't know if you're listening to his Christiane, but you can see how yours is that extension of this aspect of him. You know, you doing the physical, you know, how do you do all these values, all that kind of stuff. But hers is about how do you actually do that? How do you almost see the sacred in each other?
Oh yeah, that was real important. I mean, spaces are very important. I mean, you know, it's very important. I mean, if I track what you're saying, absolutely. Because if the space is not right, I mean, it's down to things like this. If when you sit in a circle and there's any extra things in the room, it disturbs the feng shui, if I could put it that way. You all things have to come into the room and flow properly. And extra chairs, extra tables, things that are just messy aren't welcome. I'll put it like that. So if I track what you're saying, but absolutely. So Alexei, if I could indulge you, could you put up the version 2 for me? I don't want to take any more time trying to find my PowerPoint for that. I thought I had it, but now I don't see it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let me do it.
All right. So where I ended, I was going to show you guys a picture of the game board, but for sake of time, I'll skip it for now because I didn't get a chance to put the game board inside my presentation. But the game board is being developed. I mean, it was developed. I'm refreshing it now. I recently did this in Brazil, and so it got translated into Portuguese. So it went great. And so, but that's a front end to what I call rapid alignment workshop, and or in the context of what we're talking here, I also do what's called cultural discovery workshop. Okay, so and go to the next slide. So I already talked about this, talked about that. Okay, so go back to the goals, because the goals with this is a little different. Okay. What problems? So this part of the presentation is where I am a lot more explicit about the goodness of the Odysseus methodology. I maintain my certification with Odysseus. These are all concepts derived from the Odysseus methodology. Although I've changed the nature of a workshop, they call theirs a synergistic diagnosis, and it's a 3-day affair, and it's very orange, I'll put it like that, although it's orange coming from a very yellow place. Nevertheless, I have combined the Sparta Dynamics integral with the Odysseus methodology and came up with the cultural discovery workshop. And the goals are very similar to the Odysseus. Like, what is a style of management, and how do you assemble and design a complementary team, which is a big focus of the Odysseus methodology. They have what's called the four vitamins. And in these 4 vitamins essentially are the ingredients for leadership mindsets, if you will. I mean, you could do all kinds of assessments. You could do temperament assessments like the Myers-Briggs. You could do the DISC. So I've come across all kinds of assessments, including the one I use for Spartadynamics, which is based on the work of values match. Okay, so essentially, you do some kind of assessment to get a sense of what the leadership construct, what the leadership is comprised of. And then what do you need to change in your strategy structure, accountability, all the cultural aspects of who you are. And one of the key things in inquiring of an organization, what it is they want, where do they see their future headed, comes down to the analysis of what is called the theory of corporate life cycles. Now, this is a very interesting thing. The very first time I did one of these workshops on my own, I was still doing the synergistic diagnosis, pure adhesis. And it was the first time I did one on my own. And it was an organization that had gone through 2 downsizing, right? So they started out at 200 some people. They got cut in half. And then after their second downsizing, they were down to about 40 people. So they went from 250, 240, whatever it was. I wasn't there at the time, but the person, I was going around the room, checking in on people, getting their expectations. And one guy said to me, you know what, sir, I'm sure you're very good at what you do. And I'm sure what we're about to experience is going to be beneficial. But in all honesty, your corporate life cycle picture, I showed them a picture of the corporate life cycle. And at the end of the corporate life cycles, there's a term called death. Okay. And he said, well, you see that on the right side of your pictorial, you see that where it says death? We've been there twice. So honestly, what could you possibly say to us, with all due respect, that would get us excited? And I got it, and I was teaching at the graduate school at the time, and one of my students lived in Serbia, and she was working on her master's degree. And essentially, she had written a paper about how Serbia went through the war, and basically they died and then reemerged. And so I came back the next day and I shared that with them. Long story short is, at the end of those 2 days, for which, mind you, was my very first time, I kid you not, people were crying. They were crying because they realized all hope was not gone. And what I took them through, I'll share a few of the slides here with you in a minute. What I took them through was pretty much this methodology. And what I realized in that moment was that if done properly, a well thought out theoretical framework in the hands of someone who's properly trained and have the degree of, let's say, empathy, I'll use that term, to understand the room and know what's in the room and read the energy of the room, you can get to where you need to be and make a difference in organizations' lives. You go to the next slide. So the Cultural Discovery Workshop is 1 or 2 days, okay? And I mentioned the Cultural Spiral Quest game, which is is what we do to launch the whole workshop. So before we do anything, we have a combination of experiencing the value memes in the context. And this is a real important attribute in dealing with organizations of governments, right? Governments are inherently bureaucratic. And we don't necessarily see bureaucracy as a bad thing, by the way. A true government professional will tell you the bureaucracy is in place to slow everything down. Because in any given moment, life, technology, pick a topic, is spiraling in a VUCA manner. So government's role is to slow all that down so that real contemplative and insightful deliberations can take place. It's on purpose. The bureaucracy is on purpose. Whereas in the adhesis methodology, the bureaucracy is seen as not a healthy manifestation of human endeavor. And so you have these 2 ideas you hold in hand paradoxically and try to navigate that. So in the Cultural Discovery Workshop, I say all that to make the point. We kicked off a Cultural Discovery Workshop with the Value Spiral Quest game so that two things can happen. People can come to see, no matter what they have up on their wall, in terms of we are this, we are that. The values they print up and put up in the conference rooms is one thing. But the values that people talk about at the table are the lived experience values in operation. And we do that at the end of that gaming session with an appreciative inquiry, which is to say, we're going to focus on the positive attributes, those productive and positive things that make us who we are. So you set in a government context the positive attributes as a fundamental basis to have a conversation. And now you're ready to go ahead and explore challenges that you need to arrest, relieve, and resolve. And so in the Culture Discovery Workshop, go on to the next slide. We could skip this. I want to point this out here, okay? If you guys can see this well enough, here's what you have going on. And I won't read all these topics to you, but let me talk about it in general. In any organization, 95% of the energy, time, and attention, I call it, I often say time, talent, and treasure. Time, talent, and treasure. All those resources are being expended in pursuit of the primary reason the organization exists in the marketplace, or why a city government exists to bring services to their constituency. So that's 95% of the energy, time, talent, and treasure need to be spent on executing those activities that make the organization who they are for the constituency market they serve. And that PA you see there is one of those 4 items of management expertise. The P stands for productive or producing. The A stands for administrating, okay? And you're going to produce and administrate those results in those processes, services, and products that are necessary to keep your operation going and to keep adding value to the community. Now, that's 95% of the time. However, any organization must simultaneously deal with the changes that are always coming through. And what we propose is, this is very much what Odysseus considers entrepreneurial for the E, and I is integrative. And you can think of it like this. P is concerned with, what are we doing? The key question for a producer-oriented mindset is, what is the product service we're producing? The key question for an administrative mindset, and you need both. You need to administer processes and you need to produce results, right? These are fundamental to an organization. And the A stands for administrating. So if I'm going to do something, I need to properly administrate that. Otherwise, we're just in chaos, right? Which our leadership in Living City Earth does a very good job of, right? So in terms of dealing with changing coming into the organization, if the PA is by definition a top-down directive, get it done kind of mentality, the organizational change is a function of entrepreneurial mindsets, whose basic fundamental question is, why are we doing this? Why are we producing buggy whips when nobody's using buggies anymore? I mean, this is what entrepreneurs live for, the why question, and also when. When are we going to do this? And then of all those mindsets, the I is the key, because the I is the people-oriented mindset. That is who's involved, who's making decisions. The fundamental question is who. Fundamental questions of a producer is, what are we doing? Fundamental question of an administrator is, how are we going to do this? How are we doing it? Fundamental questions of an entrepreneurial mindset and management is, why are we doing this and when are we going to get it done? And then the fundamental question of the integrator is, who's involved? And now that, to manage change, is much more of a bottoms up. And notice the Change Council, which I operated for over a decade in various organizations I worked, is that environment in which once a month for 4 hours, maybe 8, based on how big the organization is, you get together. You're not trying to resolve a problem. You're not trying to take care of an action. You're speculating and ideating, envisioning what is to be. And that conversation is a fundamental different conversation than the blocking and tackling that go on in the normal day-to-day operations that would be reflected on the left-hand side. So go to the next slide. So you change from the bottom up, so to speak. I like to speak in terms of middle up down. This is a real fundamental map of the Odysseus methodology, and a lot of ideas are here. But I'm going to try to do my best to give you the 2-minute, summary. Change happens all the time in organizations, all of the time. It produces problems and also solutions, right? Excuse me. It produces problems and also opportunities for which the management then have to resolve vis-a-vis solutions, right? In so doing, you have two veins of consideration. One is there is a need to decide something, and inherent in that need to decide is the conflict of the styles, the producer who's worried about what, the administrator who's worried about how, the entrepreneur is worried about why, and the integrator is worried about who's going to do this, who's going to be involved. So those fundamental managerial styles are inherently in conflict. Okay. Now that's just to make the decision. Once you get to a point where you coalesce properly these decision makers and the diversity of styles have been resolved to where, okay, we know we have conflict, but we're trusting and respecting one another, which is on the left side. It says mutual trust and respect. You get to a place of mutual trust and respect by saying, oh, well, Daryl's a very entrepreneurial guy. We know how he thinks. So let Daryl be Daryl. Ferial be Ferial. And, she's a very, get it done, how it's to be done, and who's doing it type. I'm just speculating here. I have no assessments of Ferial or anybody else for that matter. But the point is people are different. But when you trust and respect one another, you let Daryl be Daryl, you let Alexei be Alexei. So that's one area. Then you come down the right side. Because deciding is one thing, but implementing is another thing. And if deciding is a democratic approach, implementing is very dictatorial. However, when you're implementing, you need to deal with what Odysseus calls CAPI. And CAPI stands for the coalescence. And this is of all the things that brought the spiral dynamics integral community together with the Odysseus community, the main concept that Don Beck gravitated towards was this idea of CAPI. The coalescence of authority, power, and influence. Authority, of course, is the person in positional authority, the person who signs checks, pay payrolls, hire and fires. They have that authority, right? The influencer are experts. And in the context of Living Cities Earth, we probably show up as influencers to an organization. And power is imbued in anybody in the organization with a responsibility. And this is where it becomes real important. Because if I'm a woman working on the production line and I'm putting one left shoe in the box and one right shoe in the box, and I'm pushing it down the line. But if in that organization, they have pissed me off for some reason, you know what, today I'm gonna put one left shoe and I'm gonna put a second left shoe. At that point, I am no longer contributing in a constructive way. My power is to either conform and do what I have been asked to do, or to rebel, so to speak, and not do that. So I am withholding my cooperation. And power goes to anyone in the organization in a process. It's not about authority. It's different, right? Now, all that said, all of this is conflict. All of this is VUCA of a kind. And what gets you out of the road of going down the road of destruction is the degree which you have engendered mutual trust and respect, to let everybody be who they are. And interest is very fascinating. We could spend a whole hour discussing why interest is different than decision-making. But anyway, I'll leave it there for now. Next slide. Another key concept, and just a time check. Okay, we're almost out. So I'll leave this key concept here it comes down to this. To the degree you have mutual trust and respect will allow you to focus on the external market. Your capabilities and the needs in the marketplace can be adequately addressed if you can muster enough if you could stay integrated enough to address the external market. Now, here's the point. The point is I have 100% energy, but if 50% of my energy is internal to me, watching my back, making sure that Alexei doesn't, undercut me on something or overbid something, or basically, if I can't trust and respect the people I'm working with, that energy is not available to me to service customers. And so, getting the balance and ensuring that there's enough mutual trust and respect will allow for you as an organization to focus on the right things. In the last slide, is probably the key thing I felt. I mentioned PAEI. And along the corporate life cycle, this is the brilliance of Odysseus. Along the corporate life cycle, I'm a strong believer in if it exists and you figure out a way to use it and collaborate with it, other tools, it is what it is. Which is why I maintain my certification with Odysseus, because I use the methodology so regularly. But you notice, when you come into an organization, one of the things we do is assess where the organization is on the corporate life cycle. You don't see it here, but right before stability, Odysseus calls this prime. Prime is when the balance of how happy your workforce is in collaboration with how well you're growing your revenues and profits with how well you're growing and staying in the market. When all that is all that it should be, you're in what's called prime. And prime is an equilibrium of a kind. When you cross over into an aging organization, what happens with the PAI, different manifestations occur. And what the ingredients to address an intervention anywhere along the corporate life cycle matters is reading we do an assessment to see what your managerial makeup is. And the bottom line is this: when you are an aging organization, you have a lot of administration and you have a lot of people stuff, but you're no longer entrepreneurially engaged and you're no longer productively engaged. You're just maintaining the administrative state of a kind. I'll leave it there because we're out of time. But anyway, I got 10 more minutes? So we could discuss things, I know I went fast. I apologize, you guys, but it's like 30 minutes, and there's just a lot of ideas I cared about making sure at least we just touch base with them. So let me say this one thing, since we got a couple of minutes. When we did the assessment, we brought Odysseus in to restructure an organization I was working in. And we did this assessment, corporate life cycles. And here's what we found, which was very fascinating. Half of the leadership, there's about 40 executives, half of the leadership felt we were a young organization. We were on the uptick, right? In go-go, adolescence headed towards prime there. And another half felt, no. We're definitely a stable aristocracy where we no longer have entrepreneurial zeal. And in terms of producing, we've been doing this forever and a day. The mission of the command was 50 years old and they know what they were doing. So half the group said we were aging. The other half of the group said, no, we're just getting off the ground. What we realized, if you see in the middle of the slide there, you realize there's a term right smack in the middle of the presentation in the picture. There's a PA organization. And PA organization occurs, it begins, you're actually a young organization beginning to act old. And we found, after a conversation of about an hour or so, it was a mathematician, I'll never forget, it was a mathematician who said, you know what, wait. I think we have prematurely aged. And we talked about it. And the executive director related to us at this time, we had been on a trajectory of a United States Navy to get 360 ships or something like this. And after the wall fell, the mandate for those 360 ships went away. And there was no longer the need for all that firepower. And so the mission of this organization was interrupted by that. And that was what was the illuminating thing, was that we had prematurely aged. But again, the prescription for shunting and addressing in an intervention a prematurely aged organization is exactly the same as an intervention designed for a truly aged organization. Same thing. Anyway, I'll leave it there. I know that's fast, so any questions?
Thank you so much, Daryl. We can see in the chat a lot of comments from Marilyn. Marilyn, would you like to share?
Yeah. Hi, Daryl. Hey, this was beautiful. Thank you. And no, I never saw that game. That game somehow escaped me. So I'd love to see it. And it strikes me as you're talking about it that it would be really interesting to compare it with the questions that Marina uses in Inner Keys.
Okay.
Because
yeah.
That would be great. And I love you remind me all kinds of things that might be very useful for me here at the Eco Village Findhorn right now, because we're going through a real life cycles dilemma. I'm not sure that we've gone through premature death, but we're pretty close to death right now. with one of the organizations, one of the key organizations, and the amount of impact that it has all over. Yes, CAPI is something I personally cannot live without. So thanks for yes, I use it all the time to actually make decisions about, you know, how to design and who to work with and what I'm observing on the ground. So and I also wanted to point out, Daryl, I don't know if you knew, because others wouldn't know that we both worked together in the Odysseus graduate school as well. We never taught together. We spelled each other
but
off.
I used your curriculum to teach.
But
I used your syllabus.
Yeah, the PAEI is really the four voices of the city. And they also line up with the bees. So the roles in the beehive. So this is why I've always valued Odysseus, as he got it right for the organizations and the life cycles, and it's living, it's alive, and it's very flexible.
No, you're right. And I used the syllabus that Marilyn developed for the Odysseus Graduate School. I used it for 5-6 years after she had left. It was very, very useful. A lot of people will tell me it was one of the best classes they've attended, you know, at the Odysseus Graduate School anyway. But no, I completely agree with you on that. You know, the conformance, I mean, the beehive is very apropos, you know. It's interesting, very, very interesting. I see with the Living Cities Earth, particularly with Integral City. I mean, I've always desired to try to do something with this. So this is why when I saw and heard what you guys reached out to me, and thank you, Marilyn, for thinking about me, was so on point, very much, you know.
Yeah, and you actually got to meet Lev, I think, last summer when he was traveling. So that was pretty awesome. Yeah,
it was pretty good. Yeah, we sat down, had a hamburger or something like that. But no, it's a great work. I mean, I think. I was going to mention, you know, Dr. Odysseus. So Dr. Odysseus and Dr. Beck would always come to me and ask me about the other one, you know. And so I was in this interesting place where, you know, and I asked Dr. Odysseus once. I said, "Well, what was it about Spiral Dynamics that allowed you, of all the things he's done in his life, it was the longest collaboration he's ever done? His methodology is full and complete into itself." But he said, "Well, when I conceived of the theory of corporate life cycles and the theory of change he uses, he said, I never considered values. I never did. And so when he came upon Spiral Dynamics, he went, there's a plug and play, you know. And as you mentioned, you know, Don was very impressed. And what he saw was a yellow solution to the very orange problem. That's my way of terming it, you know. And I have a couple of interviews where I interviewed both of them. I still have the recording, where both of them are talking about why they collaborate with one another. You know, it's very interesting relationship. You know, they both really respected each other. You know, Odysseus would say to me sometimes, you know, I don't see why Odysseus is not bigger, Daryl, which is very, very capable organization and very successful in its own right. Whereas Don's method, he was like Johnny Appleseed. Spiral Dynamics was everywhere. You know. And he would lament about the, you know, profitability of the thing. I would tell him, well, Don, yours is a movement. It's really not a business, you know.
Thanks, Daryl. It's just lovely to hear you again.
And that's it. Well, look, I'm right on time. See, I've been trained by the admirals. They give you an hour, and at the end of the day, you have 5 minutes.
You see, thank you so much. I love also Odysseus and Spiral Dynamics integral approaches, of course. And I was happy to see, you know, how you link it together, right? And Marilyn just mentioned that it's also for voices. And I think the goal of Emergethon is achieved, you know, already. We are getting to know each other more. We see a lot of connections and interconnections, right? And I think that's only the beginning, right, of our future conversations, right? How we can put all our experience, knowledge, skills, perceptions, right, together to contribute more and impact more to the cities, organizations, individuals all together, right? Any other questions? I saw Yuri is here. Yuri was hosting the whole first part of Emergethon.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, I don't know if you know, Daryl, what capi means in Italian.
No, what is it?
No, so capo is boss or leader, and CAPI is the plural of bosses or leaders.
Oh,
And
interesting.
and it also is clothes, items of clothes. So interesting connection here. Capi
Interesting.
is leaders actually and bosses. So in Italian, boss is kind of capo, el capo, no, it's the boss. But
Interesting.
it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited, you know. I mean, a lot of thoughts are going through my head. I very much appreciate the opportunity, you know. And I'll send you, Marilyn, I can send you the a little bit more on the game. And whoever, you know, I can collaborate with, I'm completely open to that. I mean, you know.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dale, also please share in our chats the videos of interviews. I would love to watch it for sure.
Okay. Well, it was just
So-
audio. It wasn't video. It was an audio.
Audio, okay, audio. Yeah, that's
But
great.
I'll look for it and find it, you know. A lot of good
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Daryl, again, and all our co-founders. So our Emergethon is moving forward, right? And we've been online for 7 hours already. And it's, as I understand it, right, it's like 4.5 hours more. And so I'm a host of this part, but it's also my presentations are coming. And if you don't mind, I want to a little bit change the topic. But of course, I will get back to integral approaches. And in a 30 minutes, I will represent my vision of integral leadership dynamics transformations. I also have a program. But before that, I want to invite us to talk about one more program. And let me share it with you. So it's a Agile Career Shift course, which was created by myself and my former client from Google, Polina Gontova. And we created this program for people who are looking for job or transitions. First of all, in IT industry, because Polina has a great experience, huge experience working in IT. But this program might be, of course, customized for any other professions and industries. But before I'm going to share more about Agile Career Shift program, let me quickly introduce myself. So my favorite quote, which I love to repeat to my clients, coaching clients, and our program's participants, it's to start doing things differently. You need to start thinking differently. I love when I'm talking to IT specialists, I love to use this metaphor and say that our mindset, it's like a software, right? Each software on your phone, on your laptop, has a certain settings. And parameters of these settings determine behavior, emotional reactions in the human being, right? Side, right? It identifies a lot of things, and sometimes we're trying to change something in our lives and our organization cities, but we are trying to do it with the same settings, with the same mindset settings. And unfortunately, in most of the situations, we are finding ourselves exactly in the same situation where we were before. So that's why in all of our programs, we are working on the 2 levels. And my dear colleagues and Marilyn and Marina and Christine, right? Christian shared that we can create external changes and internal changes. So mindset, it's internal changes, and behavior, that's the second level, it's external changes, right? Which we can observe, right, and manage. So couple words about myself. I'm a leadership and career meta coach. And what does it mean, meta coaching? So meta coaching, it's combination of 3 expertise. So the first, it's a psychology. I have master's degree in social and organizational psychology. And so originally I'm a psychologist, a group of affects, leadership affects psychologist, right? The second component of meta coaching, it's business consulting. I have experience in transforming organizations, cultural, let me say, corporate cultural transformation, leadership values transformation in 900 banks branches. And we implemented agile approaches and Scrum approaches and other different approaches. Of course, we used spiral dynamics as well, right? That was a consulting project. And one of the most important, I think, projects in my life, which I participated in, it was for 12,000 nurses and doctors. And we supported nurses and doctors in growing their, we call it patient orientation approach. So patient orientation, it's about like a customer orientation, right? It's when they can provide better support, better communication, better, let me say, relationship building. I cannot call it service, right? But I would say opportunities, right? And atmosphere, because a lot of patients, they were complaining about, not about treatment or technologies or equipment or facilities, but they were 70% of complaints were about communication and how nurses and doctors treated them. There are a lot of reasons why they did like that, and it's very understandable if we can explore best level of spiral dynamics and see in what environments these nurses and doctors are working. We tried to also fix it with the Minister of Healthcare System and his team, but at the same time, that was also consulting projects, and we created great results there. And the third component of meta coaching, it's a professional coaching, and the PCCICF means that I have professional coaching credential by International Coaching Federation. Also, I have a good experience in soft skills development. I conducted many trainings, leadership trainings, soft skills development trainings, and sales trainings as well. And in general, I've been developing people for 20 years, and I impacted 18,000, more than 18,000 employees, includes 4,000 managers and 400 coaches. I love, and what's my passion here, right? I love to help people and organizations to make a difference. That's what I'm so curious. That's what makes me so inspired to see when changes happens, and when the consciousness of my clients and participants, it's growing, and they can learn how to operate themselves, how to operate their mindsets, settings, and their behavior in a better way towards their goals and their destiny. So about Agile Career Shift program. So what's the main idea is, I'm not going to read this text, I'm just going to explain it to you. So we put together, we call it, if we consider our participants as a job seekers, right? So they have hard skills and soft skills. And hard skills, it's their job searching skills. So writing resume, creating beautiful stories about their success, failure, about themselves, and all other stuff. And of course, it's setting LinkedIn profile, and of course, being able to represent themselves in the best way on the interview processes. And the soft skills part, it's how they can create a clear ideal life and career vision statement first, set their career goals, how they can of course, manage their emotions and stress when they're going through this job searching process, how they can communicate, build relations and connections with recruiters and hiring managers, how they can organize their job searching process as a project and use time management tools, and many other soft skills tools and techniques we share with them. So why? Because as a coach, I've been coaching a lot of managers who are hiring new team members, right? Of course. And I coach these managers how to hire people, right? So I know how they do it, right? And from the other perspective, I coach a lot of new specialists in IT, engineers and managers, who just get their new positions. And most of the time, they're struggling with the soft skills. And we know that if any profession related to the working with other people, 85% of success, it's a soft skills, and 15% it's hard skills. That's why we put together soft skills and hard skills, job searching skills, right? And of course, Polina's experience working for Google, Apple, and Microsoft, right, gives us a beautiful opportunity to practice it in the most in the best way, right? Which is so close to the real hiring process in IT industry in the big IT companies. So the goals of this program, as I just described, right, it's enhance job searching capabilities, advance soft skills, and increase self-awareness and efficiency. And we have two formats in this program. We have a self-learning option, and we have a live course, which includes 20 online Zoom calls. So this program includes has 10 modules, right? Well, it's 10 weeks. So all 10 modules includes 55 to 74 practical assignments where step by steps our participants completing them, creating their resume, LinkedIn profile, and get prepared to the interview. We have 3 checklists. We have a lot of video recordings of theory parts of this program where we share all of these tools and frameworks. And we have, of course, presentations, right, and other materials. So what's the difference between these two formats, right? Self-learning format, it's when participants can just watch videos with all theories, frameworks, and tools and complete assignments by themselves, right? That's it. They can do it on their own path as fast as they want, right? The second option, Live Pro, it's an online program where we have 2 meetings per week. First meeting on a week, 1.5 hours, it's a theory meeting, right, where we share tools. And the second one, it's a mastermind Q&A session where we're practicing a lot, where we, first of all, first 3 weeks, we analyze resumes, each other, right, and LinkedIn profiles, and edit it and learn from that. And 6 other weeks, we're practicing interviews because there are a lot of different types of questions, general questions, situational questions, hypothetical questions, design questions, estimation questions, and all other types of questions, right? So 2 formats, right? People can learn by themselves or they can go with us with online in online formats, right? Target audience, it's IT professionals seeking career advancement and transition. It's a recent graduate at an entry-level IT employees. It's a mid-level IT managers and team leaders who are looking for transitions, and agile coaches, scrum masters, project managers. And as I mentioned before, content of this program might be easily customized to any other industries and any other professionals who are looking for a job or transition. And ideal outcomes, right? It's related to our 3 goals. It's increase job interview invitations and job offers received by participants, right? It's a measurable improvement in confidence level and soft skills, and noticeable increase in the personal productivity and team collaboration effectiveness. LCE, of course, right, can help us to just distribute this program, to offer it to as many professionals as we can, because when people do what they love, their impact is significant, and they feel, let me say, confident, right, inspired, and they can create many, many, many beautiful changes, not only for themselves, but for people around them, and of course, cities as well. And so that's the 12 main challenges which we invite all our participants to check and assess, and some of them related to resume issues, some of them related to the interview passing experience, some of them related to the limiting beliefs. Sometimes our participants, they believe that market is so low and it's impossible to get a job, or other candidates, they have much more opportunities to get this job than themselves, right? And all of these limiting beliefs, of course, we're working with them, right, and unstuck their potential to get their ideal job. That's the program through the numbers, right, which I already shared. So again, some 7.5 hours we are talking about soft skills and self-management. 7.5 hours we talk about job searching skills, and 15 hours mastermind Q&A session where we're practicing, we do mock sessions and all this stuff. 20 online calls in a Live Pro version, 55 tools, 74 practical assignments. And of course, we check all of these assignments, we provide individual feedback in a written way. And of course, we create the community where all job seekers become as a family, help each other, support each other, exchange resources, and it's very, very useful. That's the topics which we cover within this program. So on the left side, you can see hard skills. I already mentioned them, right? And soft skills, I already mentioned them as well. And I'm happy to share that we're not talking only about soft skills such as communication, stress, or emotional management, time management, or others, or how to sell yourself or present yourself, but also we're talking about how to grow your consciousness and integrity. And of course, we're doing it through the spiral dynamics levels. We provide the self-assessment by using intuitive scales and other tools. And we help our participants to really see how else they can grow personally and professionally. Let me share a couple of words about sales approach, which we use to change make a shift in our participant mindset when they're looking for jobs. So in our perception, the hiring process, it's when job seekers, they're providers of certain services, and they have certain knowledge, skills, experience, credentials, desires, passions, energies, and values, and all other resources. And the companies, they are buyers. And the main idea is to get your ideal job. It's to, first of all, identify who is your ideal buyer, right? What type of company you would like to be a part of, or a team, or culture, or industry, or environment. What's the parameters of it? And we offer 15 criteria of choice, and we invite our participants to describe each of them very carefully by using SMART model and others. And also, it's very important that our participants can rank this criteria of choice, because when they get several job offers, they need to choose, right, the best one. That's what can help them. And of course, we coach our participants how to build connection with these companies, how to explore and get to know more about companies. Because what do we see? That when people are looking for a job, especially when they need money, they are in a very reactive mode. So if the company is going to offer me a job, I'm going to get it. I don't want to assess the company's cultural structure and all other parameters which are important to me, because I need money, right? In this case, we are working with our participants to avoid this situation, because again, as a coach, I mentioned before, right, our company, and we're spending a lot of time and energy after that to match, right, what these employees really wanted, right, and really want, and what they really got when they didn't make their choice to accept this offer proactively, right? That's what we're trying to avoid here. That's why we invite all our participants to explore what's the company you're trying to join, right? The first. Second, we are coach them to identify needs. That's the second stage of sales. First one, build connection. Second, identify needs. So when company is hiring you as a solution, what pains and problems they want you to solve? And that's what we can identify by carefully reading job posting. And we can see what's the problems. And if we're talking, for example, about project managers, agile coaches, or scrum masters, some of them, they're thinking that their main value is the tools, like a scrum approach or project management tools, which they can bring to the company. But that's not the main value. And I always remind our participants, don't mix the goals with the tools, right? Companies need to cover their problems, pains, and challenges, such as, for example, missed deadlines, a lot of misalignments, lack of communication, lack of clarity, lack of certain processes, right, which are not defined well, lack of responsibility management. That's why they hire project managers to, let me say, order mess, right, in the best way, to use all of these resources which company has towards to their goals, right? And sometimes that's the mindset shift, right, happens in our participants perception, because they start considering what's their value they're going to bring to the company. And one of the, by the way, interview question is, why should we hire you, right? So why should we choose you? And in sales, we call it UVP, unique value proposition. And of course, you need to know, right, what value you're going to bring. and what needs and problems and pains you're going to cover. And the third stage on sales, it's a presentation, right? So you need to be so good in presenting your solution. You need to not only say the right words, but you need to transmit the values, your potential, your desires, your passion, and we discuss a lot what the congruency means, right? And I'm so happy to see that my colleagues, right, mentioned already Aqual for quadrants, right, which also the part of congruency, right? All of these pieces comes together, and they are not going against each other. They don't have dissonances, right? That's the congruency. And when we're congruent, people can feel it, right? And that's what we coach hiring managers, right? Hey, you don't need just only check their backgrounds, their skills or experience. You need to feel them. You need to feel many aspects, right? And not only get to know them, but see them, hear them, feel them, right? I mean, candidates. And in the opposite way, right? So we coach candidates to get, first of all, right? In this integral and congruent condition, to really put things together and check their transmission, what and how they present. Yeah, and yes, that's the Agile Career Shift program. We have 10 minutes more, so dear colleagues, please feel free to share your thoughts or ask questions if you have any. Okay. So maybe if you don't have any questions, right, I'm going to switch my hat, right, my role, and become more, again, as a host. I would suggest us to take a 10 minutes break. And in 10 minutes, I would love to share with you Integral Leadership Dynamics course program, which is also related to integral approaches and leadership development. So if we are okay with that, so Kate, maybe you can put some slides which inform us that the presentation is going to start soon, or I can just share the first slide of my presentation and we're going to get back in 8 minutes. Okay, beautiful. So let's take a break and let's meet in 8 minutes and we're going to continue.
Unpacking the bags and setting up and planted lilacs and buttercups. But in the meantime, I got it hard. Second floor living without a yard. It may be years until the day my dreams will match up with my pay. Make a home from a rented house. And we'll collect the moments one by one. I guess that's how the future's done. And how many acres, how much light, tucked in the woods and out of sight. Talk to the neighbors and tip my cap on a little round belly on the mat. Oh, dirt road, deep snow, watching the fire as we grow. Dirt road, rambling road, watching the fire as we grow. Well, I'm so true. It's a dance we know the moves. The bow, the dip, the woo. Though the words are true, the state is old news. Wrap me in your arms. I can't. I can't feel it, but get up, feel it turn up, ceiling, get to sing with the pair of feet change. I know my words will dry upon the skin, just like a name I remember hearing. Wild winters, warm coffee, mom's gone. Do you love me? Blazing summer, cold coffee, baby's gone. Do you love me? Wrap me in your arms. I can't feel it, but rock me. Get up, get down, get up, get down, get up. Sitting in the scene with a pair of feet change. Get up, get down, get up, get down. Be the general Jason and stop. See the next one waiting. Get up, get down, get up, get down, get up. Sitting in the scene with a pair of feet change. My baby doesn't make me. My Get up, get down. Get up, get down. Get up. Cinnamons the same with a pair of feet change. Get up, get down. They move around. Get up. See the next one waiting. Get up, get down. Get up, get down. Get up. Cinnamons the same with a pair of feet change.
All right, so we are ready to move forward, and we have 8 more presentations for today, and our Emergethon is continue. So let me share one more program, which is called Integral Leadership Dynamics course. And I'm so happy to highlight again that we have a lot of common ideas and thoughts towards to leadership development with my colleagues, and we also share love towards to spiral dynamics, integral approaches, and other integral tools. So let me share my version of it. I already introduced myself. So I'm a leadership and career meta coach, PCSF. I have master's degree in organizational social psychology, and I work as a business consultant, soft skills trainer as well. So, and the core idea of Integral Leadership Dynamics program is to offer a comprehensive training program that delves into the nuances of modern leadership through the exploration of 8 unique archetypes. And I'm going to mention these archetypes. So these archetypes related to the spiral dynamics integral levels. And we described each of these archetypes through personal qualities, values, knowledge, skills, attitudes, motivation, practical tools, and metrics. And I'm going to explain why we took these things. And the goals of this program, it's a leadership, self-discovery, and personal growth. As a coach, I see one of my main role is to help managers and leaders to grow their consciousness, their self-awareness, their ability to reflect on what's going on inside them and outside them, right? And to be able to manage these things by using different approaches, different tools. Of course, it's enhancement of leadership skills and competences. And we provide within this program a lot of leadership skills such as motivation, delegation, strategic thinking, and others. And of course, it's a promotion of diversity and inclusivity in leadership, because on a certain levels of organizational development or leadership development, it becomes crucial and significant how we perceive each other and how we can see a lot of value by being different and deliver and creating different thoughts, different ideas, different opinions, and integrate them, implement them together. So the format of this program, it's a 20 weeks program. So it's a 5 months program. And the structure is so simple. We have 10 models. One model is 2 weeks. And on a week number 1, we are conducting theory and practical assignments session. It's online Zoom session with participants where we discuss certain archetype, right? And we, of course, going through self-assessment, and we discuss some tools how our participants can develop certain aspects which they see as their development areas, and to really change something in their mindset and their behavioral level, and to see the consequences, positive consequences of these changes around them. And the week number 2 is a mastermind and Q&A session where we analyze their experience, the changes which they already made, and the effects. Did it work or it didn't work, and how was it, and what else might be missing, or what was amazing and they need to keep it, right? And we just reflect on it or practice some things which has to be practiced. Right, who is the main target audience? So it's emerging leaders and managers. It's experienced executive and senior managers. We can adjust, you know, the content and context towards to our participants levels, and of course it's HR professionals and organizational development consultants as well. So let me ideal outcomes and measurement tools related to goals, of course, right? And it has leadership effectiveness, personal professional growth, and cultivate of inclusive leadership cultures, right? And the concept of the program is very simple. So we have 8 archetypes of integral dynamics leadership. They are connected and related to the spiral dynamics integral levels. And on a BESH level, we have archetype athletes, on a purple level friend, on a red level warrior, on a blue level expert, on the orange level entrepreneur, on the green level missionaire, on the yellow level integral leader, and on turquoise level citizen of world. And each of these archetypes is contain or include 8, let me say, components or parameters. Where did we get these components and parameters? That's exactly what we're focusing on when we are coaching managers and leaders. We are either focusing on their personal qualities, either their values, or either knowledge, skills, attitudes, and sometimes they have a lot of limiting attitudes, and we transform them to the supportive attitudes. Might be lack of motivation, might be a lack of practical tools, instruments, right? Tools which they can use, or they might have lack of measurement tools, right? Metrics, how they can measure their own performance and success, how they can measure their team members or team in general performance and success, and that might be significant. Why? Because if we cannot measure something, we cannot manage it, right? And measurements and metrics are so important. So let me just as an example to show you how we describe the one of the archetypes, the first archetype on the first level, athlete. Right, so the athlete leadership archetype embodies a dynamic force of vitality and strength, right, rooted in an unwavering commitment to physical well-being. These leaders radiate energy and resilience, characterized by excellent health and commitment to quality sleep and an active lifestyle. Athlete leaders prioritize the holistic care of their bodies. Their values enter around the profound connection between life, health, and the body, fostering an environment where safety and security take precedence. Motivated by the pursuit of an energetic and fulfilling life, they actively engage in sports, prioritize personal development, and maintain a strong mind-body connection. Armed with the practical tools, including health checkups, fitness plans, and safety assessments, the athlete leadership archetype seamlessly integrates measurable metrics to ensure continuous improvement and well-rounded approach to leadership and life. And you know, it might sound so simple, but I would say that based on my experience working with managers from 500 Fortune companies, in 70% of, let me say, difficulties, challenges, or situations which they're experiencing, the root of these challenges laying down in their ability to manage their physical condition. And they have a lot of challenges with sleeping, with the length of sleeping or quality of sleeping. They have huge challenges in their nutrition. So they don't manage their nutrition the right way. They don't know how to rest. They don't know how to rest physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, right? And we explore it here on the first level, right? So when we're talking about first archetypes, athletes, because to move forward, to build connection with other people, to perform, or even to being, ambitious, right? Or to perform on a certain level, to build systems and structures, as well as getting to success, right, and impacting the world and communities, you need to make sure that you know how to manage yourself. If you don't know how to manage yourself, it's not only about your challenges and difficulties which you are experiencing as a human being, but it's also about example, which you provide every day to your direct reports, to your peers, to your managers maybe, and of course not only for them, but for companies, clients, and partners. And if we can go, if we can take a closer circle, right, to your kids, to your relatives, to your family members. And sometimes I've noticed that the best motivation which we can find for these members to really start taking care of themselves, it's to talk about what their children are learning from you. When you don't sleep well, when you get angry, exhausted, frustrated, tired, what can they learn from you, right? How to be tired, how to be exhausted, how to work a lot for what? For ruining their life and health. So sometimes that's only one way to really make a shift in their mind, right? To really start taking care about themselves. And when we're talking about other 8 parameters or components, right, we can describe it the personal qualities. We can for example, right, healthy and energetic, right? And we invite our participants to take the quick self-assessment by using intuitive scale from 0 to 10. Hey, how can you assess yourself, right? If we're talking about you're healthy and energetic every day, every morning from 0 to 10. 10, you're always in the best energy condition, right? 0, you cannot get out from the bed, right? Where are you now? And if it's not 10, what is missing? Right? Why do you feel like that? So as I mentioned before, right, the main idea of this program is to increase self-consciousness and self-awareness and build strong reflection skill, right? Because in my perspective, if we can identify the causes, it's already 50% of solution. Okay, we also can talk about refreshed and vigorous, right, as a quality, or with high physical tonus, right? So how you feel your body, your muscles, right? So are they in tonus or not, right? We, of course, talking here about values, right? So what is important to you on this level, right? And one value is own your body and life in it, right? And value the life. And the simplest way to just really get connected, it's just take a deep breath, right? It's to inhale consciously by paying attention to different parts of your body and your lungs, right? And your stomach, which is moving, right? And exhale. And sometimes, you know, our participants, they share after this very easy exercise. Everyone can do it right now, right? Just inhale deeply, right? And exhale, right? You can feel more fulfilled, right? You can, that's maybe, by the way, one of the tool which we can use, which Ferrell and Angie shared, right? The first step, stop, right? Just slow down to speed up, right? Also, values in safety. So safety on a different level. It's not only about don't go to dangerous places, right? But safety, it's about what you intake, right? What's the quality of your food, right? And how do you really how much you conscious about what you're taking in, right? Full of strength and energy, right? So that's also the value is to really identify your body strengths, right? And what gives you energy, what makes you feel energized on a physical level, first of all. Of course, to be able to manage it, you need to have some sort of knowledge. And with many of our participants, we really dived in a lot in different types of physical activities, different types and tools which can help you to measure your sleep quality. And for example, it's not an advertising, right? But I use the Oura Ring, right? Which provides you many metrics and data every day, and it's every morning. So I open this app and it shows me many parameters of the sleep, or my sleeping last night, and it shows me the score, right? For example, tonight I slept not good, and it's just 67 scores of 100, and it's automatically calculate your readiness for the day. And my readiness for today is 76, right? So it's like 3 of 4, 3/4, right, of what I could have, right? So that's why maybe after Emergethon, I'll take a nap before continuing my day, right? So you need to know about quality sleep, nutrition, and rest, different types of rest, right? You need to know about physical activities. Of course, you need to know how you can take care about your health, right? So who's your I don't know, prime care doctor, right? How often do you see your doctor? What blood parameters you need to check, right? And pay attention to. And all of this stuff, you need to be very proactive, right? And that's about knowledge. So some people, they just don't know it, right? Skills, of course, you have to have some certain behavioral activities, habits, and skills, right? Active lifestyle, sufficient rest, and listening to the body. And that's one of the main challenge here. So our brain, let me say, prioritization of our work, money, paying bills or responsibilities which we took, or some other stuff, sometimes in our mind they're sounding much louder than our body signs, our body voice. And that's a skill, how to really be self-empathetic, I would say, but not towards to your emotions only, right? But treat emotions as a sign that your body wants to talk to you about something, right? It's not only about pain when you feel pain, right? But it's only about when you feel exhausted, for example, or tired, or so ask yourself, right? How am I feeling physically? Am I rested enough, right? Did I sleep enough? Did I eat well? Or some other parameters. And that's a skill. We just need to build it as a habit. And beliefs. Wow, that's one also very important things. You know, I can share the personal story. All my relatives, right? My parents and my grandparents, right? They hate going to the doctor. They think that the doctor is the person who needs to rescue when you're in a strong pain. So they don't believe that you need to go to doctors regularly and do regular checkups to prevent the pain in some diseases. And that's a belief, right? So the doctor is only for fixing me when I'm in strong pain. And that's a limiting belief, of course, right? So life and health, right? Sometimes we have limiting beliefs about that, right? Activity and survivability. Sometimes we believe that, okay, if I if I need to do some physical activities, it should be workout. I just need to go to gym and do weightlifting or cardio as old people do. No, there are many different ways. For example, my favorite way to do cardio, I hate cardio. I hate running, walking. I mean, in a gym, I love walking outside, right? But I found out the best way for me to take the cardio activities is to play tennis, and I play tennis 4 times per week for 2 hours each time, right? Beautiful outside, fresh air, cardio activities, and it's interesting, right? So get out from the box of your limiting beliefs, and maybe you can check your beliefs by asking yourself, what I believe in, which is not helping me to be healthier and more energized and more alive. What I believe in that stucks me, right? Okay, safety and security. Some people in some countries, you know, they believe that their safety and security is, for example, a government responsibility, and it is, right, in some certain levels, right? But at the same time, if you can protect yourself, take care of yourself in the best way, you can impact and live better. Why? Because you have, our government has thousands of citizens, right? You have only one you. Motivators. So what's the motivation? Sometimes people going through existential crisis and they stop taking care about themselves, right? On the physical level as well. And we need to check, right? So what can motivate you to really make a friendship with your body, right? And with the life itself, because your body, I love this metaphor, it's like your cathedral, right? Yeah, it's your cathedral where the miracles happens, where the life is living, right? Practical tools, right? It might be medical checkups, a plan for physical and sports loads, right? Healthy eating plan, body care, right? Ensuring safety and others, right? And metrics. So physical fitness metrics, right? It might be sleep metrics, nutrition metrics, safety assessment metrics, and others. So that's the 8 parameters, 8 components, which we invite our participants to reflect on, to really analyze themselves. Again, they're leaders, but they're also human beings, first of all, right? And that's why we start with this athletic archetype, right? And check all of these things, because based on the spiral dynamics integral approach, right? If you don't have energy or health, or you don't feel safety enough here, you're not, that's you're going to be the most important focuses of attention, because that is going to be important, and that's going to be your main values. You will not be able to move forwards and build connection, interact with people, be ambitious, or achieve something or build something. Why? Because you have some challenges inside you, right, which you need to fix. So I'm gonna pause it here, right, because that's only just one archetype, right, of 8, and all 8 archetypes, of course, described for all these 8 parameters and components, and the training program, right? Let me get back here, right? So all of these theory and practical assignments, meetings, right? They have, of course, 2 parts, right? The first part, which I already described, it's a self-reflection, right? Self-analysis and identification, what we already do, what we have in our mind and behavior level, and what we need to improve and develop. And practical assignments help to do that, right? And the mastermind Q&A session, we analyze what's the changes, what changes our participants made, how was it, and how they can continue to do it, or maybe what challenges they got and how we can fix it all together. So I'm going to pause here. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. My dear colleagues, if you have any questions, please share it. Okay, so in this case, I'm changing the hats again, right, to the host. So, and we still have 7 minutes, right, before our next presentation. And my dear colleagues, Ferial, let me check, Ferial, with Andy and Alexander last, then Pavel, Lukshin, Marin Demchenko, Lev Gordon, right, are going to share 2 presentations in a row, and it's going to be related to Global Academy of Mayors and Living City certification. So, but before that, Ferial, you're here. I was going to invite us to take a break maybe before your presentation, if you don't mind, right?
That's perfect.
Because we've been, Emergethon already is going right for what? For 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
And that's a lot. And yeah,
Indeed.
so let's just about what I just shared, right? Let's take care about our physical condition, take care about our physical condition, right? Maybe you can take something to drink, or maybe some snacks, right? And we're gonna get back. So Ferial, I'm passing to you, okay, the hosting stick, right, for next 2 presentations, which is yours. which are
I'm
you,
just
right?
mind before you go, I just want to quickly check just the sharing that the screen works well. Are you seeing everything for me?
Yes,
Right.
see, I can see it. Yes.
Perfect. I was just checking. Okay, excellent.
Yes. If you need any support, Kate is here, right? So Kate is with us, so Kate can help you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just
Our
want to.
team member.
Alrighty, we'll take a little break now and we'll get started in the next few minutes.
Yes, and of course I'll get back, guys, to you in 1 hour.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. See you.
Black hole open kitchen.
tell you I didn't know how to stay. You believe she can see through, cutting at the silent clay. A relief back in deep blue, fettered in the magnet sun. Eat the gun as it feeds you, spitting up the oxygen once again.
Thank you, Kate. If you can just unshare the current screen at the moment. And I just want to welcome us back to the Emergethon. It's been an incredible journey so far of listening into all the wonderful things that our co-founders have been up to. In our next session, I'm going to be sharing a little bit more about one of the flagship projects that we've been working on. And it is, one second, it is called the Global Academy of Mayors. We call it .Earth. And in actual fact, we call it Game Changers Program. As you can see, it's the acronym for Global Academy of Mayors .Earth. So I'm just going to immediately start to share my screen with you and just head straight in. So just trying to move my things here. So yes, welcome to this session of the Emergethon, where, as I said, we're going to talk about the Game Changers experience. And we have a wonderful development team that has already started forming around this particular project. There's myself, who is project managing, and we have Andy Ferguson, we have Marina Demchenko, Alexander Laszlo, Pavel Luksha, and Lev Gordon. And of course, we welcome any others who feel that they have some kind of energy or expertise that they can bring to the development process of this. But there are also lots of opportunities for you to get involved in various different other ways that we're going to share with you a little bit later on in this presentation. And of course, I am your presenter for this particular session. My name is Ferial Purin, and let me tell you a little bit more about me. So I am one of the co-managing, co-founders of LCE, helping steward the flow and development of LCE together with Marina Demchenko and our amazing management team, as well as Wisdom Council and our advisory board that is just forming right now. And I was originally born in South Africa, Cape Town, particularly during the apartheid era in 1973. And I have now lived in Scotland for the last 20 years. And so I have this kind of very mixed heritage of being someone that is not actually African by my descent, but actually my family originally come from Java in Indonesia. So I have these kind of spread across 3 continents cultural thing going on. And so I think it does inform who I am and how I do my work. And then there's something other that's fascinating about me is that I am a keen dancer of the Latin dances. And that's incidentally, you'll see me dancing over there in the picture that's just come up. And that's my partner, Adrian. And we met dancing. So this also influences my work. I use a lot of analogies for dancing because dancing to me is often such a reflection of how we do life. Earlier on, I heard Marilyn Hamilton talk about our little dancing lady in LCE. And it is because life to me is like a beautiful, wonderful dance, because dance requires you to be flowing, to be intuitive, to feel into the others around you when you're on the dance floor. So this really does inform my work so much in feeling my way into how I work with others and how I human well with others in what I do. And then talking about dancing, my name means celebration or festival, right, in most parts of the world. And so that just says why I love dancing and things like that. I love having a party. If you know me, you will know that about me. And I'm also in the other parts of who I am. I'm a mom of 2 grown-up daughters, the eldest of which is Jada. She's 22, and Kiara, who is 20. And I currently live in this beautiful seaside town in Scotland. The reason is because I feel most at home when I am close to the sea. So I always try and navigate my way around where's the sea. And I truly, truly can say that I love my life. And this is not because it is perfect, but because it is perfectly imperfect. And so much of my work revolves around how to lean into the imperfection of life, because there is no happily ever after. There is just life and what we get to experience. And so that said, this is why one of my favorite quotes is the following: trusting the universe means surrendering to the flow of life and having faith that everything is happening exactly as it should. It means releasing control and letting go of the need to know what's coming next. When we trust the universe, we open ourselves up to the infinite possibilities that life has to offer, and we invite in the magic and mystery of the unknown. Thank you, Bernadette Logue, for sharing that. It's really a way of life for me, as in what's next. Not I want to be in the next, but I want to experience that emergence of the next. And now let's head into talking about what we're here to talk about today, which is the Global Academy of Mayors Earth, Game Changers Experience. So I've mentioned it's an LCE flagship program. It's a one-year interactive learning experience designed to empower and connect extraordinary city leaders who are committed to catalyzing positive transformation in their own lives, their cities, and the world. And our goals for this program, I'll start off with, it's about helping these evolutionary leaders with this evolutionary leadership mastery. It is to cultivate leaders who seamlessly integrate their personal, professional, economic, and community development, fostering resilience and addressing collective trauma for effective problem solving. So these are the kind of leaders that see they're literally or everything that happens within the city and the larger kind of scale of what you're a part of. It all starts with you and that which you do and which you make decisions for in your own life. You're an extension and a reflection of everything else, right? And then we have this kind of, our goal is to develop this dynamic community learning hub, to establish this platform that encourages real-time interactions, enabling participants to engage in peer-to-peer learning while applying integral leadership principles within their specific community context. And it's also about smart city transformation. What do I mean by that? It's about empowering leaders with tools and frameworks for an integral approach to city development, guiding them in implementing sustainable practices that contribute to the holistic well-being of their communities. And then we're really reaching to have these kind of sustainable city pioneers, right? People who are willing to kind of venture into where we've not been before, because we've not been in the civilization that we want to kind of live into, right? So it's about equipping these leaders with the expertise for them to come up with successful net zero strategies, right? Fostering communities that thrive in harmony with nature. So it's not just about reaching net zero, but how do you do that in relationship to everything and everyone else? And by this, I don't only mean the human components, I mean all the other citizens of Earth, human and non-human, right? Across past, present, and future generations. How do you hold that space for that kind of sustainable city development? And now we're going to look at the format in which we actually present this Game Changers program. So Game Changers isn't just about city leaders coming together to learn together. It's also about learning how to live and journey well together. Now, in Living Cities Earth, this is kind of our tagline, right? It's to human well together, for aliveness with love. So it's about those components. How do we live and journey well together with love? And love is often a component within the kind of city environment. I'm talking about where there's the planning and the infrastructure and all of those things happening, that, love is not really something we think about there. But it is such a core part of the fabric of all of what we are a part of. And that is exactly where it needs to be present. So to that end, our foundation program starts with a 16-week introduction called Stop, Reset, Go, or SRG Journey. And this is we've used a technology that I've spoken about in a previous session, or myself and Andy Ferguson anyway. And we use this as a core part of how to have that kind of paradigm shift from where we are to where we wish to go. Right, so this foundation lays the groundwork for our individual and collective living well together journey. It is then completed by a range of different modular options to create a comprehensive, tailored, year-long kind of postgraduate, or I want to say community development experience. So Game Changers is dedicated to fostering integral evolutionary leadership skills, emphasizing personal, professional, and then economic and infrastructure and community and social development through this kind of innovative and community-based, I want to say, interactive learning approach that is facilitated both on and offline. So we have both those components, but essentially it's held online, and then we create these experiences that the participants have offline as well. So who are our target audiences? Now, our target audience here is firstly the mayors of cities and towns, right? I mean, these are the obvious ones. And then we're also looking at aspiring mayors, people who want to become these, right? They're perhaps doing some other jobs at this present moment, and they're aspiring to become mayors and city administrators. And then there's, of course, the city administrators themselves as well. So let's look at the ideal outcomes and measurement tools that we're engaging for this program. Now, I'm not going to go too much into the measurement tools, but I'm going to focus more on the outcomes. So let's see so our first outcome here is integral city development implementation. It is where we want to ensure participants apply an integral approach to city development, creating urban environments that respond intuitively to their nature and contribute to overall well-being. Now, measurement tools, we have certain indicators and things that we are putting in place, but you can watch the presentation and read some more about what we're going to be doing there. I apologize, my screen is not showing properly, but our outcome number 3 is community resilience and empowerment. So it is really about us looking at how do we foster resilient communities, right? Where residents and every part of the kind of components of humans in the city feel empowered to express themselves firstly. This is really important, that your unique flavor is shown to the world, but at the same time, you're celebrating diversity and you're elevating the quality of life for all, not just, as I mentioned before, humans, but also for all citizens, and that you interact with and relate to. And for this, we use community feedback surveys, and we've got certain indicators that we put in place for that. Our outcome number 4 is global collaboration and wisdom sharing. And here we facilitate a network of interconnected cities and leaders collaborating globally on innovative projects and sharing wisdom to address shared challenges. There are many of those, right? And the tool we implement here is cross-city collaborative project participation. And of course, just really just connecting them as people, as humans. Right, and so my slide is creating all kinds of crazy things here right now, but hopefully when you watch the slide you'll actually see some of this. Then how can LCE support this practice at this moment? So our development team is in place, as I mentioned, but we still need quite a lot of work on this, right? We need feedback from a focus group or focus groups of experts who have worked with city administrations or are working with city administrations and local governments to help us refine our offering, right? So we really kind of target and make sure that we're, my business model always likes to say, we put it through the pasta making machine and you kind of keep refining that. This is really important to us. And number 2, we need facilitators for the core program. So as much as we're using a certain technology, I mean, if you can imagine, there's 2 of us who design this technology, and we can't be the only ones delivering because we'd only ever reach a very few amount of people. And if this is a global program, we need facilitators. And we know within our community of co-founders, as well as strategic partners, there are very seasoned facilitators that don't need us to teach them how to be facilitators. So we're looking for those. If you're a facilitator, if you're a person who does presentation and well, and has presented lots of courses, things like that, you're who we're looking for. Because of course, this would just be an extension of what you already do. So so we're also looking for co-founders who can help us put, of course, a group of mayors and city administrators together for our pilot program. So if you're listening and you're that kind of person who has already got influence in this sphere with mayors and city administrations, please do reach out to us. And then number 4, co-founders who can market our program to mayors and city administrators. Again, if you are in that position to do so, then please be in touch with us. So let's just have a little bit of a program overview of what does the Global Academy of Mayors or Game Changers program look like, right? So the core program, remember we said there were 2 components. So the core program firstly runs across 16 sessions. And that can, of course, take place, however long, but it's 16 sessions that they have to attend. It's a structured curriculum focused on integral evolutionary leadership principles. So our themes explore areas of personal, professional, business or infrastructure, and community or social development, as I described before. We have an emphasis on entangled development. To us, entangled development is the idea that you are this socio-bio-cultural interbeing. And it is that interplay between how you address every aspect of who you are that we call entangled development. It's a holistic approach to leadership development that interweaves personal growth with community impact. So in other words, it stems from who you are and how you express yourself into the shared world. Apologies. So we offer the core program across 4 main themes. And these themes foster strategic future creating, life affirming, and opportunity increasing skill sets, mindsets, and heart sets. And now, let us look at these 4 themes and just explore what they actually are. So our first one, let me grab some water. Our first one, emphasizing the inherent nature of interconnected and interdependence. This theme explores how humanity has evolved to leverage interdependence for our collective advantage. I'm not really sure why my screen is doing what it's doing right now, but I'm just going to continue anyway. Right? So that's kind of the first theme. The second theme is about the price of love in interdependence. So here we suppose that we already understand that inherent in nature is this interconnectedness and interdependence. And so we delve into the intricacies of successful interdependence. This theme acknowledges and emphasizes the significant cost of love. So love is a beautiful thing and it's wonderful, and we often think of it in terms of a feeling, but it is so much more than that. Many have described it as being the very substance of the fabric of everything that we know and understand, everything that we're a part of. So there is a cost for this, in a sense, commodity. So it's within various relationships, and you would know that if you are in relationships, which all of us are, right? And it's about highlighting the sacrifices made by all parties involved, that is past, present, and future. And our third theme we explore is the primal longing for significance. And no matter how much we grow in our consciousness or how far we go up our spiral dynamic kind of ladder, there is always that longing within us for, to kind of make that significant contribution to what we are part of. And some of us, of course, engage in that illegitimately and others legitimately. And the point is, how do we do that legitimately, right? And unpacking the deep-seated human need for identity and belonging. This theme explores the universal longing for significance, extending beyond individual aspirations to encompass your families, the groups you're part of, cities, businesses, nations. You're part of this kind of extended family. And how do you behave within that? And how do you bring your unique mark to those various groups that you're a part of? And the number 4, we look at the entangled development in this very complex world we're a part of. So against this backdrop of this VUCA, that we can describe as volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, this theme addresses the perpetual knowledge deficit we operate from. Now, it advocates for the acquisition of skills, resilience, and wisdom necessary for continuous reimagination within the evolving paradigm of entangled, as I mentioned before, the socio-cultural being that we are. And this entangled development and this idea of continuously reimagining and evolving beyond the paradigm that we find ourselves currently in is very much something that I've loved by our late Donella Meadows. And she's one of our greatest system scientists, and she shares this. She shares many ways in which to interject into a failing system. And at the moment, we know lots of our systems are failing us. And but she takes a whole list of these, and she lands up with finally saying, but the greatest of these is our capacity and capability to actually go beyond what we know today. In other words, to change to continually be evolving our paradigms, because it is our paradigms that keep us locked into a version of the past. And the nature of evolution is to continually build upon and move towards a version of the future. And so continuing with our program overview, let's look at the modular options. So the first part is these 16 sessions as a core program, of which we will also weave in many of our other co-founders' work, because as you've seen through the 4 themes, you could probably recognize some of your own work in there. So this is so our job here is to hold the frame and to bring in all these other aspects. But then there's also the rest of the program, which is a year long, and we take a very modular approach here, where this runs across in 8 months, the remainder of that year. It's about the participants having the flexibility to tailor their curriculum based on their city's unique challenges and opportunities, ascertained through employing our city health diagnostic tool. We're going to talk more about that in our city certification, and you can also listen to Marina Demchenko's session that she's done earlier today, as part of the Emergethon, talking about the inner keys, which is the diagnostic tool we will be using. And then the participants can customize their learning experience by choosing from a variety of modules. So if you're listening to Marina's, inner key program, it uses these 24 diagnostic markers. And what we do is we categorize our solutions from both our co-founders and other strategic partners that we, partnerships and partners that we work with. And we then present these solutions to our, mayors as, across these 24 markers, so that it becomes very customized for their particular scenario, their particular situation in their city, right? So modules cover diverse topics such as net zero emission strategies, sustainable urban planning, health and well-being, distributed governance, environmental policies, social equity, ESG integration, and so much more. So again, if you're working on some of those programs, then you want to be talking to us, because we want to be including that in here. And that said, today already I've listened to so many of the Emergethon sessions, and it's there. You guys are literally developing these modules, and it's now finding a way of weaving that in beautifully. So please let us commit ourselves to working together and to actually spending the time to help to weave this into modules that are going to be crucial to this kind of city development process. So what is the current scope and readiness of our practice? So at the moment, we've teamed up with the Laszlo Institute, facilitated by Alexander Laszlo, as most of you know him here as one of our grandmothers in Living Cities Earth. I say grandmothers, he's also a grandfather. Okay, so, and of course, Pavel Luksha. And they entered into negotiations with the city of Trieste in June of 2023. The city graciously extended an offer to serve as the hosts and possible development funders for the transformative Game Changers experience. So that's what we've managed to get it to that point, and now we're taking it further. We're taking that negotiations further, and Alexander and Pavel are heading that up for us. So we've also convened an experience development team, as we've mentioned, to steer this project. And they have managed to create this concept, put this together. They created a beautiful concept document and are still refining some of that. And of course, they now have a complete framework for the initial core program and the extended program. And this team consists of myself, Ferial Piran, who is project managing. We've got Andy Ferguson, who's taking care of the program or content management. We've got our project brokers, which is Alexander and Pavluksha. I mean, they will also be people who will deliver a lot of this because, of course, they're seasoned facilitators and wonderful presenters. We also have content advisors, again, Alexander, Pavel, Lev Gordon, and Marina Demchenko. And as I said before, if you would like to be part of that team and you have experience with developing the program, we're not talking about delivering, we're not talking about being involved with the project in general per se, but particularly for developing this. And also there are many opportunities, as I've mentioned before, for you to get involved in the rest of the project as well. This is a weaving project. This is an LCE flagship project, so all of our co-founders are welcome to participate. And we've also started negotiating with University for the Planet, of which Pavluksha is the person leading that program, and they're going to be our delivery platform for the program, and of course, alongside many of our other flagship programs. So we have set a target to launch this project at the beginning of April. So very audacious, but we're going to do that. And with that said, I'm going to open some Q&A time. If there's anybody that wants to ask any questions, I don't see anybody right now. So if anybody wants to ask questions, now is your moment. Please, make yourself seen so that I can respond to you if you have any questions. Anything? Also make yourself heard.
Well, I haven't got a question, Ferial, but thank you for the presentation. I think it's fantastic that we're actually seeing something come out of LCE. It's moving from that kind of think tank, wink tank, and now it's actually beginning to be a do tank. So it's great to see some beginnings of progress, and I know everybody else would like to thank you, Marina, for really helping move that process forward. So thank you.
Awesome. And that's exactly it, Andy. Like, this is not a program that is for a few people, right? Because we're looking at 10,000 plus mayors and their administrations that we hope to serve with this project. So we're really going to need all hands on deck. And I think that's that moment. I mean, I'm sure as you've been sitting and listening as well, Andy, right, you've seen how, oh my gosh, that part is overlapping with our work over here. And that part, it's actually been super exciting, just sitting into a lot of this. And I think now is that moment we really get to put our money where our mouth is. I remembered something, Gail, so many of things Gail had always said, kind of rings true for me. Gail said, she was always talking about weaving, and she was always talking for decades. She was talking about how to be an integral community. And then when she got into one, she realized the complexity of actually doing that. And I think Marilyn said it earlier today as well. She said it's so different. I think she was actually pointing to Nate. She was saying it's so different knowing the concept, right? And then actually living that concept. So in this moment, this is us coming together and saying, how are we going to human well? How are we going to do that for aliveness? And how are we going to bring our absolute love space to this and design something extraordinary? Because I do believe our co-founders are already extraordinary individuals. And you bring that together, it's absolute freaking magic. And that is what we hope to take magic to these mayors and their administrations, because it's really going to require something unprecedented, something that we've never done before. We've never been there. So we're going to have to really help each other on our way of, walking that path in front of these mayors and next to these mayors and their administration. So we have a few more minutes if anybody else wants to ask a question. Or just...
Yes. Thank you, Ferial. I don't think I missed it, but if I did, I apologize. But I'm just curious about the developmental path of this institution and where we are on that path. So, what are the next steps that need to happen in order for this to come in fully into existence, for cohort 1 to be underway?
Particularly with regards to the Game Changers program?
Yeah,
Maybe?
exactly.
Well, I kind of did. So you were able to see it's in the presentation. I'm not sure if you missed it, but these are some of the steps. Like at the moment, we have our development team, but we're busy negotiating the final details with Trieste as to what is their full involvement in this, because they've offered to be the hosts of that, and Pavel and Alexander are taking that part. Myself and Andy are developing the core program, and then this particular Emergethon has really helped us find the modules that we need as part of it. So this is really what it is. So we're actually quite ready to go, to be honest, with our pilot. We're not ready to do this in many different cities and all of that, but we're not planning to do that. We're planning first to do a pilot. And so we're really ready to go, other than ironing out these few details that I've just said. So we're poised to do this for April.
Okay. Wow. Great.
Awesome. So of course, your program, it needs to be in there. So please, that's why I think I reached out as well and said, please, let's talk, because now's that moment. And of course, when you listen to the city certification one that I'm just going to start right after this, then you also see there's even that added part. So I want to end this session here by saying that we're not designing, especially our flagship programs. And I'd like all the other co-founders to now, as you're really listening in, not to design your programs in a silo, but to be thinking about what is everybody else doing? What is the flagship programs that are starting to take shape? And how does what I do weave into that? And what do I need to tweak to make sure that it does do that, right? Because now we're starting to cook. With fire kind of thing. And now it's like we really start to make progress. So that's really what we've done here as well. The Global Academy for Mayors Earth, the Game Changers program, is not designed only as this. It's on its own. It will also form a key component of the Living City certification, which you will see in a moment. So I'm going to just stop this presentation right here and pivot to the next one. So again, if I'm just going to pop up very quickly details for myself here. Here's my Linktree details, and you could find all the contact information there. For those who are watching this session afterwards, please get hold of me, and we'd like to get you connected into this program and working with us. Thank you so much for listening to me, blah, blah, blahing. I appreciate it. And I do hope that you will be in touch and we can make some real magic together for these cities. I just want to really quickly stop sharing, and then I have to share a new presentation. So if you just give me one moment to do so. Awesome stuff. I'm sharing a new screen. So again, welcome to our next session that is going to be following up from the Game Changers experience, the Global Academy of Mayors .earth. And we're transitioning into the Living City certification. And our development team here consists of another group. Again, I am helping with the development team here, Andy Ferguson, Lev Gordon, and Marina Demchenko. We still have room for many others to join us. So please, if you feel so inspired, then please join us. Again, in Living Cities Earth, we're starting to develop. We don't want to be exclusive. We really want to have this kind of open door. Co-founders, this is why we're here. We're here to work together, not to design our own things in silos. Right, and so again, I'm your presenter for this session, Ferial Purin, and more about me. So I did do this before, but I'm just going to really quickly run through this just in case somebody's watching only this component, right? So I am the one of the co-managing co-founders of LCE, helping to steward the flow and development of Living Cities Earth, together with the wonderful, talented, beautiful Marina Demchenko. And also, and I'm not lying, she really is all those things. If you get to work with her, you will experience that. I've been saying this since I've started with Living Cities Earth. It's been the place where I found I really truly found my tribe, because it is people who have reached a consciousness level where we don't get stuck on nonsense. We truly deal with ourselves in the mirror and we're able to get on with the job at hand, because the job's pretty big. We don't have time for the nonsense. So thank you, Living Cities Earth and Marina and our wonderful team of segment managers, our advisory board, as well as our wonderful grandmothers, our wisdom council, as we call them. So I was born and raised in apartheid South Africa, in Cape Town to be particular, in 1973. So yes, you can do the calculations and know how old I am, and I don't have gray hair yet. So let's see if that's happening soon. And I do live in Scotland now for the last 20 years. And my heritage is that my family originally come from Java, Indonesia. So that makes for me a really big mixture of African, Eastern, and European. And and hopefully it has really worked in my, for my good, in that I am able to kind of approach my work from understanding diversity and the difference in cultures, and which is vital in this kind of complex world we live in. So I'm also on the lighter side. I'm a keen dancer of the Latin dances, and that's me and my partner over there, Adrian. And we met dancing, so the both of us love that very much. And of course, that tells you about my name, which means festival or celebration. So in some parts of the world, it's called ferial. In other parts, it's feria. And yes, I am totally about having a party. I feel like life should be a party, right? And dance teaches me that. Life, I very often, I'm super busy and I'm really having to do a lot of work, but I'm trying to teach myself to enjoy every part of the journey. Don't get stressed out. Just enjoy the journey, right? And I'm a mom of 2 grown-up daughters, Jada 22 and Kiara 20. Jada is a music producer and Kiara is now in her 3rd year of studying marine biology. So I live in a beautiful seaside town in Scotland called Dalgety Bay. And it's because I am most at home when I'm near the sea. And lastly, I'm going to say I truly love my life. And this is, people, not because it's perfect. Often from the outside, we see a version of someone's life, and my life has certainly not been perfect, but I want to say it is perfectly imperfect. And I'm embracing, and I am embracing that imperfection. And it's the reason that I love this quote: trusting the universe means surrendering to the flow of life and having faith that everything is happening exactly as it should. It means releasing control and letting go of the need to know what's coming next. When we trust the universe, we open ourselves up to the infinite possibilities that life has to offer, and we invite in the magic. So everybody who knows me, I love that. I'm descendant from witches, apparently. Good ones. So the magic and mystery of the unknown. And that is by Bernadette Logue. Thank you, Bernadette. So now let's get into the meat of what we want to talk about today, which is the Living City certification. I mentioned this before, but it's an LCE flagship program. Again, it's about a journey that helps. And I say a journey because we do want this to be interactive. We want it to be experiential, because for us, what we've learned is that's the best kind of learning. When you actually feel into, sense into, you feel a part of, right? This program is to help city administrations and their citizens nurture the skills, resilience, and wisdom needed to continually, that's the important one, continually reimagine their lives and their city from an evolving paradigm. And our goals for this program, firstly, is this development and implementation of a certification or standard kind of framework. Now, it's not what you're thinking of. Mostly, you'd be thinking of these tick boxes, right? But it's to establish a robust kind of framework for cities to guide and measure their progress, not their achievements, but their progress towards sustainable and integral development. In other words, it is not a linear thing of, okay, you've now reached it. You're now a living city. No, it's about you committing to a journey of becoming, and you're always becoming. Just like you as an individual, the city, the family, whatever you're a part of is always in the becoming. So it's about building trust and rapport with the cities. So why do we want to do that? We want to introduce a variety of products, free services that we can initially offer to these cities that offer that builds that trust. You know, when somebody does something great for you, what happens? Reciprocity is built into that. You want to respond to that person, and this is we're really taking our human nature and saying, well, actually, we just really want to go out and do something good for the cities, and we know that's our heart. So it's not like we're lying. We're putting that out there, but at the same time, we know that cities have budgets and money and all kinds of things that they can allocate to this, if we're willing to build that kind of initial relationships with them. And many of our co-founders already have some of these relationships, which we will hopefully also leverage. So the next one is that we want to provide a comprehensive, integral development solution. So we don't want to be looking at bringing anything in its silo to these cities. The idea, and why I've stressed in my previous presentation as well as this one, that it really is about, apologies, about creating that comprehensive, always looking at how the complexity feeds into, because it is about, there's this little saying that you pull at anything in nature and it is attached to something else, which means our solutions have to kind of be like that as well. So we've got to think about how we're designing that. And this is really important for us. And then next, we offer kind of vetted practices for city transformation. So we have a wonderful team working in our practice segment, and they're starting to develop this kind of, how do we vet? We don't just want to put junk out there. And of course, we're not saying the co-founders are creating junk, but it's so important that we have a standard of what we're putting out there, because Living Cities is a brand and we want to bring excellence to the table. So even if your product, so don't be afraid. If your product is not up to the standard, we're going to help to get it there. So what's important is that you begin to talk to us. So together we create that excellence and establish a self-sustaining revenue stream. Of course, as I mentioned before, cities have money for this. So at the moment, for Living Cities Earth to be able to provide what we really want to 10,000 cities, we're talking about 10,000 cities and lots of programs and lots of people, plus 8 billion plus human beings, right? So for this to happen, we need to have a sustainable stream of income, because this sustainability also ensures the enduring presence, reliability, and trustworthiness of the Living Cities Earth brand. Because we want this to outlive us, right? And it's not just about building something for today. It's about building something that is lasting into the future. So the format that we're presenting this particular program in is as a consultancy program that unfolds over a span of 12 months. So it's divided into two distinct phases. The initial phase, which we're saying is 6 months, but with every city, it's going to be different. It's about dedicating, kind of having this dedicated, intensive collaboration with the city administrators, public services organizations, third sector organizations, businesses, and citizens. And whilst we are saying it's a 12-month process, we aim for that. But earlier, Marilyn Hamilton was describing her mesh scan and the follow-up of programs and solutions that come from there. And it can span over years. So it really depends on what the city wants from us. But essentially our, the kind of initial program is 12 months. And this part of the journey, that first part, will also include aspects of coaching, experiential learning, education programs, diplomatic dialogue and racial healing facilitation. There's going to be net zero infrastructure development, which we're really doing well with at the moment. And also then that next level, which I will say the next 6 months, is where we start to take a role as observers and advisors, assisting and resourcing their team to implement their integral approach, that unique approach for what's taking place in their city, what's shaping up as their integral development for their city. So our target audiences, I'm going to say firstly are mayors associations, actually, not the mayors, because if we can connect with mayors associations who already have the relationships with perhaps hundreds or thousands of mayors, it just makes the job so much easier. So again, I know there are a few of our esteemed co-founders who are already part of mayors or run mayors associations. So if you're listening to me, I'd really love you to get in contact with us. And the second part is, of course, the city administrations themselves. We could also do that directly, which is currently our approach. And then let's look at the ideal outcomes and measurement tools that we're putting in place for the program. I'm hoping this is going to be a bit better than my previous one. So it is not. Okay, so I can't see some of my notes here right now, but if you just give me a sec, I'm going to actually let's go. So our first outcome is increased adoption of Living City certification. I know you can't see it right now, but hopefully what I will do is I will upload a different presentation for you that will actually have that, right? So it's that increased, as I said, adoption of the Living City certification, not because we want to be great or grand, but because we understand how we've designed this, that it is for the city to transform into the vision of what they want to experience and live into the future. Right, so the number two, our outcome is an enhanced cross-disciplinary collaboration. And this is because we see that it is about looking at our problems, our challenges from different perspectives, because you often arrive at the nexus of those different perspectives to find solutions where everyone can feel happy, and everyone can feel a part of that kind of solution. And we also have at number three, we have a kind of shift in mindset, heart set, and values, as we've shared before. Nothing changes if we don't change those. So this is definitely an outcome for us. And then we have at number four, we have this kind of tangible progress towards the SDGs. And of course, these SDGs, we don't see this as the ultimate. We know that SDGs are not perfect, and that there's, many of our co-founders are working on that enhanced kind of layer of SDGs and development beyond that point. But at this point, it is a standard that many cities are looking towards and using, and therefore it is important that we include that in here. A lot of our work already has it kind of embedded in it. And then the fifth outcome is improved quality of life for all Earth citizens. And this is important because this is not just about humans for some other reason. And I mean, understandably so, we are human-centered. And so much of what we design and what we look at is so human-centered. But I think we're coming to a time of consciousness where we understand we're living alongside billions of other, probably trillions of other beings. If you take microscopic beings, into consideration as well, then we are sharing a world. And so we cannot just design a world just for us. We've got to be at least conscious that this is happening, and at least wanting to have those other voices represented as to how we design what we design for the future of ourselves and, of course, of others. Now, how can LCE support this program? I've shared here, and this is important because this is for you, right? Our development team, as I said, is in place, but it's still incomplete as well. And so if you find yourself that this is something that excites you to develop programs like this, then please be in touch. Right, so we need feedback from focus groups of experts who have worked with or are working with city administrations, local governments, and or mayors associations. So the idea is to help us refine this offering again. At two, we need facilitators of what is some of the core program that we're going to be doing and delivering, some of that kind of layout of that coaching of the frame of what we're doing. So this would be really useful, as well as the various different components. We need executive coaches. Many of you have been working on that kind of higher level with organizations, with companies, and we'd like to transfer those skills into working with the city and the city administrators. So we need co-founders who can help us negotiate with a few of the cities for the pilot project that we hope to have. As well, we're taking that stance of rolling out to a few cities, pilot project, and then reevaluating and looking at what continues. So it's a continual evolution, really, of what we're offering. So co-founders who can market our program to city administrations. Again, if you're that person, those people, please, we want to speak to you. And lastly, we need relevant modules for our co-founders. And as I said already in this Emergethon, a lot of that has revealed itself. But there might be those who've not yet shared in the Emergethon. And if that's you, we're happy to work with you and even refine your module a lot further. So don't be afraid to come and share what you're working on. Within the provision segment, we're really working a lot on helping projects find their way kind of to realization. The practice segment is more about putting it out there and how to market it and all that, but the provision segment helps with some of that. So, of course, we're also looking for, in this instance, for core development funding, which this program requires in the region of about £500,000. And we're asking, if there are any people who know investors, because this is a program, once rolled out to the cities, will be very lucrative financially, will have a great financial return. And so it's not that we're just looking for a handout, but actually, are you willing to invest in this, right? So I'm going to go through the program overview real quick. So our approach revolves around 5 key stages, each starting with the letter E. And it's because it's for us, it's representing that emergence that we talked about. So, so again, I'm not sure why it's doing this, but it's enrich. We start out with engage. We work our way to evaluate, engineer, educate, and enrich. And let me just share a little bit more with you about what that's about. So the engage part is our journey commences with walking alongside the mayor, viewing their city through their unique perspective, right? There's something about that relationship building for me that is crucial, and we often want to jump that hurdle. We don't want to kind of waste time, but sometimes you got to do exactly that, and we think this is very important. So we lend our ears to their vision for what their city can become. We dream with them, right? Because they are an integral component of the equation, and their personal growth is for us becomes a central focus. Now, why do we do that? Because you can only ever lead others to the extent that you can lead yourself. I think it was Christiane Schuler who shared today about that kind of self-governance. And this is exactly that. So throughout our consultancy, and that's why for this part, I'm hoping to really talk to Christiane and include that as a module for these mayors, right, and the administration. So throughout our consultancy, there's kind of a dedicated coach as well, or we can call it a guide or a personal advisor that will accompany the mayor on their journey. And so the idea, hopefully, is that we have co-founders and strategic partners that are situated in these cities. So it's personal for them too, right? The more that we can make this personal, the more the decision-making we make and how we do what we do is personal, right? And from the heart and with love. So again, if these are your expertise, we're looking for you, right? At number 2, we're going to look at the evaluate stage, where we initiate an investigation and apply a diagnostic health tool designed by Marina Demchenko, as I shared before, called Inner Keys. In this stage, we want to understand the city's current state of development, recognizing their strengths as well as identifying areas in need of improvement. Why do we want to recognize their strengths? Because they can share best practice on how did they arrive at that strength with other cities who are struggling in those areas that they are strong in, right? And then, of course, where they identify areas that need to improve, the idea is to bring solutions to that for them. So Inner Keys uses both quantitative and qualitative metrics to diagnose across these 24 markers I mentioned before. And if you'd like to know more about the details of what Inner Keys is and what it can offer, I really would invite you to watch Marina's Emergethon presentation on Inner Keys, because it will help you to see how possibly it could even work for something that you're doing and involved with. And of course, it'll give you insights into what we hope to take to the city. And then 3, we look at engineer. And this is where we employ tools like Marilyn Hamilton's mesh scan to leverage the diagnostic information and insights we've learned from the Inner Keys and work, of course, collaboratively, with the city administration teams to formulate their, and this is important, their unique integral approach. Cookie cutter is not going to cut it. We need to get down to what is the issues here in this context. And this is why this diagnostic and the mesh scan are so important, because we're going to be about what is at hand, not just, all right, let's paint everything with the same brush. It has never worked and it will never work. And it's by time that we actually learn that lesson, right? So it's looking at the unique integral approach and establish objectives and actions to reach those goals by hopefully employing strategies like Andy Ferguson has developed called STARE, which is an approach to project management that includes that evolutionary kind of approach to project development. And again, if you'd like to know more about Marilyn's mesh scan, Andy's STARE process, then watch the Emergethon presentations. Marilyn's is under the mesh scan, but Andy's is explained as part of the SRG Journey project and technology. So please go and have a look at that, because again, these are also, again, tools that you might want to include and weave with your particular technologies you're designing and solutions you're creating. So at number 4, we look at educate. In the background of these processes, we're engaging the mayors and their teams in an evolutionary experiential learning journey. This experience fosters the development of what I call new eyes, new paradigm, new ways of looking at the same problems with which to reimagine their city's potential. And we call it a game changers experience. Now, I've just shared about that in my earlier presentation. So please, if you want to know more about the Game Changers experience, which is a global academy for mayors, then please go and listen to that presentation. Hopefully it will inform you on what we're busy with there. So to know more about all of these programs and many others, I'm going to encourage you, please go watch the Emergethon presentations explaining in greater detail all of this Global Academy of Mayors, the Earth, there's so many of them in there, and you will do yourself a favor if you go and listen, because it will only enrich your work further. And the last happens to be enrich. During this stage, we take a much more hands-off approach, where we help the people of a specific city employ their innate wisdom. We're not gurus. If we've ever thought this, take yourself off that throne, we don't know the answers. We've never been where we're asking them to go, that future. Therefore, and it is not our future, it's the future that is for their city, which means they are the ones who are wise enough, right? So our job is only to woo the wisdom in their city. And as we progress, of course, through this journey with them, we continue to observe, provide guidance, and extend a range of supplementary products and services that are aimed at supporting their efforts to implement their unique integral development strategy. The supplementary products and services we offer are both existing and new services developed by our co-founders and strategic partners. And these, as I mentioned before, they would have gone through a vetting process by our LCE practice segment team responsible for the standards. They are cataloged and mapped according to 24 inner key diagnostic markers, as I explained before, so that we can provide these tailored solutions to specific developmental needs of the city. It's administrations, public services organizations, infrastructure developers, charities, businesses, and individual citizens. This bank of development services will, of course, always be a work in progress. right? Why? Because as we commit to forge innovative partnerships in order so that we can offer the best solutions as they emerge to serve this kind of evolving needs of our civilization. Our civilization is always evolving, which means the solutions we bring have to be have to also be evolving. And the reasons why we ask for this kind of evolutionary thinking, and we help to shape and nurture that in a city. So I have pretty much come to the end of what I can share, because I've got still a few more slides, but I'm not going to share them. I just added this one over here so that people can go back onto what that is, if you're not in the session right now and you want to listen back later. So I would also share that our program, we offer this kind of synergistic 360-degree comprehensive development elements to the city for their transformation. Again, I'm not going to go through all of them here now, but I'm going to say, maybe you can look back. But this is kind of the path that we take people on, or those who attend the program. And what is the current scope and readiness of our practice? We have convened the team to help develop, and they have managed to create a concept document and an initial flow of the core consultancy process. But we are currently gathering modules that will enhance our offering and seeking our development funding. And we have set a target to launch the project by June 2024. So we're going to hopefully get our Mayor's Academy on the way first before we launch this one, as the Mayor's Academy is an important component of this. So we wanted to kind of already be underway. So yes, that said, I'm not going to take Q&A right now because I'm at the end of my time, and I will, but you're welcome to contact me, and please, meet with me. Because if you want to further explore and get involved with this project, we really want to talk to you. As I mentioned before, LCE, we're committed to partnering, to working together. This is not about doing it on our own. There is just no way we're going to reach the people in 10,000 cities on our own. We really have to work together. So the opportunity here is let's do that, right? So super exciting. Thank you for your energy, your time, for listening. And hopefully it was informative and helps you see some of the development that's taking place in LCE right now. It's super exciting times. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Theriel, Andy, and team. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful, beautiful and inspirational. Marina also joining us. So thank you for Marina, Marilyn, and all our colleagues. So it's been 9 hours how the Emergethon is going on, and we have 2.5 hours more. So we had 18 presentations already, and we have 5 more. And so if you don't mind, we can move forward. And let me share one more program, which might be useful for our flagship programs, such as Mayor's Academy, or we have also, I think we didn't mention, Theriel, maybe you mentioned it or not, right? About the program for youth leaders, right, as well. So we have many, many opportunities, and please join us and let's deliver and create together. So now it's time to move forward, and I would like to share the program. It's also a course, and that's a Master of Leadership and Soft Skills course. So again, I would just highlight main things about myself. I believe that if we want to start doing things differently, we need to start thinking differently first. So first of all, we need to make a mindset shift, and after that, we will see changes in our behavior and in our environment. And that's what happens exactly when we conduct coaching programs, and we see these miracles because there is only one person who you definitely can impact to. It's you, right? And if you can change your perception, change your maybe reactions, feelings, emotions, or you can manage your behavior, or you can maybe clarify something for yourself, maybe your destiny or goals, this might be significant change for you. So I'm a leadership and career meta coach, PCC-ICF. I also do conducting soft skills trainings a lot. I work individually as well, but my preferable format, it's a group trainings online or offline. I love managing group dynamics. Moreover, that's my professional expertise because I have master's degree in social and organizational psychology. And of course, I do business consulting. And in my projects, we usually transform leadership and management approaches and corporate cultures in organizations. So let me share what is this, the Master of Leadership and Soft Skills course. So the main idea of this program is to equip leaders with, I want to say simple or basic, but as we can see, sometimes these very simple and basic skills such as time management, communications, stress management, emotional regulations, or other skills, and if we're talking about management leadership, it's a delegation, motivation, and others. Sometimes the person just don't have tools, or don't have let me say, habits or skills to really perform on a different level. And we can sometimes focus a lot on the mindset shifts, right, and changes. We can explore values, but sometimes we can just say, hey, try to use this framework or tool, right? Or try to analyze yourself, right, through this framework or tool, or just use this approach. And it makes a lot of differences. So in this program, we are focusing on how to, what's the main goals, right? To develop soft skills, leadership skills, and integrity and maturity development. Because in my opinion, we sometimes can be mature in different levels, on the physical levels, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels. And sometimes it's so hard to identify what type of maturity we're lacking. I see many managers and leaders every day as a coach, and sometimes the people might be so mature on the physical level and intellectual level. They have a lot of degrees, the credentials, they're so smart and intelligent. At the same time, they're struggling a lot with emotional maturity. They cannot manage their emotions. And they find themselves in some certain childhood scenarios, for example, right? And we're not talking here about psychotherapy work. That's super important sometimes, but we're talking about how we can coach people and provide them some frameworks and tools, how they can assess themselves, gauge themselves, and manage their reactions or conditions as well, right? And that's also the skill. So that's the main goals and the main idea. It's to equip, again, managers and leaders with different types of tools, which I'm going to share, of course, right? The format of this program, it's 15 models program, so 15 weeks, one model, one skill. Not skill, let me say, it's several skills, but it's one topic, let's call it this way, right? Like motivation, it's one, delegation, another strategic thinking, right? So each model, so 1 week, right, includes online theory call, 1.5 hour, mastermind and Q&A session, that's the second call, 1.5 hour, and 7 practical assignments between these calls. Target audience, it's emerging leaders and team leaders, experienced managers, executives, and entrepreneurs who are looking for some certain tools and frameworks, and HR professionals and personal development enthusiasts, of course. So ideal outcomes, right, related to the main 3 goals, it's enhanced capabilities in using soft skills, improve leadership skills, and increase personal integrity and personal professional maturity by increasing self-awareness and consciousness. And there are 15 skills and 15 models, as I just mentioned, 15 models, 15 weeks, right, of the program. I'm just going to read these skills, but you can also see what frameworks and tools we're offering within this program. So efficient communication, time management, prioritization, stress management, and self-regulation, that's the topics, right, or skills. Modern leadership through the spiral dynamics, different styles, right, of leadership, self-awareness, strategic thinking, presentation and ideas selling. So when you need to managing up, you need to learn how to sell your ideas. And with managers, we are talking a lot about how they can increase their visibility of what they're doing, of their achievements, and not only theirs, but also their team members and teams. right? Rest and work-life balance, how to rest as a pro. Motivation, how to motivate, first of all, of course, yourself and others. Change management, how to, let me say, lead your team members through the changes, which happens every day and a lot, right? Team building, how to hire people, your tribe people, and how to build and grow your tribe unity and togetherness. Delegation, of course, and here we're covering 4 components of competencies, such as knowledge, skills, motivation, and attitudes, and how to delegate and how to empower your team members that they feel it, that they take responsibility and can deliver in the best way. Coaching conversations, of course, it's not a coaching program, right, for managers, but we definitely share coaching frameworks, coaching questions, basic coaching questions, right, and the idea of coaching. And giving and receiving feedback, different types of feedback, direct feedback, indirect feedback approaches, and others. And listening and building relationship skills. So 4 levels of listening and others. Let me just show you several slides with just other different slides with frameworks, how it looks like, right? For example, here you can see transactional analysis, right? Inner child, parent, adult description, and types of transactions. You can see the 5 principles of Milton Erickson, which here we represent as a coaching philosophy of change, right? Beckert, Harris formula. I love to use it with metrics, with the scales from 1 to 10. And we can easily assess how you or our participants, how much they're ready to really make a difference. And they can just assess these 3 parameters by using scale from 1 to 10, multiply them, and check their resistance level from 1 to 1000, and see if these 3 components multiplied, right, are less, then resistance change is not going to happen. And that's sometimes very challenging insights, because sometimes we're doing a lot of stuff, but when we go through this formula, we can notice that our dissatisfaction, clear vision of what we want to build, right? So avoider motivation, achiever motivation, and clarity of first steps and action plans are not enough to overcome the resistance level, right? It's just examples, right, from different models. So Walt Disney strategies, when we're talking about strategic thinking, it's a life balance wheel when we also visualize and plan, right, some certain changes. It's a life position, it's a 4 mindsets: victim, self-blame, reactive, proactive. It's a limiting beliefs and how to identify them and transform your limiting beliefs to supportive beliefs. Time management, Eisenhower matrix, Kanban approach, Trello, Pareto principle, that's what we're practicing. Not only discussing, we're practicing it, right? 2 types of time perception, for example, spiral dynamics, it's different types of, not types of styles or components of leadership, right? 6 levels of team building, and we practicing a lot of exercises, different types of exercises, how to, and activities, how to build a team, right? Of course, we're talking about stress, about the psychological term as a comfort zone and what happened when we're leaving our comfort zone, when something is going wrong. SMART model, acceptance framework, how we can manage our resistance stages and gain this acceptance skill. We are talking, of course, about how to stay in the flow, right? And this beautiful book, which written by Mihai and Mihaimi, Flow, the Psychology of Optimal Experience, right? Beautiful framework as well. So it's just in examples, right? And if you would like to assess your 15 soft skills and leadership skills, so please feel free to scan this barcode and go through leadership and soft skills self-assessment survey. It's free, open for everyone. So it contains 150 questions. And after that, you're going to get your personal individual reports on 9 pages, and you can easily observe what's your strengths and what's your development areas and where you need to focus on. So that's it. If you have any questions, so please feel free to ask me. Dear colleagues, if you have any questions, so please.
I haven't got a question, Alexei, but I've got a comment to make, which is I always love listening to you because you're just so on point, mate, right? You're the complete opposite of me, which is I'm all over the place and non-linear and whatever, and you just nail it. It's like just go, 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 and you go, oh yeah. So I would thoroughly recommend anybody goes and works with you who wants to upskill and get some focus and who've got that burning ambition to be something, can move themselves on. Because you need, I always say this, is we talk a lot about coaching in this world, don't we? And a coach is good, but somebody that's going to train you and give you skills and motivate you, that's priceless. That is priceless. And I think there has been over the last 20 years, certainly I've noticed that this big push towards coaching. I used to be a ski instructor. You don't go to a coach to become a better skier. You go to an instructor, somebody who takes you out, puts you that environment and gives you and helps you build those skills and gives you plenty of feedback, huge amount of feedback about, well, try that, try this isn't working. So yeah, I think to me, you're like a breath of fresh air. So good to know you're there, mate. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you so much. I believe that we need to keep focusing right on different levels, right? So skills level, behavioral levels, and mindset levels, and values levels, and systems levels, right? So that's what and Marina and Marilyn and Christian, right, and Daryl shared with us, right? Integral approach, so where we need to focus on different levels and aspects, right? In this case, we really can provide the best solutions, which going to help people and organizations and cities, right, to thrive. Thank you so much. Jody, please put the link in the chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me share the link to the survey, right? Okay, yeah, no, not a problem. For sure. Any other questions? We have 15 minutes more, so. Or we can, now we're already, right, getting closer to the end of Emergethon, we can again take a break, right? If you want, we can just take care about ourselves and continue. So how does it sound? Ian, thanks for all the presentations, everyone. Bedtime for me. Good night. That's beautiful, So we started, right, in the Pacific time, we started at 3 a.m., right? So I was sleeping, but we already were online, right? And it was beautiful. I think that's a beautiful story when we are all around the world and can connect, can talk and share and link, right, together. So we're taking break. Sounds like a good plan. And 4 more presentations. And we're going to celebrate the end of our first Emergethon, which is going to lasting for 11.5 hours, 23 presentations, right? 23 solutions, technologies, education programs. So beautiful. Marilyn, oh my gosh, you're our hero. Marilyn says that I have been on since the beginning, so I appreciate the breaks. Of course, let's do it. So see you in 13 minutes, right? And let me pass it right here. Marina, is it your next part, Ferial? Let me check. It says Peter Anderson, Ferial, Marilyn, Steve. What else? Right, so Marilyn, maybe I wanna pass turn to you, okay, to start in 12 minutes your presentation, and I'm gonna get back, okay? Thank you.
I actually hope it's Peter because I have not been brought into this. So I'm hoping that Peter turns up.
Oh, okay, I got it.
I see my name is listed there and I can support and ask questions, but I didn't. And I see there was a presentation, so I'm hoping Peter will turn up.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I think that Ferial was preparing this presentation and we just will be able to support her.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, see you soon.
See you soon.
this morning. Found a night in the storm. Looked up this morning. Sunrise is full of thought. None to follow. They don't have nowhere to go. Oceans are diamond. Only shines when you're below. Can we start all over again? This morning I fucked it friend, it's on its head, it struck the street. You're in Milwaukee off your feet. And once I knew I was not magnificent. Straight above the highway, shaking big and stick with us. And I could see for miles, miles, miles. Third and Lake, it burnt away the hallway. Was where we learned to celebrate. Automatic portraits, you told me. That night you made me liberate. Not the need, nor the thread that us to crew. See nothing that's enough for me. And once I knew I was not magnificent. All from the highway. Shaking fake and stick with us. And I could see for miles, miles, miles. Christmas night, clutch the light, the hollow bright. Above my brother right, insane it's fine. We smoked the screen to make you what it was to be. And I don't know it around them. And once I knew I was not magnificent.
So it looks like it's time to move forward, and Peter is here already. Peter, how are you? Or you're on mute?
Hi there. Yeah, thanks for the invitation.
Of course, thank you for joining us, and we are moving forward. And Peter, please, would you be able to share your presentation? You can use share button. So, and we're going to talk about the Earth School project, correct?
Earth Co-op, yeah.
Co-op, yes. Thank you so much. So, please share with us.
Okay, yeah, sure, thank you. So I was invited here today to talk about the Earth Co-op project by LCE, who came across the proposal a few months ago, and they decided that it was something that they needed to pursue and aligned with their own vision and strategy. And obviously, what you're trying to do there in LCE to engage and transform 10,000 cities is no small undertaking. And one of the things that Earth Co-op really talks about is investing in infrastructure and infrastructure for cooperative working. So a little bit about myself first before I go into that in too much depth. Little fun fact, I invented the first triple-decker bus in the world about 20 years ago. There are several of them now, but this was the first. There was a double-decker bus, obviously, and I put a deck on its roof around hot air balloon festivals and various different events, and ended up at Glastonbury and things like that. And the bizarre fact was that after my father passed away, I understood that he also had a double-decker bus and served teas and coffees at Horse. That was a bit weird. I didn't know that he actually owned a double-decker bus. So that's just a weird fun fact. I've been a sailing instructor for 7 years, and then I became a tech entrepreneur. I founded an IT company back in the days where animation was a big thing, and that was BusyNet Solutions. Ended up with a team of 10 and turning over around 350,000 a year. I also set up a different company that was focused on WordPress development, and we developed hundreds of WordPress websites. From there, I ended up getting into social tech and the idea of Localize, which was to create a local resource management system, which was all about understanding what have we got locally that we can work with, understanding those assets and resources that we've got that are largely invisible, so that we can make social and environmental progress. And that sort of evolved into a section of that project, which was around local democracy back in 2008, when people were saying that local democracy was the answer to local and global issues. And when you engage people around local democracy, most people are very disenfranchised in one way or another. I built a local democracy participatory budgeting and community organizing platform, and began the process of rolling that out, and raised 350,000 on a crowdfunder as a social enterprise using a bond instrument a couple of years ago. So an Earth Co-op really is a combination of the social enterprise projects, Localize and Vocalize, but with sort of much wider remit and a social container to take it forward as well. So not just the technology, but the co-op to engage people and organizations. So moving on, I'll just read out the general mission statement because I can't probably do that better. So it's a social cooperating system. The idea is really to invest in infrastructure to enable people to engage, organizations to engage in discovering, adapting, and replicating the best solutions that exist. Obviously, we're all doing that already, but there is a huge amount of opportunity to be able to scale up and improve the mechanism by which we do that. So the idea is to enable the co-creation of a social system capable of supporting waves of coordinated action around proven and adaptable high-impact solutions, driven by empowering disenfranchised people within society, bring about social and environmental well-being. So I won't go into any more of that on that slide. We're going to go into this in detail anyway. essentially, we're at the very beginning of this project. We have a core team that have evolved through members of LCE, kindly helping to incubate this, and that's where we're at the moment. Looking to essentially create the business and financial planning aspect of that over the next few months, and then to grow a diverse membership, as it says there, largely with social enterprises and charitable organisations initially, because they share a very similar mission globally, but are still largely working in silo to achieve that mission. So there's a huge opportunity for those organisations to work together to co-create a common framework that helps them to achieve the mission. And then to launch an MVP platform, we see that platform being a platform that already exists, hopefully, and there are lots that are in this social space that have made really good progress. There is one for Open, which is madeopen.co.uk, and they are doing tens of thousands of hours of time banking as an example, and already working with local councils in the country. So that's an example of the type of platform we could sort of leapfrog into this cooperating infrastructure. But there are probably lots of others as well. So moving on. Yeah, just to go back just there, just to say, yeah, the Earth Cooperative, the idea there is that it would be a multi-stakeholder cooperative, and that social enterprises and charities would be one layer of that multi-cooperative. Other layers of the cooperative would be impact entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs that are jumping up and down because they've solved a problem, they've maybe cleaned up the waters, they've maybe purified the air in a certain place, maybe they've regenerated soil or local communities or built social fabric, and they figure out how to solve these problems, yet they don't have any funding to be able to scale their solution and for their solution to be discovered globally. There's a huge amount of energy there with those entrepreneurs to be able to try to scale their solutions. And then with the local, regional and national governments who are all trying to achieve sort of net zero, they're trying to create their climate emergency plans and their social governance proposals and strategies. And then really lastly, citizens. There are so many citizens, as we know, that want to engage, but don't necessarily know how to do that in an effective manner. Again, sort of reiterate, there is no infrastructure for them to engage in. There is no app really that you can download that would enable this sort of collaborative working globally on high impact solutions. So I'm going to, how could LCE support? Well, they've already started supporting in terms of building that core team. That's what we're doing at the moment. We are looking for some other members with other skills too. And then to collaborate really about refining a route map, strategic route map to market, refining the business plan, and essentially to become investment ready. Then obviously we need to pitch for investment and support the rollout in an iterative and manner. So just to flick through some of the slides that I usually use around the core messages, we already have the solutions, as many of us are aware. We can spend hours and days talking about the inspiring solutions that are out there. So really the challenge is not coming up with new solutions. The challenge is replication. How do we master the art of replication? And this is something that our bodies are already really good at. And so there's going to be a large element of biomimicry in this project, really part of it understanding how our cells replicate proteins from DNA as an example. The DNA is obviously a compilation of templates for proteins. And in this essence, we're talking about compiling Earth DNA. What are the projects, the hundreds, if not thousands of projects that are needed to create a healthy planet? Once they're compiled in a directory and ideas bank, and lots of people have already started to do that, then we can use AI to try to understand the problems that the local neighborhoods, local communities and areas have, and we can understand the health of a particular area by using a lot of open API data that exists. Once we understand the health of an area, OpenAI there can then essentially look at the solutions and make the best recommendation as to which solutions are going to most likely be successful in any particular area. And at that point, then we're starting to engage the citizens and the organizations that would be required to implement. Obviously, as many people are, we're trying to support the movement transition from silo working to collaborative working. In my current role in One Planet, oneplanet.com, I'm head of partnerships there, and I'm working with a lot of social enterprises and charities, and almost all of them are working in silo, even though they all have an almost identical mission, or very similar mission, around either climate or community engagement, environmental protection, to another. So there's a massive opportunity here to work with those organizations and create this infrastructure that's actually needed for. And ultimately, we're trying to move, the vision is to move to waves of coordinated action. We know that these projects, these amazing solutions are already being implemented, but can we see them being implemented in waves, like sprints? So there might be a 6-week sprint, for instance, around tree planting or around rooftop solar or around retrofitting. So if you imagine the world, like all the amazing projects that you can imagine, if you imagine them as dots lighting up, a bit like a Christmas tree, flashing lights in a pretty random array, and that random array starts to move to colored arrays where you're getting all the red lights on for a minute, all the blue lights on for a minute, all the green lights, and that's the sort of waves of action that this project would. So to go into a little bit more detail of the components, the idea of a co-operating system. We understand an operating system. Obviously, all our computers run on one of those. But as of yet, we have not built a social co-operating system that is capable of the coordinated action that we actually need to avoid systematic extinction that we are within. Now, we are going to go extinct if we don't up our game and if we don't improve the rate at which we scale the solutions that are already out there. So there's a whole range essentially of different apps, and most of them already exist, but as of yet they've not been pulled together into a cohesive whole, which I call. You'll be familiar with almost all of them. Strategic mapping is one of the first elements, which is what One Planet actually focuses on, just that specific element, which is what are people trying to do? What are the strategic plans that people already have? So that might be local councils, health boards, universities. Almost all organizations have a strategic plan of some kind or another, but we can't yet see it. So when you break down those strategic plans into bare components, you can start to see the commonality across all those strategic plans. That then becomes a framework for moving forward around those common actions and outcomes. Then we're into resource mapping. What resources exist at the local area? What are the brownfield sites, the greenfield sites, the material resources, the buildings, the people, those sorts of things. Then we can use open data, as I was saying before, the open APIs to understand the health of local areas. We know what the solutions are because we've compiled them into a bank. I've already put together a pilot project around that called inspirationhub.org.uk, which you can flag up on your screens if you wish. And then leveraging AI for social and environmental good to make those recommendations around which solutions are most likely to be successful in any particular area. Then we're off into waves of coordinated action. So rather than doing that in silo, each solution would have a specific date in a cycle, say every 6 weeks, and people would join. So they wouldn't just be meeting local people to implement it locally. They would be meeting people across the country, across the world who are doing a similar project, and to do that together. And that's the big learning point going forward. So I won't go into lots more detail there. But if you imagine it from a user perspective, there would be a new app. They would put their postcode into that app. It would show them their community, and then it would show them the health of their community. That's not something you can currently see almost anywhere. It would show them the soil quality, the air quality, the water quality, and the quality of the social fabric in their community. And they would likely be horrified because, as we know, 95%, not more, of rivers are essentially dead. There's virtually no life cycles left in our soils, maybe 40, 50. And the air quality in many places is well above the EU limits. So when people get to see that, hopefully they would be inspired to do something about it. They would click on an area that would interest them, let's say soil, and there they would then be presented with 2 or 3 solutions that can regenerate soil. They would click on one of those, say composting, and then they would be given a date, and the date would be the start of the next 6-week sprint where they are meeting local people and people around the world, but they're held in that sprint where they can learn together and they're going to be supported like a volunteer would be if they did. So hopefully then they have a good experience and they come back. So that's kind of the user experience of a citizen, and that's my presentation. So short and sharp and sweet, I hope, and open to questions. Thank you very much. Evelyn, good to see you here. Don't know whether you'd like to chip in anything.
Yes, thanks. Maybe you can stop sharing the screen and
Sure.
we can have more of a gallery view of people.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming out tonight, Peter. I was delighted to see you on the agenda because I didn't realize that after our more recent meeting that you would be able to make the Emergethon. We've had some really interesting presentations all day. I've actually stayed on from the beginning.
You must be exhausted.
And I've had to take little sort of bio breaks and do some stretching exercises, and I did manage in one spot to do a quick walk around the block.
You've got a lot of Red Bull today?
No, just not, no.
No.
All relatively healthy consumption and libation. But earlier today we had on Tim Olson, who has been working on a project. He knows Ollie. So remember the other day we were talking about Ollie Sylvester Bradley. And I saw Ollie actually yesterday on Alternative UK. Indra had him on. And I was very impressed with the Murmurations project because it was similar to what we had been talking about with the multi mapping and the kinds of things that you were just pointing to here. But I must say, when I saw what Tim showed us earlier today, I was even more impressed with him. I'd seen his stuff in the summer when he was calling it co-do, and now he's calling it, I think, community circles, and he's gotten some really good both social and resource and market mapping, like the kind of thing that you do, offers and asks. So that would be somebody who's already a co-founder with Living Cities Earth. I think would be really good to connect with you if you haven't come across Tim before.
Yeah, will do. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you, because I know how long you've taken to pull this together, and I really do appreciate the short, sharp, sweet thing. I think that investors will too, because I'm sure we're going to have the opportunity to present this to investors. So I just great appreciation for all you've done. Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure there's a few other people on this call who might like to ask you questions. They've turned their cameras on, so that's a good sign.
Hi Yuri, hi Jody, nice to see you.
Yeah, no, I joined a bit late. I was the first presentation today, so and I was the host for the first 3 hours or so. So I came maybe when you spoke about yourself, so I was in most of the presentation, and it's interesting. There is a lot of connection to things that I shared, and also I'm part of the practice segment, and so we're kind of co-organizing this whole Emergethon as a way, actually. So the purpose of the Emergethon is really that we see each other's solutions, and we start to get to know what's in there. And there's different things, like things that were shared today about the flagship program and so on, and that was spoken about. But something that wasn't necessarily spoken about is this idea of a marketplace of solutions. And I'm meeting with Alexei later to talk about that. And I think some of it is how to create a cooperative marketplace. And I've been chatting with my Miss Emergers. I created an AI assistant that I gave her all the Emergethon concept notes. And once this YouTube will finish, I will give her the transcript of everything so I can chat with the whole collective knowledge of that. And so I built in a prompt in which she helps me design like upgrading the marketplace, because we say marketplace as a business model, but actually there's a lot of different business model for marketplaces. Most of them are not collaborative at all. They are more win-lose kind of thing. So I think a marketplace of solutions, especially for something like this, should be, and so I'm thinking about co-affiliation, eco-co-affiliation, which means that if, for example, someone comes in and takes kind of mesh work and then chooses to take in a solution from Uri, then automatically Merlin gets part of what's happening. So there is a sort of co-affiliation automatically within the system, which is not dependent on kind of the old school organizing, like who knows who kind of thing. That's still that's the main thing, that how things work. I live in Italy, so by the way. But kind of built in a sort of fair marketplace, let's say, but a true fair marketplace that has this kind of mechanism also of win-win and co-affiliation. So just a thought that I'm putting out there and how it connects with the co-op. And again, maybe the question is like, what's the business model that you've been looking at, if there is such?
Yeah, there are lots of different elements to the business model. Actually, I can share the document with you after the presentation if you like. I mean, there's just lots. It's a multi-stakeholder cooperative for starters, right? So if there are membership fees, as an example, there's the reselling of the platforms that make up the cooperative, the cooperating system. So as I was saying, the cooperating system is a culmination of lots of different apps, just like Google is a culmination of lots of different apps. But to support specific user journey, which is the user journey that most social enterprises and charities want to go on, and they're currently working in silo and they don't have the technology to achieve that user journey, which might be, as I say, understanding what exists, what resources exist, what strategies exist, and supporting all the way through to ways of coordinated action, actually seeing things getting done on the ground. Most social enterprises and charities, that's what they want to achieve, but they find it incredibly difficult to achieve that. So a whole suite of different apps that will be needed to make that happen. Mapping is one of those things which Ollie may well contribute to. Yeah, and I've lost my thread there. Oh yeah, but then something like One Planet would be needed too if there's not a suitable alternative. I'm not aware of any. And obviously, when you sell One Planet to a local authority or to a health board or what have you, there's revenues there. So there's going to be various different commercial companies that are going to create an open API as part of their service, and that will be like a freemium entry point into a premium service in many cases. That's just one element, but I'll share the business plan with you. It is really exciting. Thank you, Yuri. Jody, do you have any questions? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Have to find what. Ah, there we go. Got it. I'm giggling because I've been on since early this morning also and I live in New York City. And so much of this is like just way over my head. And I knew that going in. I sort of a boots on the ground kind of girl. And I am very interested in thriving urban environments. And I'm also interested in keeping animals in urban environments so people who live in cities will have access to more of the natural world. And so so what I've been trying to do is like listen for where I can fit in, or where I can provide some value. I still don't know what that is, but I clearly have a lot of work to do and thinking about coming to visit some of y'all and see what's happening. And in terms of what you're doing, it's really interesting. The whole AI part of it too is interesting to me, and I'm not afraid of it like a lot of people in my circles are. And I know that we've got to pay attention and just, be clear about what our intentions are, I think, when we're using it. So sorry, I got caught up in the meta and not like specifically what you asked me, but that's where I am.
I think you're absolutely right. AI in most people's consciousness, ultimately AI is just an algorithm, right? It's just a much more complicated algorithm, or fruitful, shall we say, algorithm than what we're used to, and an algorithm that can churn out information that sounds like human dialogue. But at the end of the day, it's still an algorithm. And the opportunity, as I see it, is that through all the information that already exists, through the open data, there's lots and lots of open data around water quality, soil quality, air quality, temperature, all this. It's unlimited. But AI can really get to grips with all of that, and it can understand the health of our community and the health of the globe as a whole. It can grapple with that. It can grapple with the thousands of different solutions that there already are, right? And obviously we can put them into a solutions bank, and then it can make those recommendations at a local level as to what we actually need to implement if we want to sustain the biosphere and to sustain life on Earth. And I think seeing that, so essentially it's like a health app, like we're used to health apps already. They work on a micro level. We're just talking about a health app at a macro level. I think we might be a little bit shocked at the description that the AI churns out when it says, well, this is all the stuff that you're actually going to need to do to survive. But I'd much rather see that prescription than not see it. And like for instance, I know that part of that prescription is going to involve reflecting sunlight. And reflecting sunlight to address the Earth's energy imbalance is not on most people's radar, right? But we're actually going to have to cover a lot of the Earth, not or the land surface, shall we say, in reflective material to be able to buy ourselves time to be able to address the carbon issues and the ecological issues and biodiversity issues. They're all going to take hundreds of years to regenerate biodiversity and rainforests and carbon sink and all that sort of stuff. So that summarizes. But yeah, AI's got a big role to play, and we should leverage it. Marilyn.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Jody a question before I tell you a little bit that you might also be interested in. Peter, Jody, have you ever belonged to a food co-op? So you know the value of buying through, like
I certainly buy through food co-ops.
Yeah, so you already have really an experience, but it's in a particular sector. So, thinking about an earth co-op, one of the things that I was so attracted with Peter's dream was, when we started to look at the modeling for finance and funding for CE, the, first frames that I saw coming back were so capitalistic, I really had a gut wrench. And I thought, no, this is absolutely not what we want to do. And within a week, Peter's Earth Co-op frame landed on my desk. And since I have worked a little bit with Peter in the past, I knew him and he had a lot of credibility with me. And I looked at it and I went, oh, this is to do with LCE. This is exactly how we need to integrate the stakeholders. And
yeah,
when I think about co-ops, so Peter, I love how you talk about the health from a bioregional perspective. We have another co-founder. I was hoping she would come on Emergethon, but she wasn't able to come on. And I have seen her set of slides. It's Sally Bogali with Gaia Education. She actually lives here at the Eco Village in Findhorn in Scotland with me. But Gaia Education is a global organization that connects 4,000 eco villages. It came on the scene and was funded by the same investor as the GEN Group, the Global Eco Village Network. But the story I wanted to tell here is Gaia Ed just received a 6 million euro grant for soilocracy. We're teaching the value of soil, teaching people how to create soil, how to value soil, how to do regenerative soil. Like, that's an example of a application of exactly what we're looking at for the qualities of living cities, living regions, the whole living earth. So those kinds of facts give me great hope. And as Alexei said, and Yuri, that by having the Emergethon, and I shared the name of this with my housemate, who said the athon part of it is really right. She said, like you, Jody, I've been here since the beginning of the day. But I've learned so much. I'm so glad that I chose.
yeah.
This is the way, instead of having to play the recording, I'm here. I'm getting it live, and I've just there hasn't been one session where there hasn't been nuggets to either learn from or connect to, or all those sorts of things. Anyway, that was what I was thinking of. Food co-op. And Peter, you probably need to connect with Sally Bogali around the soil stuff, because I bet you would be able to make some use of it.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I will watch. I have to go to and work with my clients, while all Emergethon is going on, right? And I miss some that session, but of course I'm going to watch it online. And thank you everyone for your contribution and energy and all of these beautiful insights and beautiful approaches, and I would say beautiful passion from the bottom of your heart. So and. We're moving forward, and Ferial, are you able, because I see that it's your time and Bong also, right? So
Well, Bong,
I don't see Bong here.
Bong is doing presentation, not me. I'm just part of his team, but I am not sure. I'm not sure if our next person is here already, but I'm not sure. Bong was supposed to be here. So let me see. I don't see him in.
What could you please reach him out also? And I have a suggestion for us. So we have while we are going to wait, right, for Bong or maybe next presentation, how does it sound for you if we can take a reflection point or moment? I think Marion already started it, right? By sharing her emotions, right, and her main values and takeaways, right, from this event. So how does it sound if we can just make a circle, right, and share what's your main takeaways from Emergethon today? It's our first Emergethon. And of course, we're going to make it a regular event, right? It looks like it's beautiful. It feels like it's beautiful and very helpful. So please share your main takeaways, your feelings, your emotions, your ideas maybe for us. Who would like to start?
Well, can I start, because I need to go, and I just wanted to,
Of course.
to say thank you all for your contribution and for this wonderful opportunity to share with you this wonderful day. And I also would like to say thank you to the practice segment and to Firiel and Alexei, who just conceived this wonderful idea. And it's really great that we could make it real. So thank you so much to all of you for your contribution and for this wonderful idea. And let us convene on the regular basis. I would suggest maybe quarterly.
Actually, Marina, I just want to follow up to say, I know it looks like Alexa and I had conceived of the idea, but actually, it's our job to implement. But in actual fact, from beyond her transition point, Gail Taylor was the conceptualizer of this idea. She's every day, she still speaks into my life in so many different ways. And also, isn't that a legacy, right? That's such a legacy for all of us to follow, that when our lives are still really echoing and speaking. And this is why I believe we are here, because our lives will, when we do what we're doing right now, it will echo like Gail's into the future. And so I have to give honor where honor is due. It is Gail, and it is also Eric Kona. And I was part of the group, but we conceived of that in one session and then passed it on, obviously, for it to be realized. But yes, I think what a beautiful show of the amazing magic that all of you are creating. My heart has been totally blessed. And then seeing how they actually weave together, and how they could weave together, just is phenomenal, and also somebody once said to me, society develops in such a way where you start to see energy moving in a specific direction. And I don't know if you can see this, but among our work, there's so much overlap. There's so much, and we did a lot of our work separately, right, in our own spaces. And so this is for me, such a litmus test of the emergence of what life is actually wanting to realize right now. And so our job is just to work with it, to flow with it, because clearly life has got a plan here. It wouldn't have brought all of us together, and it wouldn't have had us work for decades, in some cases, on our own things that all of a sudden is just so aligned with everybody else's here. So that's really, really my reflection, and it's been such an honor hearing all of you. And I actually want to also say thank you, because I know this was labors of love. I know it's been for some decades, maybe a decade, but of work. And I know it was from your love space. So from Earth and from all other humans and from all other beings, I want to say thank you.
Well,
I also want to support and say thank you for Daryl and practice segment team, as well as the protest segment team, right? Elvira, Marina, Kate. We don't see her, but she's with us, like our angel, technical support, right, Angel? Kate, you can hear us. I know. Thank you so much. That's amazing. That's beautiful. We feel so secure, so supported with you. That's super important. Daryl, please share.
No, I was just going to say I wasn't able to see all the sessions, but I'm glad they're recorded, because I'll take the weekend and go back and look at some of the sessions, because I really wanted to set in on a few other ones, but between different things I had to do today, I couldn't do it. So I was trying to come in to catch Bong and Ferial on this one, but I'm happy to be a part of, and looking forward to watching some of the other lectures that I missed. Very cool.
Thank you. Yes, we're definitely going to cut, right, so all these recordings on the presentation pieces, right, and we're going to collect it, use it, and watch it, and share it. Yes, for sure. That's our diamonds, right, from
it's our pearls from a string of pearl. We've been making the
pearls,
string.
yes.
Yes. And we're going to take the little pearls, and so we can use them. My reflection is very emotional, because several times in the day I've just thought I could never have imagined when I was working on Integral City that it would become so supported in its life, you know. And I think Ferial's absolutely right that life wants something. And there was many times, you know, especially at the beginning, when it was such a radical idea to rethink the city in terms of integral perspective, let alone complex adaptive human, with a focus on consciousness and culture, as well as behaviors and infrastructures or systems. And today I've just felt really moved by the quality and the care and the love and the commitment and the passion. And yeah, it really feels a lot like having received a seed and planted it and nurtured it and not sure if there was going to be any results. And now there's a whole garden, a whole ecology, and I feel very moved, very, very grateful. Thank you.
Daryl, you're on mute. Please unmute yourself and share.
Sorry, I said I just also tried to call Bong to see where he's at, but he didn't pick up. So maybe it's 10 minutes. You don't, Ferial, do you think you can cover it a bit? I mean, I've worked with Bong in the past, and I'm part of that consortium. We've submitted several proposals together, so I could talk a little bit about it. But Bong is really the expert.
So how about you and I do that, Daryl? So I'll start off because I have a bit of the knowledge of that, but I wasn't. He created his presentation, so there must obviously be something happening because I did try to contact him. He hasn't responded. So what I will do is I will have him record that anyway in a different session, and we'll include that so people.
Good idea.
It is a very important part of what we're doing in Living Cities Earth right now. So I'll take a shot at it, right? So earlier on, Andy.
I'm so sorry, Ferial, I'm so sorry. Would you like me to share his presentation because we have it?
No, because
Maybe
I don't follow.
no?
I don't know what his
Okay.
logic was around all of that, but I can share certain about the project, which I think is necessary.
But could I, when I contribute, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Might spark something in my recollection. So
Okay. So if you want to share it, great. But note, I'm not necessarily going to follow that, right? Because I'm not sure. So we'll just keep flipping through it, right? And if I can pick up on some of the stuff there, I will. But I'll start by saying our infrastructure and kind of net zero solutions they're important, but in Living Cities Earth, we're not, this is not really hasn't been our main focus, right? However, with partnering with Bong and Young Moon and the consortium, the Net Zero Consortium, it's been interesting for us because it's almost like developing, so you can have a look at a little bit more about what Bong is all about there. A little bit about the fact that Andy Ferguson mentioned earlier on in one of the sessions, a MacGuffin, right? So in other words, what is it? There's an entertainment value in a story when you watch it, right? Like as in there's something that we go to watch that story for. But in essence, when we're busy watching that story and we start to engage with that story, we learn other lessons, other things in that story. It's packed in. A beautiful story is written in this way. And in a way, this is how Bong, myself, and the consortium is actually approaching this aspect of our work. We know right now this is what cities are asking for. This is what they're calling for. This is what they're saying as they're focusing on a lot of these problems, which is the kind of amazing, targets that they've set. These
I think you could, I'm sorry to interrupt. You could leave it on that one slide. I think that the one slide we just passed. No. Go back. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I might just work through this as well, if that's okay. But I'm just going to lay a little bit of a foundation in the sense of that it was about what do they want right now. So instead of trying to go at them with paradigm shifts and all these other kind of stuff, which is not necessarily the thinking that they're in right now. Right. I remembered, I think it's Marilyn, you said there was H1 thinking, H2 thinking, and that's not generally where humans are at right now, is that high consciousness level. Some humans, but very few. So at this moment, it is about journeying them towards, and we realize, having these solutions as part of what we do is an incredible way of engaging them on the level and at the place where they're at right now. And also doing it in such a way that encourages and nurtures that paradigm shift that we know is necessary. Through, we've heard a lot of the sessions actually talking about that. If you want to go to a different place, you've got to go there with a different mindset. Right. And so we know that, but very often it's not as apparent as it is to us, like it, in the same way as it is to those who are right now, holding those spaces and places for leading cities to that next transformation of who they will be. So the question becomes, who will they be? Right. And so for us, it is like, so Bang and the Zero Emission Consortium has kind of designed this pipeline of solutions that are quite groundbreaking. We're not thinking of it as ultimate solutions, not thinking of it as the best. It is what is the best today. It is what we know can work. We don't really want to go in with too many experimental kind of stuff because we don't know if it works. But part of it is also holding a space to learn about that experimental stuff that is starting to happen, because we know that there's possibly better solutions than what we can offer today. But we're certainly making sure that we're offering the best of what is available today. So a lot of what it focuses in on is actually waste to energy, as you've seen there. So it's climate smart practices and precision agriculture. So it meets the need across the nexus of food, water, energy, and technology. Technology is something that has just been added because we realize how, with the onset of AI and other aspects, how technology will also drive that. So it is really important, if we don't want to create infrastructure or provide solutions for infrastructure development, that it is not done in silos. Right. So the main focus is waste energy to begin with. So normally in a city, we're sourcing for kind of what wastes have they got, and how could we turn that waste that they have into energy. So the important thing is, going into specifically kind of the waste banks where there's nothing being done with that waste. It's just going into landfills. So some of the solutions that Bang is offering through the consortium really focuses on things like plastics and tires and these kind of things that traditionally have just been, polluting our world, because there's not anything we can really do with that. And so they've got these technologies that now really can turn that waste into energy, all kind of agricultural wastes and all kinds of things, as you showed there. Even things like styrofoam is a big thing. And so the idea is also to bring then in aspects of renewable energies across solar, wind, and hydro. Of course, there are always better solutions, and we're busy, as I said, investing into what is better. But at the moment, we're going with what can service the need of a specific place. If they have more wind, if they have more sun, if they have, that kind of thing. And doing that process in relationship to the waste to energy, in relationship to the water treatment, in relationship to ESG capacity that can be built out of that. So, so starting to engage the local communities with how do we not only provide infrastructure, but how do we also help that paradigm shift by engaging with communities in various ESG practices. And then there's, of course, social entrepreneurship and just innovative financing options. So right now, what is really great for me about the consortium is, particularly when we're working in kind of the developing world setting, where there's not a lot of funds available for this kind of latest and greatest infrastructure development. And it's usually the same suspects, the bigger cities that get to have the best innovations. And what is happening is actually we've managed to start sitting down with wonderful funders who are willing to also bring funding to those infrastructure solutions. In other words, if a city decides to engage with our product, we're not only just saying, oh, well, now you have to pay us. But actually, what is interesting is we're offering financing with that. And at the same time, we're also not leaving them with a massive debt of finance, which very often is the case. Instead, we are providing solutions that are so circular in nature so that they also have baked into them actual return on that investment, actual, profit in there, so that whatever there is as a debt can also be paid back and also enriching the local society, that city, with finances, jobs, etc. So our target audiences here are pretty much all human settlements. Now, of course, Living Cities Earth focuses very much on city urban environments, but right now in March, for example, I'm off to the Maldives. And the Maldives, if you know anything about it, they're situated across hundreds of islands, and some of the biggest ones have, for example, other than Male, which is the capital city, I think we're going to be working with two of the cities who are supposed to be big cities, but they only consist of 15,000 people. So one of the cities is called Adu, and there's another name that's a very big one I can't pronounce. So, but the point is that we're sitting down. Dr. Wahid, who was an ex-president of the Maldives, is hosting me there, and we're going to be having discussions with local communities, meeting them, greeting them, getting to know their heart, right? And at the same time, finding out what will work for that. But the exercise there is so that we would find the solution that would work for those small island nations all along that Pacific coast region, as they are also happen to be the region that is experiencing the greatest outfall from the climate, stuff that is happening around there. So I think Living Cities Earth, for us to have that heart for, we want to work in those regions that people are really suffering, and so this is why this exercise. And it just so happens that Dr. Wahid and his son Jeffrey, they have both been in politics. Jeffrey has also been a minister in the Maldives and both of them have worked for the UN collectively across decades in that entire region, as well as lots of other parts of the world. So they have decided to be our boots on the ground negotiators in that region. So it's phenomenal and fantastic what we can then do from there. We're also really looking at pilot sites. So the UK has been identified as one of those pilot sites. Why? Because we have a lot of co-founders in the UK, number one. Meaning the aspect that Living Cities Earth would provide in a greater way is that kind of inner development stuff, is that kind of paradigm shift stuff. Because what we're doing is, even though we're selling infrastructure, we're also baking into that the paradigm shift. And again, back to our city certification that I had talked about earlier. So all of this will be in partnership, and the infrastructure solutions will be offered as part of a city certification, not just in its silo. Again, the idea is that we're always developing everything we're developing in partnership with. So ready yourselves, because all of those services and things you're sharing here in the Emergethon, they're going to be used if you want. They're going to be employed in that way, because once we can show the cities really what we can do. So I would like to invite you. There is a document that Bang had created, which is called the California Hydrogen Highway Pipeline. And it is offering, it's specific was for California, but we will attach it, and perhaps those who want it, maybe you can request it from me or Bang and we can send it out to you. But you can get an idea of the kind of circularity with which the solutions are being designed, so that if you have any contacts in your city and places where you are, remember we're saying human settlement, so villages, towns, cities, and we're taking different approaches for each of them, employing a lot of the same strategies, but on different levels, because obviously what a island nation or little town of 15,000 people need, and what Edinburgh or London or Trieste needs are very different. And therefore, in this first year, we are choosing several sites. As I said, the UK has been identified as one, Scotland in particular, merely because I live here too, and we have the wonderful Marilyn Hamilton here, which is going to be exciting because, Marilyn, we're going to be able to really help, in Scotland. So for us, it was because we have so many co-founders. We have Nate, we have Marina, and we have a number of us, right? So, and of course, the other sites we're looking at is we've got several in Africa. In particular, we're looking at, they've got a whole bunch in Africa. And then I also brought Cape Town, South Africa to the table. So we've already got boots on the ground saying, hey, we want to get involved. Again, we have quite a few co-founders there who can support that inner stuff, that paradigm shifty stuff, because this is vital. It's not just about providing the infrastructure. We're doing that with a reason. So yeah, so I think maybe I just give, I don't know what the time is right now, but give Daryl a little bit of time maybe to talk about something more. Daryl, if you want to add something else. But I think that's pretty much what I'm going to share today. Thank you.
Sure. So Bong and I have worked together several years. We've submitted and co-wrote that California initiative, but we have in the pipeline several other proposals from the consortium. One with American Samoa that we've submitted already. And we've also done a couple of initiatives and proposals to the U.S. aid. You know, one of the things in the net emission coalition, zero emission coalition, you know, our name has changed over time, but where we are at now, essentially, is we're looking for funding partners, and Bong has made quite a few connections with various funders. And one of the main reasons the consortium works well together is because several of the members have connections to large funding organizations. And one of the things Bong shared with me that he was working with Ferio on is bringing to the table some of these funders for initiatives. So I would say in the time we spent the last 2 years putting out proposals, we won one. And essentially what I look at, because my strength in life has a whole lot to do with how to leverage government entities. You know, there's a lot of hogs feeding at the troughs of government funds, okay? And in my opinion, yes, there's a two-pronged approach we work with the consortium. We're attempting to get private funding in to fund things, as well as, like I said, we submitted proposals to the state of California. We've submitted proposals to U.S. aid. And there may be entities like that in other countries. The one thing that we're working real hard with right now is several cities in the Philippines. The consortium has a big initiative with a number of city mayors already. And I don't know, Fariel, if Bong mentioned that to you, that the work that we did last year in the Philippines is really promising. And I would say the only add, because Fariel pretty much gave you the tour de force of all that, Bong, who really is the point man for the consortium in many ways. He really leads the consortium, but the members of the consortium is a mix of companies and entities whose passion in life is what you see on those bullets in terms of format. That really captures the essence of what the various players are offering, okay? All across the board. It's a very holistic approach to sustainability. And I would only add to what Furiel did an excellent job of giving you the overview of, is that a lot of the work entails writing and drafting the language to meet the organization for which you're trying to connect with where they are. And so the cities in the Philippines, the mayors all showed up and bought off on what the consortium was offering. That work continues. And so my hit is in collaborating with the Zero Emission Consortium in Living Cities Earth is very much in sync completely across the board. Bong's passion, I would say, in general, this all started with a focus on Southeast Asia and the island nations across the archipelago of all those areas, as well as in Africa. So in September, I'm hoping to attend a conference, Africans Integral Conference in Johannesburg, and would love to kind of share what Living Cities Earth and the Zero Emissions Consortium are doing collaboratively together. I think I'm a fan of finding a pilot, of finding a project and using that project to make concrete the things that we all aspire and talk about. Mm-hmm. And the only way to really do that is to draft these proposals. So one of the things I told the Bong offline when we were talking, I said, well, we need to find an opportunity to write a proposal that explicitly says, in collaboration, Zero Emissions Consortium and Living Cities Earth go in on a particular project. I'm a fan of making it concrete by proposing the dollar amount, the task at hand, yada, 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 that kind of stuff. That's how you make it real.
Daryl, if I may take over from you there, just really rounding it up for you. So actually that is happening right now. So what has happened is from the provision segment, because Bong is heading that up for us in Living Cities Earth. And of course, I take care of that segment from the management perspective. And basically, he has asked me to come on board with the consortium. So I'm now a member of the consortium, and so is Living Cities Earth. Living Cities Earth is partnering with the consortium. So every project that we work on now, Living Cities Earth is a part of. And so to say also that the idea is that it is, so I actually meet with all of his team members in Young Moon, as well as the consortium, once a week. And we're really working. So I'm kind of on the cutting edge of whatever is happening there, because this is necessary to drive that forward. So Bong and his team, phenomenal team, by the way, you guys, like incredible humans that really know their stuff. So I've been so honored, to learn so much from them. And actually, we have just had a meeting with a funder this week in the UK that is very, very, very keen. They're just waiting for us for our budget, and he is going to drive this forward for us because it's an organization that works on our behalf as such, and they have been an organization that historically has closed many deals, very similar and much greater than what we even proposing. So right now, what we need is a site in Scotland. We do 20 hectares of land. We need a local partner, which we call an operations and management partner, that can deliver on that. And we bring all the solutions and all of that to the table. So it's very far, we can move on this quite fast, but the development of that project takes, in excess of a year and a half to put all the components in place. And so my job is to find the team that would do that. And our development funding, which they are keen to provide, is actually ready to pay that team. So if any of you are like wanting to be on that team and you want to do what we're going to do, then please see me because it's exciting stuff.
Have you met Greg?
Yes, we're good friends now. Yes, I mean, like I said, for a while now, we've been meeting every week with both Young Moon, so we're developing different aspects because Bong is also very key on the ESG aspects of this as well. So guys, what I'm saying is I just want to round off now because I'm 2 minutes over, but to say there's lots of exciting things around that. Nate, all the stuff with, governance things, there's so much that we've got to weave. And I'm saying that we've got all the raw materials on the table. We're at a very exciting place. Living Cities Earth now, that is why we need our core funding, because Marina and I have to work full time. We have to do this full time, and we have to have a full-time team because things are really moving fast and furiously with so much happening. So thank you for your attention. I hope I did that justice, but I'm going to get Bong to do a better job than me. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
You
Daryl.
talk faster than Bong. Bong, what you just said in 20 minutes, Bong would take an hour to do. He's very deliberative.
Thank you also for a beautiful feeling of the teamwork, right, which you just demonstrated right now, and all of this connections level, right, and that's beautiful. Thank you so much. So we're moving forward, and Nat, please introduce yourself and share your thoughts. We already a little bit started discussing yesterday, right? And it looks like we're going to see some examples of the social Christian neighborhood circles, right? So please.
Okay, here we go.
Go ahead.
Can you folks hear me? Yeah? Good?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
I'm going to share my screen here, see if I can manage to make this thing work. Where are we? There we go. It's a PowerPoint. Hey. So I'm giving this not only on my behalf, but on behalf of Joseph Ratinam, who is my mentor in this movement. So I just want to double check. Can people see the presentation here? Is there anybody who can't see it? Yeah, we got that. Great. Fantastic. Okay, now let's see if this works. So this is Joseph. You folks have probably seen him on a co-founders meeting. I'll tell you a little bit more about his history, but he's somebody that I deeply appreciate because of how heart-centered he is. Not only is he a very competent trainer who's passionate about bringing this work to the world, but he's one of the most heart-centered people that I know. And and over again, that really hits me as a challenge, um, because I'm very head-centered. And so knowing that this has to come from the heart in order to be successful is so important. And I love Joseph leading me in that. I am appearing in front of my little library there. I'll just say a little bit about my life experience. In the mid 90s, I was the youngest co-founder of the Eco Village Network of the Americas. I brought sociocracy to the UK in 2007, co-founded, really actually launched the idea of sociocratic cooperatives into the global movement. And then during lockdown, started teaching with Joseph online. He had been teaching for decades, but had never taught online before. And so Joseph and I started teaching together, and I got involved with the Sociocratic Neighborhood Circles research partnership across Europe. And I liked your little bit about talking more about our personal pleasures, Ferial. So I'll say I personally grew up on a sheep and maple syrup farm in the hills of Vermont, which geologically are the same as the hills of Scotland. We're just, separated by a few millions of years. But the geology doesn't know that. And I've grown up loving role-playing games, martial arts, and barefoot dance. So when I'm not sitting on my butt all the time with these things, then I do some of those. I'm going to be sharing about sociocratic neighborhood circles here. So, but I'll be calling them Sonic most of the time, just because that's shorter. So Sonic is something that's a translation of a movement that originated in southern India. And I'm going to talk about the history in a little bit, but I just want to give you the quick overview here. So the dream is global governance from the bottom up, starting with neighborhoods of 30 households or about 100 people. Could be 20, could be 40. It's not, but the key point is that it's broadly close to Dunbar's number of the number of people that we can relate to personally. It is a real solution to the meta crisis, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail as well. But the meta crisis has a lot of different dimensions, but fundamentally it's about human power and how human power works. And there are several ways of interrupting the meta crisis and interrupting the toxic cycles of power that drive the meta crisis. But one of them is Sonic, and that's what I'll be focusing on today. And what works is, in the neighborhood, to start with genuine social connection, and then work together to run local projects that meet local needs. So across the triple bottom line or the 17 SDGs or the full donut economics, or however you frame that holistic community development approach. To train people on the skills that they ask for, and to include transformative citizenship education. We've heard great examples of that from, for example, Mandar today, but many of the people have been talking about that. And then once you have something that is really growing and dynamic, then establish inclusive governance. So don't try to push it on people before there's a thing that people value or want to get involved in. Instead, you create something that people value in the neighborhood, and then you throw the doors open and say, come run it with us. And then from there, create a local network to engage with other local actors, businesses, NGOs, the utilities, local government, whatever, a network that is led by the residents. Now, I'll get into a little bit more subtlety about that in just a minute, but that's what we have found to work. And what is the format? Sort of, how do we create this? Well, for 30 years in India, Joseph has been training trainers for this in person, one group at a time. So now we have online support programs and a global network of allies, but it really fundamentally still revolves around personal support from expert sonic facilitators. And we'll again get into the details of that in just a minute. So I was a little bit at a loss putting this thing together. Target audiences, everybody, but the system that we're looking at is in the neighborhood. You need community connectors. So these are not necessarily like local politicians or sort of charismatic leaders in that sense. It's now, this doesn't have to be gendered, it doesn't have to be age related, could be anybody. But the archetype here is a grandmother who's lived in the community for a long period of time, knows everybody, and is well loved. That's if you have to picture a community connector in your mind, that's what I suggest you picture. So this is not somebody who's high status in formal organizations necessarily, but somebody who's connected and from the heart. Everybody trusts her. So you need her and, 2 or 3 of her friends, and then you've got a successful neighborhood project. You also need partner NGOs or for-profit organizations or whatever, but partners that are bringing the kind of tools that we've been hearing about today, a wide range of tools, but the different parts of the system have to be available so that those community connectors can bring them into their neighborhood. And then you need funders, sponsors, supporters, and those might be local government, local business associations, they might be grant-making bodies, but if you can find a way of doing it that creates revenue or meets the needs of those local government and business organizations, then you'll have better ongoing funding than if you are just going for grant-based funding. And so we have partners in the UK, for example, who are looking at quantifying the social value impact of this kind of work. And that makes it easier to get funding because if you're able to do the work that local government otherwise has to do, it's easier to get local government to pay for it. So I should emphasize that I'm not talking about a dream. I mean, I am talking about a dream, but I am talking about something that exists in hundreds of thousands of communities. So the ideal outcome is, something that we routinely see, which is that neighborhoods come together, meet their needs, and advocate with the larger organizations that ought to serve them. But I will say there is an ideal outcome, which is that we'd love to see this happen citywide in 10,000 cities around the world. That would be an ideal outcome for the engagement between Sonic and the neighborocracy movement and livingcities.earth, that we could do that together. And, LCE can support Sonic by making Sonic a fundamental framework for the delivery of other programs and initiatives that LCE offers. So here's a little bit of the history. Father Edwin Maria John was a village priest in the 1970s, a young village priest, and as a Catholic village priest in southern India, Tamil Nadu. And as part of his training, he was sent abroad and spent time doing missionary work in Latin America. And he was deeply inspired by the liberation theology movement. When he came back to India, he said, folks, liberation theology meets Gandhian village self-reliance. What do you think? And they said, oh, that sounds like a great idea. There's a violence-torn, poor community on the coast that really needs your help. Why don't you go and help them? And so, they almost got rid of a thorn in their side, so that this young idealistic person could come to his senses. Unfortunately, Father Edwin was successful, and so they, to their credit, said, "Uh-huh, okay, well, you did that there. Please do that in 1,000 more villages." So he did, and that was sufficiently inspiring in that the Marxists next door in Kerala, not generally inspired by Catholics, but in this case, loved this kind of social justice bottom up organizing, and asked for Father Edwin's help in adapting this to a secular context. And so now, if you read about the Caroline miracle, that's what this is this spread everywhere in Kerala, and actually the state government political parties asked them to stop organizing above the level of the district, and they offered 40% of the state budget to the movement if they would stop organizing above the district level. So they did make that deal, and that's been the norm in Kerala ever since. In the 90s, Father Edwin and his new friend Joseph Ratnam started spreading this new kind of synthesized approach across India, neighborhood parliaments. In the 2000s, they found that it was more effective to spread it by starting with the kids, and so they launched the Children Parliaments movement. In about 2010, my mentor in sociocracy, John Buck, was teaching sociocracy in India, ran into Father Edwin. They shared global visions. This is the sociocracy vision of transformation. This is, the neighborhood parliaments vision. Oh my gosh, it's the same vision. And Father Edwin says, okay, well, anytime we're teaching this in the future, we're going to incorporate sociocracy. And then in the 2020s, as I've said, we developed the Sonic Sociocratic Neighborhood Circle approach. And what we've been doing is translating what has worked well in India into European contexts and to some extent North American contexts. So that's what we have now as the Sonic model. But I just need to give a little bit of background about why it's so important that we take this approach. This is a little cartoon that I love for describing the meta crisis. There's more waves than this, but this is not a bad series. And the key thing is that, The key thing is that this is actually a story about human power. The way the slides are showing up is a little bit different than how I expected, so we might have something interesting going on here. Anyway, I'm just going to give one dimension of the meta crisis, biodiversity, to illustrate what I'm talking about. So this is a problem with human power. We can see that there's this cyclical interlocking set of issues around biodiversity threats. We have biodiversity loss, which drives the greenhouse effect, which drives climate change, which drives biodiversity loss. It goes round and round. So how do we see this? Well, it's scary. It's a scary world that we're looking at. So how do we react? Well, we say, there's nothing I can do in this scary world. I might as well look after me and mine. And that drives our activities, which are this interlocking cycle. So there are lots of examples of things like this. Don't have time to get into all of the different, migration, poverty, war, political issues, meaning crisis, etc. But this dynamic is part of all of them. So toxic power is what we do when we feel helpless or scared and selfish or greedy. We say, it's a scary world. There's nothing I can do about it. I might as well look after me and mine. And we act in a way that produces the scary world, reinforces that cycle. Healthy power is the ability to know what one really wants to accomplish and accomplish it. I mean, that's power, while increasing the power and well-being of all the people, communities, organizations, and ecosystems involved. So if we want to solve the meta crisis, we need to change how power works to interrupt that cycle. And we have to do that for everybody, everywhere, which means that we need to do it in a geographic way. So the neighborhood parliaments movement and sociocratic neighborhood circles offer a mechanism, inclusive governance from the neighborhood up, which transforms power from toxic to healthy. So in Sonic, in the process of designing Sonic, the Sonic system, we incorporated 3 sets of principles: the neighborocracy principles from Southern India, the sociocracy principles, and Eleanor Ostrom's principles for governance of the commons. And so the 5 principles that we are using are that a Sonic is neighborhood-based, we have subsidiarity, there's a sociocratic circle structure, joint steering and learning, and polycentric governance. So I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because I see I'm running out of time. Let's see. So neighborhood-based means that we have a clearly defined neighborhood of limited size, not larger than Dunbar's number. And everybody's who's living there, by the time that you are running the governance system, everyone's invited and welcomed into the shared governance circle. And as you build it up, you're inviting people to get involved all the way along. Subsidiarity means that whatever the neighborhood level circles can solve themselves should not be solved by another entity. So decisions and actions are made on the most immediate level possible, and the Sonic's autonomy over their domain is recognized by local government if local government is involved in the system. Sociocratic circle structure, this means that there are interconnected circles. There's a circle organization at the level of the neighborhood. There may be age-specific circles supporting youth leadership. Also, really, you can use the circle structure of a Sonic to support giving a voice to any marginalized group. And obviously, don't have time to get into the details of that today, but happy to do that another time. You can create subcircles to work on specific areas of responsibility for taking action, those local projects that I mentioned already. And the Sonics connect to the larger network through elected representatives, which can be recalled through the ordinary sociocratic process. Principle 4, joint steering and learning. Again, all of this should not be surprising if you're familiar with sociocracy, but you have a standard sociocratic meeting structure, clear agenda, facilitation, logbook keeping, consent decision-making for policy decisions or changing of the rules, allocating power, but operational procedures are carried out however works for your group. And monitoring and evaluation is part of the ongoing standard sociocratic process and structure. Last, polycentric governance. So Sonics are connected with and influence a range of different local institutions and are influenced by them. So this is not about having one totalitarian system to rule them all. It is about having a framework that enables collaborative governance between multiple systems. So just to illustrate the objective, so this is established only in a few places in the world, but the idea is that you have 30 households in one neighborhood, more or less 30 neighborhoods in one area, and so on, and that it could scale up to the level of global. This shows the neighborhood to area to metropolitan area or ward, et cetera. And at each level, so this is a bottom-up network, but if you are familiar with sociocracy, you're aware of double linking. There's bottom-up and there's top-down. It's a both-and approach, and both of those are necessary. So the support circles that are created at one level support the level below. And the work that we're doing in LCE would be congruent with acting as support circle or incorporating support circles. And then you have horizontally at each level of organization a collective impact network, which is developed to bring together that wide array of other actors in a collaborative manner. So in the UK, we're doing that UK-wide through the Control Shift network right now. So there's an opportunity there for those of us that are interested in working together in the UK. And this just blows up a larger view. Obviously, if you're just starting out in an area, having one support circle is plenty. But if you have a more larger scale network for a larger area, you might want to expand it out into all of this kind of a circle structure, which is sort of the full collective impact network backbone structure. And this is more or less what we have going for the Control Shift backbone network. So the standard regional development process, I don't have time to go through that. And hey, come give us a shout. Any questions?
Well, the thought that came to my mind was about that movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fascinating, very, very powerful model, very powerful, very practical also.
Yeah, well, I did not develop it. Honestly, I'm just an obsessive nerd who goes out and tries to find the absolute best stuff in the world and fit it together and then share it with people who are amazing. So that's what I'm up to.
It came to my mind that Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, as I hear all these good things, it's like, what I envision is we need a pilot for this and a pilot for that. And, at some point maybe there's not a need to coalesce all this together. It's just that you find a situation, a problem, a challenge of folks who resonate with one thing or the other, and you engage. It's a powerful, powerful.
Yeah. Oh, can I just say one thing? In the context of this model, LCE is a producer cooperative that would let me just go back a little bit here.
Yeah, Nate, so that was my next question, was for you to tell us how LCE, fits, because I could see it for the support circle and the network, not, you were mentioning support circle, and I imagine we have a larger.
Yeah, so in this model, you can see these little stars in the network. In this model, you have a bottom-up governance, which is I'm not sure if you folks have read things like Listening Society or the Nordic Secret, but if we think about four types of democracy, direct, representative, deliberative, and participatory, the Sonic system enables all four of those types of democracy and is complementary to existing elected governance frameworks. So this is not an attempt to replace existing countries. It is an attempt to make them work correctly by providing kinds of democracy that are not currently widely prevalent. The role that LCE can have, or other supporting organizations, is to work with these support circles at every level in a way that is, broadly speaking, supervised by this bottom-up system, and enables the bottom-up system to come into being and to function effectively. And so everything that I've heard from people today has been congruent with that mission.
And
Yeah.
also, Nate, would it also not include parts of the network aspect of it? Because it's also, we have representatives of so many different organizations
Yeah.
all here. So
Yeah,
I
absolutely. But we don't ever want to be the whole network. That would be crazy. We're just a tiny part of the network at every place. We're just a tiny part of the network that has the capacity to convene the most essential elements for the functioning of the healthy system.
Awesome. So that said, I have been working with Nate for a while here in the UK as well as part of the Sonic network and Control Shift network. And one of the things I didn't hear you mention, I might have missed it, Nate, but that actually there's also a handbook that was developed. It's called the Sonic Handbook, which Nate can give you a link to in the chat.
Yes. If you go to sonic.org, there it's available for free for download in multiple languages.
And it is specifically the handbook you can put into the hands of local people who want to start to convene these groups, these sonic circles, and it gives them step by step how to do that, background of all of that, and of course backed up by Nate and a team of people who can train up those local people to start those circles. I saw Marilyn's hand up, so Marilyn, please.
Yes, I was going to, confirm what you're saying about the handbook, because we've used that here. And interestingly, there's some antibodies at Findhorn against sociocracy. Some of our neighborhoods do use it, and others just have had too many circles in their lives. However, when you put the Sonic Handbook together, it gave us another way of being able to point to the sensible ways that you describe and offer to develop the system. And I also had, before we started this process, encountered Eleanor Ostrom's work, and that's been made quite popular through Pro-Social. So that's a sort of a meme that's extant in the world. But I was going to say, it's very interesting when you get people with multiple expectations about how to do democracy, because I think that most people don't even think that there's 4 democracies. And Daryl will probably remember that Don Beck used to say, there's a whole spectrum of democracies.
Right.
And people make the assumption that it's kind of like change. Change is one thing, but he always used to say, change from what to what?
What? Stratified democracy.
For what purpose? Yeah. So anyway, Nat, I think your work is amazing, and I very much appreciate the Sonic Handbook. So thanks for reminding us, Ferial.
Well, you're very welcome. And there's so much more that I'd love to share in ways that I resonate with and play with things that I've heard from all of those of you I see on the call right now. But I've run over. It's somebody else's turn.
Yes, Nate. And actually, I would say one more thing, and that is the Control Shift Network is actually a wonderful opportunity for us in the UK that are co-founders of Living Cities Earth to be a part of that. Because in a way, myself and Nate are now sitting down to talk about how Control Shift Network can be our delivery partner. Because Control Shift Network is the people who live here. In other words, we know here, and Living Cities Earth doesn't know here, right? And so we're an extension, in a sense, of Living Cities Earth, but locally. And we could be an example of how this takes place in other places around the world, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm just going to invite all of those in the UK, if you're listening to this, please reach out to Nate and become part of the Control Shift Network. And over to you, Alexei.
We are going to be here in California next one. Okay, we have several co-founders in California, so we're going to take a turn. I want to just read that Peter shares, right? I can see this approach as a core framework within the waves of coordinated collective action aspired to within Earth's cooperating system. Thank you so much, Nate. I think that's a, how we say it, like a additional opportunity for us, right, in LC to really balance, maybe in a more productive and efficient way, right, all of our values, cultural an atmosphere which we want to keep, right? Where everyone can collaborate and connect and link with everyone. At the same time, to keep it focused, organized, productive, efficient from the execution perspective, let me call it this way, right? And let's explore it all together. Now we are in a field that looks like, right, where we are ready to use some systems to make decisions in the most productive and efficient way, right? And all other stuff. So let's do it, right? Thank you so much. And we have beautiful, last but not least, right? Beautiful final presentation by Ferial and Andy, and it's going to be about how to absolutely, I love that, that's a Ferial language, right? How to absolutely love your life, right? Using the CRG journey, practice, and technology. So let's enjoy it. Ferial, Andy, please share it with us.
I will start to share my screen. And of course, Andy's going to be our main facilitator for this session. I will pitch in with him, but Andy, please take center stage.
Center stage. I'm actually standing up. I have been for the last couple of hours because this sitting down work since 10:30 this morning. Wow. So if you've managed to sit in your bum for that length of time, congratulations, you know. Maybe give yourself a stretch. I don't know. You've only got a little bit to go. So, you know, but and we're blaming Ferial. We're blaming Ferial for the title because I didn't say how to live an whatever it is, how to absolutely love your life. But we are going to talk about that. Nate, one of the things that really I was listening to you and I was thinking, this is going to sound really selfish, you know, how to love your life when you've been talking for the last half an hour about you know, empowering other people. But I think let me just start the way that I had planned, and then I'm going to address that. And I'm also going to address something that Darren came up with earlier on as well. But for those that don't know me yet, this may be the first time you've heard me speak. I came across a saying a while back: "Life is either a daring adventure or it's nothing," by Helen Keller. If you don't know who Helen Keller is, she was an amazing teacher who was both blind and deaf, and she became a teacher, and she was renowned for being this incredible, caring, supportive, wonderful role model for people to see past their limitations and embrace the opportunities, limited though they may be or appear to be. And I've tried to incorporate that into my life, sometimes very successfully and sometimes falling flat in my face. And earlier on, I was speaking about the fact I was born in 1961. In the 60s, it was a really strange time where, on the one hand, everybody thought the world was about to end. And then we had hippies saying, all you need is love. And it was a remarkable time of creativity and expressions of identity and this idea that all these ideas, in some ways, it was almost like a mini enlightenment in some ways, right? So what did I take away from it? Well, one of the things I took away from it is that humans are remarkable, that when you actually get together, regardless of what the reason is, but you can focus on something that you all agree on to go towards, i.e. putting somebody on the moon, it's amazing what you can achieve. And maybe I didn't take the right lessons from that to begin with, but like a lot of people that started to come into the world in the late 60s and 70s, I thought that life could be linear. That, you know, and I had people in my past, parents and things, who'd left school, got a job, had a career path, and were headed to retirement. So that linear process seemed to be something that made sense. And I loved science and technology, and I thought I could be part of that. And then very quickly, I was disavowed of that thing because I discovered that I actually got distracted very easily. I couldn't even get to the end of a sentence. My brain was going somewhere else. And the little picture of the guy in the classroom here is me. Yeah, that's me getting utterly confused. And another thing about that age that I discovered is if you're small like I am and you stand up to bullies, you get the living crap kicked out of you, right? So I developed skills to ingratiate myself or influence people who are physically bigger and more capable of power, to use your expression, Nate. You know, people who had more power because of their physicality, or people who had more power because they were in positions of authority. And I developed skills that were to entertain people, to distract people. I recognized I could think quickly. So what did dyslexia teach me? Well, I've got a lesson I only learned about 2 weeks ago about dyslexia, thanks to someone that was on one of our SRG courses a couple of years ago, a lady called Lucille. She was explaining some about dyslexia to me, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But I want to address the picture on the left-hand side of that slide. That is me dressed up in the craziest ski outfit you've ever seen on a stage, doing what I used to do about 18 years ago, which is take that show anywhere and everywhere it would go. And in particular, I took it into a school where the children were, I don't know if the word's universal, but truant. They would often not turn up to school because school was doing nothing for them. And so you can imagine there's nothing worse than a 48 or 49-year-old guy standing in front of them, dressed like an idiot, dancing to Janet Jackson. And the message was, don't be embarrassed. Because if you're embarrassed, you're allowing other people to define who you are, right? And so this program that we are offering, which is based on our SRG, what we call our SRG technology, and you can watch the previous video to try and understand what that is all about trying to be, or trying to move yourself. Ferry and I often talk about this idea of a journey, moving from where you are to where you want to be, where you want to get to, as I just want to express myself naturally. I want to express myself who I am without fear of embarrassment. Because Dan, you were talking earlier about, you know, people in positions of power don't want to express who they are, scared to express it. We had someone else, I've forgotten her name, but was talking about the 4 spaces. You know, these things keep coming back and back and back and back. We are petrified to express who we are because actually we're not appreciated, we're not valued, we're not respected, and we're not rewarded for who we are. And our argument is that once you actually understand who you are, then you can start to look out and find communities of people that really appreciate you, that who will really see your value and who will actually want to work with you to do something really remarkable. So that's why we think this is, the SRG Journeys is a fantastic foundation for everything that we do here in Living Cities Earth. Because once you confidently can express yourself without worrying about other people judging you, then you start to naturally show what you're about. And that's what this program is. And from here, I'd like to invite Ferial to just move on from that foundation.
So now I'm going to share you with a little bit about me. Now, I have shared quite a few times in different sessions who I am, so it's up here. You can read about it. I'm going to focus on one little aspect of myself, which is actually that I'm a keen dancer of the Latin dances. So Andy, thank you for being willing to be silly and, do what you do on the stage, because dancing was really such an incredible metaphor for me of life and of the SRG journey, and how to really absolutely love your life, even in a world where, or I guess we grow up reading stories about happily ever after. I want to ask, is there a happily ever after? Have any of you ever had a happily ever after? I can say I have not. The reason I sit right at the bottom over here is I absolutely love my life, but it has not been perfect. And I don't think, any of your stories, many of you I know, it's not been, the golden thread has not been perfection. It's been experience. It's been journey. It's been adventure. So what has happened for me in the dance is the realization that, so here's the thing, people used to sit there and even just the past weekend, after a good long time, I went to a dance event in Edinburgh. It was a big summit. And people were coming up to me, and I hadn't danced for quite a while, so I was totally unfit, and I was panting. Right, I was laughing half the way through, but people were still coming up to me and looking and said, "Oh my God, we just love how you move." And it is because the thing for me was that I would close my eyes and I would dance with my soul, bottom line. And I think in this life, to truly love that life, to truly love every aspect of what you do, you need to close your eyes, lean into life and love every part of it. The good, the bad, and the ugly. They're all part of an entirely beautiful, wonderful experience. And the moment you can truly embrace that, and dance really taught me that. It taught me because look, at the beginning, I had to learn the steps, right? So I had to learn 1, 2, 3, move 2, 3, 4, this kind of stuff. And in life, we do have to do the linear work. We do have to go to, learn certain courses, kind of increase our abilities in certain things, right? That's the linear work. But then that's not enough, because that linear work will only take you so far. When I began to truly dance was when I knew the steps and I said, right, now I'm going to feel my way. Most times I would close my eyes because dance is about feeling your partner. You would notice what Adrian is doing there. He's totally directing me the whole time. It's tiny little things that he does with the hands, and I kind of get to follow, but it's a feeling into. So that sense making into life, that feeling into that, what is it wanting? Where is that? Where is the next leveraging point? That pushing, that pulling, that, and then even when, so you become so good at this that even when now as a dancer, even when when the move isn't right, for example, it's not following the steps that I'm used to, I am so capable now that I make every move actually look like a good move. In other words, that is what we can do in life. Even when life is not going our way, in fact, very often it's not following our plans we have in our minds, right? However, every move becomes a beautiful move, because you understand with everything that has happened in your life, there is a building upon, a something you can take away from it, a learning, a something. And today, this is really what our SRG journey is about. How do I absolutely love my life? It's not about the fact that it's perfect, or there's a formula, or there's a specific thing, but it's that leaning into, that sensing into, that we really share through that experience. So with that said, I'm going to pass back to Andy and have him take.
Could you tell me what SRG stands for?
We'll get there. Just 2 seconds, Darren. We'll
Okay,
get there,
okay.
I promise you. Yeah, we'll get there. I just want to busk off something that Ferrell said. We've got the slide, but this is what we tend to do in SRG and SRG journeys. We tend to sort of have this plan, and then we kind of deviate a little bit from. So the thing I just want to throw in here is a little aside is there's a guy called Miles Davis. I'm sure most of you have heard of him. And a guy called Herbie Hancock. And Herbie Hancock is just a stunningly brilliant, gifted, amazing classical and jazz pianist. And when he was playing with Miles Davis back in the 60s, Herbie Hancock played a wrong note, and he got upset about it. And when Miles Davis, when he came off stage, Miles Davis said, "What happened, man?" He said, "You went all strange on me." He said, "Oh, I played a wrong note." And Miles said to Herbie, "There are no wrong notes. You have to trust your partners. If you play a different note than the one you expected, if your fingers don't land where they should have, and a note comes out that we weren't planning for, we'll just take that and we'll do something with it. We'll create magic from it." And so I think as we go through the Emergethon and we're ending this, one of the things that we're trying to get over here is there are no wrong notes. Yeah, if this is a group of people who can improvise, who can change, who can pick up, who can change whatever goes on, because we don't know what's going to happen next in the world. None of us know what's going to happen next in the world. So what we're living an absolutely wonderful life is actually developing the confidence in yourself to do your best and trust your partners. And guess what? They're not going to. And Ferro and I have been at this for 6 years, and we're still dropping the ball all the time. I know I've kind of flummoxed her now because I'm not talking about the slide. You see, I can see it in her face. Ferguson, would you just stick to the plan, right? And I'm going, yeah, well, let's just busk a bit. But we'll bring it back. We'll come back to the plan.
Before you do the plan, I often I said this whole Emergethon, amazingly, things that Gail taught me and told me, it keeps coming up. And Gail, just before she passed on, she sent me an email. I still have this last email from her. She was like, "Ferial, I need to tell you this." Like, I was using this analogy of describing LCE as what is they're called? Anyway, a group of people. like an orchestra. Sorry, that was the word, the orchestra. And there was conductors and it was all this kind of stuff. And she said, Ferial, no, I love the jazz band. This was her last email to me. She said, Ferial, I think we need to be a jazz band. We need to be riffing off each other, taking that note like we're doing in this Emergethon, and we're going, oh yeah, but imagine life like that you're riffing off your experiences, everything. So the thing is, you don't start going, oh, this is so bad. There are days Andy will come to me and say, Andy, how are you going to riff there? And that's how the two of us, that's why this is not an individual sport. This is a team sport, life. Because what happens is we get to help each other to SRG. So in other words, Daryl, this is stop, reset, go. It's a technology that was designed by James Guillen Wong. I'm not going to go into it too much, but we've already done a session specifically just on the technology. So if you can go and listen to that session, you'll understand more about the technology. This is how we apply the technology in a particular context. And in this context, it is how to absolutely love your life for anyone, right? So Andy, please take it away. Riffle.
Okay, so the SRG journeys, so it's a different, so we've said before, it's a different sort of technology, but it's a human technology. It's what we've learned to do. We've learned to play jazz, man, but we do it with life, right? We call this technology a technology of practice. In other words, the more you practice yourself, the more you practice together, the better you get at it. It's used to understand ourselves and others and the world more deeply and profoundly, so that we can act with more awareness, appreciation, and care. That's basically what an SRG journey is. We're learning from our mistakes and our successes. And the keys to enjoying this journey are don't wait to get started, embrace everything that happens as a lesson, and find people you can trust to offer you their perspectives and criticism. I love criticism because it gives me a perspective that I don't have when I'm sitting there thinking, wow, I'm amazing, right? So that's it. So next slide, Ferial. Yeah.
And actually, so Andy and I don't call it criticism, I call it feedback. And so what happens is that every course we design, everything, we make sure that there is major feedback loops, because this allows you to evolve. Otherwise, you don't know what others are saying or thinking or how they're engaging with you. And it doesn't have to be that you're doing anything wrong. It's a negotiation process. Did you think about this before? That everything is, all you're doing is negotiating with the aspects of what is happening for another human and what is happening in their world and what is happening in their world. So there's not anybody that's wrong and right. We're negotiating. So Andy and I like to talk about we're all in the business of business. We're all changing matter, energy, and information into something useful that we can barter with another human being. And in actual fact, it's not even human beings that are only engaging in this, and it's every organism on the planet. So we have a little bit of a reaction to business, but in actual fact, it is what we are involved in everyday exchanges of value. And how do we come into that just value exchange with one another? Thank you, Andy.
So next thing we've got up here is SRG Journey, a comprehensive personal development program designed for individuals seeking profound growth and fulfillment in their personal and professional lives. Listen, if that isn't us, I don't know who it is, right? I think everybody that would be joining Living Cities Earth is actually seeking profound growth, fulfillment in their personal and professional lives. So that's a given. Our goal with this particular application of it is to facilitate a life-changing experience that shifts participants' perspectives, their paradigms, and clarifies what we call their use, which is your unique sacred expression. I'm not expecting anybody in the world to dress up the way I do on a stage and dance to Janet Jackson. It ain't going to work for you, right? Or wear a kilt and do the daft things that I do. But that authenticity seems to spark the fire within a lot of people to say, hang on, I want to express myself. And what we are saying is the people that are looking to love, care, and support you need to see the real you. So we're going to facilitate that understanding of what your unique sacred expression is. We're going to introduce them to practices, and that's the key word here: practice, 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 that will inspire, encourage, and empower them on their journey through life, and to help them embrace it as a joyful, rewarding, and fulfilling journey that empowers them to live their best and happiest life every day, come what may. And again, I'm 63 in a few weeks' time. I had a shock 3 years ago when I was close to having a major heart surgery. I've lost 2 or 3 people in the last 2 years, friends, school friends, who drop dead with heart attacks. This is heart attack alley, 60, 61, 62 if you're a guy in Scotland. So every day, come what may, right? How do you love that day? And that's what we can explore and dig into. Ferial, you want to take the next bit, right?
Yeah, so the format that we provide this in, because that might be in your mind. So there's various different formats we can provide SRG journeys in, all the way from 90 minutes through to, months and even up to a year. But this particular one we do across 16 sessions. It's a journey where we discover how to love learning together and practicing SRGing together. It's working on online, offline, and also just on our own together with others, depending on our geographical situations, and embracing new approaches and technology. It's also really about that kind of opening yourself up to those new experiences, new things that haven't been in your sphere of consciousness before. It's really opening that up. And our target audience here, like Nate said earlier, everyone, basically it's individuals who want to fully embrace who they are. Now, I listened to something Daryl said early on. He said, when we're in these boardrooms, we're CEOs and running these organizations, we have to put on these masks. And the thing is, we forget that we are just humans. It's one of the reasons I don't apologize. I show up as I am, because the point is I want to be loved for who I am. And that's unfortunately what happens in many of these situations, that inauthenticity. It doesn't allow others to be authentic towards you. And this is really what we try to look at in this, is how as individuals, how can we express ourselves authentically in the scenario that we are, obviously still professionally and all of that, but that authentism is so important. And how do we live our best lives and happiest lives? And why is this important? To us, this is important because when you design, so we've got lots of stats for this. We've got lots of, background research we've done into this. And if you want some of that information, we can provide it for you. We don't have time to share that right now. But basically, humans who design from their own happy place, they design very, very differently to those who design from an unhappy space. And if you think about it, the reason why we need happy humans, we need happy leaders, we need happy LCE co-founders. Because when we truly have our own happy lives, what we design into the world, the frequency we carry, because that is what we put out. We don't put out just we put out the frequency we carry, and that is everything we design carries that frequency. And so this is why Andy and I are all about how to have your own happy life. It isn't about being selfish. In actual fact, it's about doing the best thing that you can do. So with that sneeze, bless you, bro. I will quickly get Andy to tell us about how he skied. That's actually Andy skiing down a thing of rocks. So Andy, take it away.
Yeah, so there is no good reason that anybody would want to go to a mountain literally a mountain made up of rubble from a coal mine, and wear a suit and go and ski down it. Other than the fact that I've been walking or running past this big thing for years and thinking, I think I could get an interesting picture skiing down that in a suit, and it got me on to one of the most prestigious ski magazines in the world, and got me a talking point. But the thing about it is that in hindsight, you've got to be, one, really stupid, two, really brave, and three, really know what you're doing to go and ski down a mountain of rocks. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. It's highly dangerous and really stupid. But it's a lot easier to go and learn to ski on snow. And so one of the key things that I try and emphasize is that if you've got something that you can do well and you love doing it, try and find an environment that actually is supportive of doing it. Don't pick the hardest place to do it in unless you want to really take a high risk strategy. And so building the SRG community, we're actually trying to build a community where you can expose yourself safely to who you are and allow yourself, Daryl, to actually come out, as it were. And nobody's going to ridicule you because everybody's going through the same experience. We're all exposing ourselves together, our vulnerabilities, our weaknesses, our fears, all of the things that we actually want to hide from the world because we think they'll make us unattractive are actually the things that work for us. Because again, part of what we go into is about our trickle nature, about the fact that we've evolved as a species to actually want to care for one another. Our whole species is built upon, the whole thing that got us to where we got to is the fact that we want to love and care for each other. Otherwise, we don't have villages. Otherwise, we can't raise kids. Otherwise, we don't make any progress. So SRG Journeys is not about going to the hardest place that you can find with the biggest risk. It's about coming into a space with a community of people who are willing to expose themselves and share all of those learnings that we need and to feel loved and supported as they do it.
A few weeks ago, in a meeting with Nate Whitestone and some others from the Control Ship Network and Sonic, I was in tears because Nate said, well, I watch Farrell in Living Cities Earth and, you know, what she's doing there. And he was just full of praise. And he also did say, I met Farrell in other spaces and she was overwhelming. She was, you know, it's like, she was like a fire hose, I guess I've been described as. And this is the thing about finding that space, right? So in Living Cities Earth, the reason why Nate could say that, and I had tears in my eyes because I had found where I could truly flourish. And it was a journey there, and I kept keeping heart, let's put it that way. And part of what we want to deliver in SRG Journeys is allowing people to kind of give them that staying power in the process, because there will be a moment that it just clicks, that you find that right community, that right space that's totally for you. And I mean, you guys see how I flourish here and the stuff I do because it's totally me. So it took me a while. It took me 50 years, but here I am. And so this is the point that we're trying to make, giving that hope of don't you worry, there will be that moment that you're completely in your absolute bliss. So with that said, how can LCE support what we're doing? Well, sign up and join in. we're starting one in the beginning of April. So that'd be really great. We've taken quite a few groups through, and overwhelmingly everybody has said it's absolutely changed their lives. And so this was really great feedback for us. You could also become a practitioner, because we're going to be employing SRG technology into a lot of the flagship programs in in Living Cities Earth and other things. And so if you want to be a facilitator, we're particularly looking for seasoned facilitators, because it really does take a certain kind of facilitator to do this really, really well. And then design and develop your own SRG journey. So this is also a technology. So we can apply it in any context that you want. Literally any situation, we're able to kind of fit it to that, because this is the paradigm shift of it all. It's not a specific way of doing it. And of course, so we extend that to you. I need to finish off. So
just jump through to the next one.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that one. So our proposition, why it's called SRG Journeys, is life's a journey. You know, it appears both linear and non-linear, but you know, we're saying, look, on this journey, walk your path with grace. That's the thing. The people that heard me talking about Ferrell earlier, when Ferrell and I met, we could have had a very ungraceful first meeting, instead of which we actually showed each other grace, and we've got this lifelong friendship now. The next slide is how to absolutely love your life. Be the light you want to see in the world. You know, the world's waiting for you. The world, honest to God, wants to see the best you at your best, completely excited and engaged by your life. And, you know, we see so many people that want to change the world get burned out and frustrated because they're trying to help everybody else rather than come from that space of love and energy for themselves, and recognizing that, you know, if Gaia has created us, then she wants us to be, you know, a beautiful thing, not shriveled up, not constrained, but actually alive. So the final slide then, I think for us is, let's enjoy the journey together instead of dreaming of a happy ever after. So let's just take this moment and the next moment and just enjoy it, because none of us know what's ahead of us. Last words, Ferium?
Well, The last words would be exactly that. Like it really was for me, like all the time, SRG, every time I get to facilitate it, it kicks my own butt, right? So hard. But at the same time, it's so wonderful because I now go to places. I've told the story before. People would just walk up to me and say, "Can we just hug you?" Like, I don't know these people. I don't know. There's like something about you. And honestly, I'm going to accredit that to SRG Journeys, that it was that understanding for me of truly just falling in love with everything and everyone around me. And I truly live that now. And as I said, it's been such a process, but it was SRG Journeys and engaging with and trying to share that. And I had to be authentic. I couldn't just share it being a hypocrite. I had to actually live it. And the same way with Andy. And it's just been the most incredible friendship, relationship that evolved out of this with it. It's such trust. Andy challenges me more than anybody else I know. But you know what? Andy never hurts me. And that's the thing. It's like we learned to human wow through this whole process. And so that's actually what SRG Journeys is. How do we do that? How do we love life and human wow and just be fully alive ourselves? Thank you very much for listening. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ferial. Thank you, Andy. Thank you for all speakers and participants. Congratulations and big thank you for each of you. Our first Emergethon is over. So we spent 11.5 hours online. It was 23 presentations, beautiful solutions, beautiful people, teams. Thank you so much. I would invite us, we honestly have a time limitation because the recording is going to stop soon because it's 12 hours only, right? But I would invite us to maybe share only one word and maybe one sentence of comments as a checkout. So what is fulfilling you right now? What is your main takeaway? How are you feeling right now at the end of the Emergethon, first Emergethon of LC? So I would love to share that I feel a lot of excitement about all about who we are, about what we do, what we love, and about what we are going to do in the future. We have a lot of resources, a lot of potential, and we're going to use it in the best way. And if you don't mind me, I would pass it to Daryl. And Daryl, let's pass it next. So what's your word?
I'll go next. So I'm very inspired and encouraged, and I'm reminded of something that was once said by some admiral I worked for or somewhere, and more or less it's quote, it's a takeoff off the Bible, which says, "The people perish without a vision," right? And we don't lack for vision, but the admiral said something different. He said, "Without resources, what you think is a vision is a fantasy." And I say that to make the point. Ferial said that her and Marina really would need to be full time, and so like the Emergethon, we need something similar to explore the possibilities of funding and funders and so on and so forth. If you could put as much energy, time, and attention in exploring those possibilities to get a core team properly funded, however that is, and I won't take much time more to say that than just that is a requirement to go further so that our vision is not a fantasy. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Who do you pass on to, Daryl?
I'm sorry, I'll pass on to you, Ferial.
Well, my words are absolutely magical. Those are my words. And yes, Daryl, you know what? You just gave me the brilliant idea. We need to have not another Emergethon, but for only funding. Why not? Right? This was so amazing. Things we came out of the woodworks, and I think we should do that. So I'm going to take you up on that, Daryl. I think you just had the best idea. But what I would say is, wow, wow, wow. Like you guys inspired me. And truly, you are absolute sorcerers. And I hope you know that. I mean, sorcerers, right? And yes, Daryl, when we get that money, and we're going to get it because we're spelling this. Right. And I'm saying, and we've already started getting that. So I would say one little thing to you, how Marina and I put this out there. So I'm not going to say yet who the co-founder is, but one co-founder came to Marina and I said, "Hey, Ferial and Marina, your salaries are paid for this month." So I'm saying to you, we're already started. We spelled it and it came to the table. We'll be revealing more about that soon. But I'm
Very
saying
cool.
keep spelling because we're going to do this. Thank you. I'm going to pass to the wonderful, beautiful Marilyn.
Well, I'm going to say I'm very grateful, very inspired. And the angel that I drew, which was a ritual that we have at Findhorn for this year, was the angel of expectancy, as in expect a miracle, which is another saying that we have around here. So that's what I'm expecting is a miracle. And I love the idea of a fundathon. So I don't think we'll have to spend 11 hours at it, but if we even spent half that time, I think we would come up with some more than a month's source of resources. Yeah. So it was a wonderful day. I'm glad that I actually invested really valuable time with everyone. And thank you everyone for all your brilliance. And the word I would use that Daryl would recognize from Dawn is we're all a bunch of wizards, you know? Wizards. Yeah. So thank you. And I will pass to Nate.
I'm tired. I'm tired, I'm achy. I'm really looking forward to standing up and stretching and walking around and saying goodnight to my older son and going to bed. Uh, that's me. Sometimes I really resonate with what I'm hearing from a lot of you. And I don't have to be upbeat for the universe to keep on ushering me in the direction that uh, is the direction I need to be going in. It doesn't matter whether I'm upbeat or or bloody exhausted because it just keeps on going. So I have a sense that that's what's going on here, and I'm happy to be sharing that journey with you all. Passing to you, Yuri.
Yes, thank you. I agree with you, and I also think the opposite is also true. So, so, and I feel sometimes it's hard for me or for us doing this amazing, life-changing, world-changing vision to remember taking care of ourselves, and it's so important, and also it's an act of trust in the collective that even if I need to rest and stretch, or then things will take on. And I appreciate it. I started the day today in the first presentation, and I kind of listened in many parts. And at some point, I was kind of listening and playing with my daughters, and a lecturer was speaking about the archetype of the athlete. And I said, "Oh God, he's talking about me." And I need to just disconnect from this and be with my daughters. And it was a good kind of mirror, right? Um, anyway, so I think it's good. You don't have to be upbeat, but you can also rest. uh, and that's good. I wanted my thing, so I'm just super excited with the Miss Emergence. So I created an AI agent that accesses all the data, and I'm just waiting for the stream to add so I can upload to the YouTube to Miss Emergence because I already spoke with her and she gave me so many great ideas. So it's like a collective brain that is just, and I tested it. Look, what if I'm a city person, and she made some amazing suggestions just based on kind of little extras of what was shared ahead of here, and so my word would be Miss Emergence, and the potential of the collective mind that is emerging here, which is quite impressive. And I pass it to Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I coined a word. I was in one LCA meeting before, and I came up with this idea wonderful, but one as in ONE, wonderful, right? Sort of being full of wonder at the oneness, and trying to explain it, it falls apart, right? But just being incredibly aware of being part of something, right? And it's almost, it doesn't matter how you're a part of something, even if you're just witnessing it, right? So most of the day I've witnessed you guys doing your stuff and other people that are not here, and that's wonderful. Just witnessing it. And I think one of the things that I'm trying to get my head around is, you don't have to do it all, and you don't have to be it all. You can just relax into this group and know that, like, the group can't do everything either, right? But just being a part of it, to witness it, to experience it, to share in it, to offer something into it, that's a privilege, and I'll sleep well tonight. So thank you. Thanks to all of you. I'll sleep well tonight.
Thank
And
you
I'll
so
pass it
much.
to... Oh, right. Well, is
We
that
have,
it? Is that it? Oh, okay.
That's it. Yeah, we have one more team member is here, Kate. Thank you so much for your support, for your work. You've been with us all this time. Thank you. And it's time to rest for all of us. Thank you so much. Looking forward to see you soon. Beautiful day, beautiful team, beautiful people, beautiful energy. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Keep well.